St John Chrysostom, Archbishop of Constantinople, Homilies 25 through 43 on the Gospel according to St Matthew, the miracles and teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St John Chrysostom, Homilies 25 through 43 on the Gospel of St Matthew, translated by the Reverend Sir George Prevost, M.A. Homily 25, Matthew 7:28 through 8:4. And it came to pass, when Jesus had ended these sayings, the people were astonished at his doctrine. Yet was it rather natural for them to grieve at the unpleasantness of his sayings, and to shudder at the loftiness of his injunctions. But now so great was the power of the teacher, that many of them were even caught thereby, and thrown into very great admiration, and persuaded by reason of the sweetness of his sayings, not even when he ceased to speak, to depart from him at all afterwards. For neither did the hearers depart, he having come down from the mountain. But even then the whole auditory followed him, so great a love for his sayings had he instilled into them. But they were astonished most of all at his authority, for not with reference to another, like the prophet and Moses, did he say what he said, but everywhere indicating himself to be the person that had the power of deciding. For so, when setting forth his laws, he still kept adding, "But I say unto you." And in reminding them of that day, he declared himself to be the judge, both by the punishments and by the honors. And yet it was likely that this too would disturb them. For if, when they saw him by his works showing forth his authority, the scribes were for stoning and persecuting him, while there were words only to prove this, how was it other than likely for them to be offended? And especially when at first setting out these things were said, and before he had given proof of his own power. But, however, they felt nothing of this, for when the heart and mind is candid, it is easily persuaded by the words of the truth. And this is just why one sort, even when the miracles were proclaiming his power, were offended, while the other, on hearing mere words, were persuaded and followed him. This, I would add, the evangelist too is intimating, when he saith, "Great multitudes followed him," not any of the rulers, nor of the scribes, but as many as were free from vice, and had their judgment uncorrupted. And throughout the whole gospel thou seest that such clave unto him. For both while he spake, they used to listen in silence, not making any intrusion, nor breaking in upon the connection of his sayings, nor tempting him, and desiring to find a handle like the Pharisees. And after his exhortation they followed him again, marveling. But do thou mark, I pray thee, the Lord's consideration, how he varies the mode of profiting his hearers, after miracles entering on words, and again from the instruction by his words passing to miracles. Thus, both before they went up into the mountain, he healed many, preparing the way for his sayings. And after finishing that long discourse to the people, he comes again to miracles, confirming what had been said by what was done. And so, because he was teaching as one having authority, lest his so teaching should be thought boasting and arrogant, he doth the very same in his works also, as having authority to heal, that they might no more be perplexed at seeing him teach in this way, when he was working his miracles also in the same. For when he was come down from the mountain, there came a leper, saying, "Lord, if thou wilt, thou canst make me clean." Great was the understanding and the faith of him who so drew near. For he did not interrupt the teaching, nor break through the auditory, but awaited the proper time, and approaches him when he is come down. and not at random, but with much earnestness, and at his knees, he beseeches him, as another evangelist saith, and with the genuine faith and right opinion about him. For neither did he say, if thou request it of God, nor if thou pray, but if thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. Nor did he say, Lord, cleanse me, but leaves all to him, and makes his recovery depend on him, and testifies that all authority is his. What then, saith one, if the leper's opinion was mistaken? It were meet to do away with it, and to reprove, and set it right. Did he then so do? By no means, but quite on the contrary, he establishes and confirms what had been said. For this cause you see, neither did he say, Be thou cleansed, but, I will, be thou clean, that the doctrine might no longer be a thing of the other's surmising, but of his own approval. But the apostles not so. Rather, in what way? The whole people being in amazement, they said, Why give he to us, as though by our own power or authority we had made him to walk? But the Lord, though he spake oftentimes many things modestly, and beneath his own glory, what saith he here, to establish the doctrine of them that were amazed at him for his authority? I will, be thou clean. Although in the many and great signs which he wrought, he nowhere appears to have uttered this word. Here, however, to confirm the surmise both of all the people and of the leper touching his authority, he purposely added, I will. And it was not that he said this, but did it not, but the work also followed immediately. Whereas, if he had not spoken well, but the saying had been a blasphemy, the work ought to have been interrupted. But now nature herself gave way at his command, and that speedily, as was meet, even more speedily than the evangelist hath said. For the word immediately falls far short of the quickness that there was in the work. But he did not merely say, I will, be thou clean, but he also put forth his hand and touched him, a thing especially worthy of inquiry. For wherefore, when cleansing him by will and word, did he add also the touch of his hand? It seems to me, for no other end, but that he might signify by this also, that he is not subject to the law, but is set over it, and that to the clean henceforth nothing is unclean. For this cause we see Elisha did not so much as see Naaman, but though he perceived that he was offended at his not coming out and touching him, observing the strictness of the law, he abides at home, and sends him to Jordan to wash. Whereas the Lord, to signify that he heals not as a servant, but as absolute master, doth also touch. For his hand became not unclean from the leprosy, but the leprous body was rendered clean by his holy hand. Because, as we know, he came not to heal bodies only, but also to lead the soul unto self-command. As therefore he from that time forward no more forbade to eat with unwashen hands, introducing that excellent law, which relates to the indifference of meats. Just so in this case also, to instruct us for the future, that the soul must be our care. That leaving the outward purifications, we must wipe that clean, and dread the leprosy thereof alone, which is sin. For to be a leper is no hindrance to virtue. He himself first touches the leper, and no man finds fault. For the tribunal was not corrupt, neither were the spectators under the power of envy. Therefore, so far from blaming, they were on the contrary astonished at the miracle, and yielded thereto. And both for what he said, and for what he did, they adored his uncontrollable power. Having therefore healed his body, he bids him, Tell no man, but show himself to the priest, and offer the gift that Moses commanded, for a testimony unto them. Now some say that for this intent he bade him tell no man, that they might practice no craft about the discerning of his cure, a very foolish suspicion on their part. For he did not so cleanse as to leave the cleansing questionable. But he bids him tell no man, teaching us to avoid boasting and vainglory. And yet he well knew that the other would not obey, but would proclaim his benefactor. Nevertheless, he doth his own part. How then elsewhere doth he bid them tell of it? One may ask. Not as jostling with or opposing himself, but as teaching men to be grateful. For neither in that place did he give command to proclaim himself, but to give glory to God. By this leper training us to be clear of pride and vainglory, by the other to be thankful and grateful, and instructing on every occasion to offer to the Lord the praise of all things that befall us. That is, because men for the most part remember God in sickness, but grow slacker after recovery. He bids them continually both in sickness and in health to give heed to the Lord in these words, Give glory to God. But wherefore did he command him also to show himself to the priest, and to offer a gift? To fulfill the law here again. For neither did he in every instance set it aside, nor in every instance keep it, but sometimes he did the one, sometimes the other, by the one making way for the high rule of life that was to come, by the other checking for a while the insolent speech of the Jews, and condescending to their infirmity. And why marvel, if just at the beginning he himself did this, when even the very apostles, after they were commanded to depart unto the Gentiles, after the doors were opened for their teaching throughout the world, and the law shut up, and the commandments made new, and all the ancient things had ceased, are found sometimes observing the law, sometimes neglecting it. But what, it may be said, doth this saying, Show thyself to the priest, contribute to the keeping of the law? No little, because it was an ancient law, that the leper when cleansed should not entrust to himself the judgment of his cleansing, but should show himself to the priest, and present the demonstration thereof to his eyes, and by that sentence be numbered amongst the clean. For if the priest said not, The leper is cleansed, he remained still with the unclean without the camp. Wherefore he saith, Show thyself to the priest, and offer the gift that Moses commanded. He said not, Which I command, but for a time remits him to the law, by every means stopping their mouths. Thus, lest they should say, He had seized upon the priest's honour, though he performed the work himself. Yet the approving it he entrusted to them, and made them sit as judges of his own miracles. Why, I am so far, he saith, from striving either with Moses or with the priest, that I guide the objects of my favour to submit themselves unto them. But what is for a testimony unto them? For reproof, for demonstration, for accusation, if they be unthankful. For since they said, As a deceiver and impostor we persecute him, as an adversary of God, and a transgressor of the law. Thou shalt bear me witness, saith he, at that time, that I am not a transgressor of the law. Nay, for having healed thee, I remit thee to the law, and to the approval of the priest, which was the act of one honouring the law, and admiring Moses, and not setting himself in opposition to the ancient doctrines. And if they were not in fact to be the better, hereby most of all one may perceive his respect for the law, that although he foreknew they would reap no benefit, he fulfilled all his part. For this very thing he did indeed foreknow, and foretold it, not saying, for their correction, neither for their instruction, but for a testimony unto them, that is, for accusation, and for reproof, and for a witness that all hath been done on my part. And though I foreknew they would continue incorrigible, not even so did I omit what ought to be done. Only they continued keeping up to the end their own wickedness. This we may observe he saith elsewhere also, This gospel shall be preached in all the world for a testimony to all the nations, and then shall the end come. To the nations, to them that obey not, to them that believe not. Thus, lest any one should say, And wherefore preach to all, if all are not to believe? It is that I may be found to have done all my own part, and that no man may hereafter be able to find fault, as though he had not heard. For the very preaching shall bear witness against them, and they will not be able hereafter to say, We heard not. For the word of godliness hath gone out unto the ends of the world. Therefore, bearing these things in mind, let us also fulfill all our duties to our neighbor, and to God let us give thanks continually. For it is too monstrous, enjoying as we do his bounty indeed every day, not so much as in word to acknowledge the favour. And this, though the acknowledgment again yield all its profit to us, since he needs not, be sure, anything of ours, but we stand in need of all things from him. Thus thanksgiving itself adds nothing to him, but causes us to be nearer to him. For if men's bounties, when we call them to memory, do the more warm us with their proper love charm, much more when we are continually bringing to mind the noble acts of our Lord towards us, shall we be more diligent in regard of his commandments. For this cause Paul also said, Be ye thankful. For the best preservative of any benefit is the remembrance of the benefit, and a continual thanksgiving. For this cause, even the awesome mysteries, so full of that great salvation, which are celebrated at every communion, are called a sacrifice of thanksgiving, because they are the commemoration of many benefits, and they signify the very sum of God's care for us, and by all means they work upon us to be thankful. For if his being born of a virgin was a great miracle, and the evangelist said in amaze, Now all this was done, his being also slain, what place shall we find for that? Tell me. I mean, if to be born is called all this, to be crucified, and to pour forth his blood, and to give himself to us for a spiritual feast and banquet, what can that be called? Let us therefore give him thanks continually, and let this precede both our words and our works. But let us be thankful not for our own blessings alone, but also for those of others. For in this way we shall be able both to destroy our envy and to rivet our charity, and make it more genuine. Since it will not even be possible for thee to go on envying them, in behalf of whom thou givest thanks to the Lord. Wherefore, as you know, the priest also enjoins to give thanks for the world, for the former things, for the things that are now, for what hath been done to us before, for what shall befall us hereafter, when that sacrifice is set forth. For this is the thing both to free us from earth, and to remove us into heaven, and to make us angels instead of men, because they too form a choir, and give thanks to God for his good things bestowed on us, saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, good will towards men. And what is this to us, that are not upon earth, nor are men? Nay, it is very much to us, for we have been taught so to love our fellow servants, as even to account their blessings ours. Wherefore Paul also, everywhere in his epistles, give thanks for God's gracious acts to the world. Let us too therefore continually give thanks for our own blessings and for those of others, alike for the small and for the great. For though the gift be small, it is made great by being God's gift. Or rather, there is nothing small that cometh from him, not only because it is bestowed by him, but also in its very nature. And to pass over all the rest, which exceed the sand in multitude, what is equal to the dispensation that hath taken place for our sake? In that what was more precious to him than all, even his only begotten Son, him he gave for us, his enemies, and not only gave, but after giving, did even set him before us as food, himself doing all things that were for our good, both in giving him and in making us thankful for all this. For because man is for the most part unthankful, he doth himself everywhere take in hand and bring about what is for our good. And what he did with respect to the Jews, by places and times and feasts, reminding them of his benefits, that he did in this case also, by the manner of the sacrifice, bringing us to a perpetual remembrance of his bounty in these things. No one hath so labored that we should be approved, and great, and in all things right-minded, as the God who made us. Wherefore both against our will he befriends us often, and without our knowledge oftener than not. And if thou marvel at what I have said, I point to this as having occurred not to any ordinary person, but to the blessed Paul. For even that blessed man, when in much danger and affliction, often besought God that the temptations might depart from him. Nevertheless, God regarded not his request, but his profit, and to signify this he said, My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. So that before he hath told him the reason, he benefits him against his will, and without his knowing it. Now what great thing doth he ask, in requiring us to be thankful in return for such tender care? Let us then obey, and everywhere keep up this. Since neither were the Jews by anything ruined so much as by being unthankful. Those many stripes, one after another, were brought upon them by nothing else than this. Or rather, even before those stripes, this had ruined and corrupted their soul. For the hope of the unthankful, saith one, is like the winter's hoar frost. It benumbs and deadens the soul, as that doth our bodies. And this springs from pride, and from thinking oneself worthy of something. But the contrite will acknowledge grounds of thanksgiving to God, not for good things only, but also for what seems to be adverse, and how much soever he may suffer, will count none of his sufferings undeserved. Let us then also, the more we advance in virtue, so much the more make ourselves contrite. For indeed this, more than anything else, is virtue. Because as the sharper our sight is, the more thoroughly do we learn how distant we are from the sky. So the more we advance in virtue, so much the more are we instructed in the difference between God and us. And this is no small part of true wisdom, to be able to perceive our own desert. For he best knows himself, who accounts himself to be nothing. Thus we see that both David and Abraham, when they were come up to the highest pitch of virtue, then best fulfilled this, and would call themselves, the one, earth and ashes, the other, a worm. And all the saints too, like these, acknowledged their own wretchedness. So that he surely who is lifted up in boasting is the very person to be most ignorant of himself. Wherefore also in our common practice we are wont to say of the proud, he knows not himself, he is ignorant of himself. And he that knows not himself, whom will he know? For as he that knows himself will know all things, so he who knows not this, neither will he know the rest. Such an one was he that saith, I will exalt my throne above the heavens, and did not account himself to be worthy so much as of the title of the apostles, after so many and so great deeds of goodness. Him therefore let us emulate and follow, and we shall follow him, if we rid ourselves of earth, and of things on earth. For nothing makes a man to be so ignorant of himself as the being riveted to worldly concerns, nor does anything again so much cause men to be riveted to worldly concerns as ignorance of oneself, for these things depend upon each other. I mean that as he that is fond of outward glory and highly esteems the things present, if he strive for ever, is not permitted to understand himself. So he that overlooks these things will easily know himself, and having come to the knowledge of himself, he will proceed in order to all the other parts of virtue. In order, therefore, that we may learn this good knowledge, let us, disengaged from all the perishable things that kindle in us a great flame, and made aware of their vileness, show forth all lowliness of mind and self-restraint, that we may attain unto blessings both present and future, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom be glory, might, and honor, to the Father, together with the Holy and good Spirit, now and ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 25. Homily 26, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 26, Matthew 8, 5 through 13. And when he was entered into Capernaum, there came unto him a centurion, beseeching him and saying, Lord, my servant lieth at home, sick of the palsy, grievously tormented. The leper came unto him when he was come down from the mountain. But this centurion, when he was entered into Capernaum, wherefore then did neither the one nor the other go up into the mountain? Not out of remissness, for indeed the faith of them both was fervent, but in order not to interrupt his teaching. But having come unto him, he saith, My servant lieth at home, sick of the palsy, grievously tormented. Now some say that by way of excuse he mentioned also the cause, why he had not brought him. For neither was it possible, saith he, paralyzed as he was, and tormented, and at his last gasp, to lift and convey him. For that he was at the point of expiring, Luke saith, he was even ready to die. But I say, this is a sign of his having great faith, even much greater than theirs who let one down through the roof. For because he knew for certain that even a mere command was enough for the raising up of the patient, he thought it superfluous to bring him. What then doth Jesus? What he had in no case done before, here he doeth. For whereas on every occasion he was used to follow the wish of his supplicants, here he rather springs toward it, and offers not only to heal him, but also to come to the house. And this he doth, that we might learn the virtue of the centurion. For if he had not made this offer, but had said, Go thy way, let thy servant be healed, we should have known none of these things. This at least he did in an opposite way, in the case also of the Phoenician woman. For here, when not summoned to the house, Of his own accord he saith he will come, that thou mightest learn the centurion's faith and great humility. But in the case of the Phoenician woman, he both refuses the grant and drives her, persevering therein, to great perplexity. For being a wise physician and full of resources, he knows how to bring about contraries the one by the other. And as here by his freely offered coming, so there by his peremptory putting off and denial, he unfolds the woman's faith. So likewise he doth in Abraham's case, saying, I will by no means hide from Abraham my servant, to make thee know that man's kindly affection and his care for Sodom. And in the instance of Lot, they that were sent refused to enter into his house, to make thee know the greatness of that righteous man's hospitality. What then saith the centurion? I am not worthy that thou shouldest come under my roof. Let us hearken, as many as are to receive Christ, for it is possible to receive him even now. Let us hearken and emulate and receive him with as great zeal. For indeed, when thou receivest a poor man who was hungry and naked, thou hast received and cherished him. But say in a word only, and my servant shall be healed. See this man also, how, like the leper, he hath the right opinion touching him. For neither did this one say, entreat, nor did he say, pray and beseech, but command only. And then from fear lest out of modesty he refuse, he saith, For I also am a man under authority, having under me soldiers. And I say to this man, Go, and he goeth, and to another, Come, and he cometh, and to my servant, Do this, and he doeth it. What of that, saith one, if the centurion did suspect it to be so? For the question is, whether Christ affirmed and ratified as much. Thou speakest well and very sensibly. Let us then look to this very thing, and we shall find what happened in the case of the leper, the same happening here likewise. For even as the leper said, If thou wilt, and not from the leper only are we positive about his authority, but also from the voice of Christ, in that, so far from putting an end to the suspicion, he did even confirm it more, by adding what were else superfluous to say, in the phrase, I will, be thou cleansed, in order to establish that man's doctrine. So here too, it is right to see whether any such thing occurred. In fact, we shall find the same thing again taking place. For when the centurion had spoken such words, and had testified his so great prerogative, so far from blaming, he did even approve it, and did somewhat more than approve it. For neither hath the evangelist said that he praised the saying only, but declaring a certain earnestness in his praise, that he even marveled, and neither did he simply marvel, but in the presence also of the whole people, and set him as an example to the rest, that they should emulate him. Seest thou how each of them that bore witness of his authority is marvelled at? And the multitudes were astonished at his doctrine, because he taught as one having authority. And so far from blaming them, he both took them with him when he came down, and by his words of cleansing to the leper confirmed their judgment. Again that leper said, If thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. And so far from rebuking, he on the contrary cleansed him by such treatment as he had said. Again this centurion saith, Speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed. And marvelling at him, he said, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. Now to convince thee of this by the opposite also. Martha having said nothing of this sort, but on the contrary, Whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, he will give thee. So far from being praised, although an acquaintance and dear to him, and one of them that had shown great zeal toward him, she was rather rebuked and corrected by him, as not having spoken well. And then he said to her, Said I not unto thee, that if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God? Blaming her, as though she did not even yet believe. And again, because she had said, Whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, he will give thee, to lead her away from such a surmise, and to teach her that he needs not to receive from another, but is himself the fountain of all good things, he saith, I am the resurrection and the life. That is to say, I wait not to receive active power, but work all of myself. Wherefore at the centurion he both marvels, and prefers him to all the people, and honours him with the gift of the kingdom, and provokes the rest to the same zeal. And to show thee that for this end he spake so, namely, for the instructing of the rest to believe in like manner, listen to the exactness of the evangelist, how he hath intimated it. For Jesus, saith he, turned him about, and said to them that followed him, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. It follows that to have high imaginations concerning him, this especially is of faith, and tends to procure the kingdom and his other blessings. For neither did his praise reach to words only, but he both restored the sick man whole in recompense of his faith, and weaves for him a glorious crown, and promises great gifts, saying on this wise, Many shall come from the east and west, and shall sit down at the bosoms of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, but the children of the kingdom shall be cast out. Thus, since he had shown many miracles, he proceeds to talk with them more unreservedly. Then, that no one might suppose his words to come of flattery, but that all might be aware that such was the mind of the centurion, he saith, Go thy way, as thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee. And straightway the work followed, bearing witness to his character. For the question is, whether each of them has set before us the zealousness of the man, and his having had the right opinion concerning Christ. But it is likely that after sending his friends, he himself also came and said these things. And if Luke did not speak of the one, no more did Matthew of the other. And this is not the part of men disagreeing amongst themselves, but rather of those that are filling up the things omitted by one another. But see by another thing also how Luke hath proclaimed his faith, saying that his servant was ready to die. Nevertheless, not even this cast him into despondency, neither did it cause him to give up, but even so he trusted that he should prevail. And if Matthew affirm Christ to have said, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel, and hereby to show clearly that he was not an Israelite, while Luke saith, He built our synagogue, neither is this a contradiction. For it was possible for one, even though not a Jew, both to build the synagogue and to love the nation. But do not thou, I pray thee, merely inquire what was said by him, but add thereto his rank also, and then thou wilt see the man's excellency. Because in truth great is the pride of them that are in places of command, and not even in afflictions do they take lower ground. He, for example, who is set down in John, is for dragging him unto his house, and saith, Come down, for my child is ready to die. But not so this man, rather he is far superior both to him and to those who let down the bed through the roof. For he seeks not for his bodily presence, neither did he bring the sick man near the physician, a thing which implied no mean imaginations concerning him, but rather a suspicion of his divine dignity. And he saith, Speak the word only. And at the beginning he saith not even, Speak the word, but only describe his affliction. For neither did he, of great humility, expect that Christ would straightway consent and inquire for his house. Therefore, when he heard him say, I will come and heal him, then, not before he saith, Speak the word. Nor yet did the suffering confound him, but still under calamity he reasons coolly, not looking so much to the health of the servant, as to the avoiding all appearance of doing anything irreverent. And yet it was not he that pressed it, but Christ that offered it. Nevertheless, even so, he feared, lest perchance he should be thought to be going beyond his own deservings, and to be drawing upon himself a thing above his strength. Seest thou his wisdom? Mark the folly of the Jews in saying, He was worthy for whom he should do the favor. For when they should have taken refuge in the love of Jesus towards men, they rather allege this man's worthiness, and know not so much as on what ground to allege it. But not so he, but he affirmed himself even in the utmost degree unworthy, not only of the benefit, but even of receiving the Lord in his house. Wherefore even when he said, My servant lieth sick, he did not add, Speak, for fear lest he should be unworthy to obtain the gift, but he merely made known his affliction. And when he saw Christ zealous in his turn, not even so did he spring forward, but still continues to keep to the end his own proper measure. And if any one should say, Wherefore did not Christ honor him in return? We would say this, that he did make return to him in honor, and that exceedingly. First, by bringing out his mind, which thing chiefly appeared by his not coming to his house. And in the second place, by introducing him into his kingdom, and preferring him to the whole Jewish nation. For because he made himself out unworthy even to receive Christ into his house, he became worthy both of a kingdom and of attaining unto those good things which Abraham enjoyed. But wherefore, one may say, was not the leper commended, who showed forth things greater than these? For he did not so much as say, Speak the word, but what was far more, Be willing only, which is what the prophet saith concerning the Father. He hath done whatsoever he pleased. But he also was commended. For when he said, Offer the gift that Moses commanded for a testimony unto them, he means nothing else but, Thou shalt be an accuser of them, in that thou didst believe. And besides, it was not the same for one that was a Jew to believe, and for one from without that nation. For that the centurion was not a Jew is evident, both from his being a centurion, and from its being said, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. And it was a very great thing for a man who was out of the list of the Jewish people to admit so great a thought. For he did no less than imagine to himself, as it seems to me, the armies in heaven, or that the diseases and death and everything else were so subject to him, as his soldiers to himself. Wherefore he said likewise, For I also am a man set under authority, that is, Thou art God, and I man. I under authority, but thou not under authority. If I therefore, being a man and under authority, can do so much, far more he, both is God and is not under authority. Thus with the strongest expression he desires to convince him that he saith this as one giving not a similar example, but one far exceeding. For if I, said he, being equal in honour to them whom I command, and under authority, yet by reason of the trifling superiority of my rank am able to do such great things, and no man contradicts me, but what I command, that is done, though the injunctions be various. For I say to this man, Go, and he goeth, and to another, Come, and he cometh. Much more wilt thou thyself be able. And some actually read the place in this way. For if I, being a man, and having inserted a stop, they add, having soldiers under authority under me. But mark thou, I pray thee, how he signified that Christ is able both to overcome even death as a slave, and to command it as its master. For in saying, Come, and he cometh, and Go, and he goeth, he expresses this: If thou shouldest command his end not to come upon him, it will not come. Seest thou how believing he was? For that which was afterwards to be manifest to all, here is one who already hath made it evident, that he hath power both of death and of life, and leadeth down to the gates of hell, and bringeth up again. Nor is he speaking of soldiers only, but also of slaves, which related to a more entire obedience. But nevertheless, though having such great faith, he still accounted himself to be unworthy. Christ, however, signifying that he was worthy to have him enter into his house, did much greater things, marvelling at him, and proclaiming him, and giving more than he had asked. For he came indeed seeking for his servant health of body, but went away, having received a kingdom. Seest thou how the saying had been already fulfilled, Seek ye the kingdom of heaven, and all these things shall be added unto you. For because he evinced great faith and lowliness of mind, he both gave him heaven, and added unto him health. And not by this alone did he honour him, but also by signifying upon those casting out he is brought in. For now from this time forth he proceeds to make known to all, that salvation is by faith, not by works of the law. And this is why not to Jews only, but to Gentiles also the gifts so given shall be proffered, and to the latter rather than to the former. For think not, saith he, by any means, that so it hath come to pass in regard of this man alone. Nay, so it shall be in regard of the whole world. And this he said, prophesying of the Gentiles, and suggesting to them good hopes. For in fact there were some following him from Galilee of the Gentiles. And this he said on the one hand, not letting the Gentiles despair, on the other, putting down the proud spirits of the Jews. But that his saying might not affront the hearers, nor afford them any handle, he neither brings forward prominently what he hath to say of the Gentiles, but upon occasion taken from the centurion. Nor doth he use nakedly the term Gentiles, not saying many of the Gentiles, but many from east and west, which was the language of one pointing out the Gentiles, but did not so much affront the hearers, because his meaning was under a shadow. Neither in this way only doth he soften the apparent novelty of his doctrine, but also by speaking of Abraham's bosom instead of the kingdom. For neither was that term familiar to them. Moreover, the introduction of Abraham would be a sharper sting to them. Wherefore John also spake nothing at first concerning hell, but what was most apt to grieve them, he saith, Think not to say, We are children of Abraham. He is providing for another point also, not to seem in any sense opposed to the ancient polity. For he that admires the patriarchs, and speaks of their bosom as an inheritance of blessings, doth much more than sufficiently remove also this suspicion. Let no man therefore suppose that the threat is one only, for both the punishment of the one and the joy of the other is double. Of the one, not only that they fell away, but that they fell away from their own. Of the other, not only that they attained, but that they attained what they had no expectation of. And there is a third together with these, that the one received what pertained to the other. And he calls them children of the kingdom, for whom the kingdom had been prepared, which also more than all was apt to gall them, and that having pointed to them as being in their bosom by his offer and promise, after all he puts them out. Then, because what he had said was mere affirmation, he confirms it by the miracle, as indeed he shows the miracles in their turn, by the subsequent accomplishment of the prediction. He accordingly, who disbelieves the health which the servant then received, let him from the prophecy, which hath this day come to pass, believe that other also. For so that prophecy again, even before the event, was made manifest to all by the sign which then took place. To this end you see, having first uttered that prediction, then and not before he raised up the sick of the palsy, that he might make the future credible by the present, and the less by the greater. Since for virtuous men to enjoy his good things, for the contrary sort to undergo his penalties, were nothing improbable, but a reasonable event, and according to the tenor of laws. But to brace up the feeble, and to raise the dead, was something beyond nature. But nevertheless, unto this great and marvellous work the centurion too contributed no little, which thing we see Christ also declared, saying, Go thy way, and as thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee. Seest thou how the health of the servant proclaimed aloud both Christ's power and the faith of the centurion, and also became a pledge of the future? Or rather it was all a proclamation of Christ's power. For not only did he quite heal the servant's body, but the soul also of the centurion he did himself bring over unto the faith by his miracles. And do thou look not to this only, that the one believed, and the other was healed, but marvel how quickly also. For this too the evangelist declared, saying, And his servant was healed in the selfsame hour. Even as of the leper also he said, He was straightway cleansed. For not by healing, but by doing so both in a wonderful manner and in a moment of time, did he display his power. Neither in this way only doth he profit us, but also by his constant practice, in the manifestation of his miracles, of opening incidentally his discourses about his kingdom, and of drawing all men towards it. For those even whom he was threatening to cast out, he threatened not in order to cast them out, but in order that through such fear he might draw them into it by his words. For if not even hereby they were profited, theirs is the whole blame, as also of all who are in the like distemper. For not at all among Jews only may one see this taking place, but also among them that have believed. For Judas too was a child of the kingdom, and it was said to him with the disciples, Ye shall sit on 12 thrones. Yet he became a child of hell. Whereas the Ethiopian, barbarian as he was, and of them from the east and west, shall enjoy the crowns with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. This takes place among us also now. For many, saith he, that are first shall be last, and the last first. And this he saith, that neither the one may grow languid, as unable to return, nor the others be confident, as standing fast. This John also declared before from the beginning, when he said, God is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham. Thus, since it was so to come to pass, it is proclaimed long before, that no one may be confounded at the strangeness of the event. But he indeed speaks of it as a possible thing, for he was first. Christ, on the other hand, is what will surely be, affording the proof of it from his works. Let us not then be confident who stand, but let us say to ourselves, let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall. Neither let us who are fallen despair, but let us say to ourselves, he that falleth, doth he not arise? For many even who have mounted to the very summit of heaven, and have shown forth all austerity, and had made their abode in the deserts, nor saw any woman so much as in a dream, having become a little remiss, have been tripped up, and have come under the very gulf of wickedness. While others again from thence have gone up to heaven, and from the stage and orchestra have passed over unto the discipline of angels, and have displayed so great virtue as to drive away devils, and to work many other such miracles. And of these examples both the Scriptures are full, and our life is also full. Even whoremongers and effeminate persons stop the mouths of the Manichaeans, who say that wickedness is immovable, enrolling themselves on the devil's side, and weakening the hands of them that would wish to be earnest, and overturning all our life. For they who inculcate these things not only injure men as to the future, but here also turn all things upside down, for their own part at least. Because when will any regard virtue from among those that are living in wickedness, so long as he accounts his return that way, and his change for the better a thing impossible? For if now, when both laws exist, and penalties are threatened, and there is common opinion to recall the ordinary sword, and hell is looked for, and a kingdom promised, and wrong things reproached, and the good praised, hardly do any choose the labours that are to be undergone for virtue's sake. Shouldest thou take away all these things, what is there to hinder ruin and corruption universal? Knowing therefore the devil's craft, and that as well the lawgivers of the Gentiles as the oracles of God, and the reasonings of nature, and the common opinion of all men, yea, barbarians, and Scythians, and Thracians, and generally all, are directly opposed both to these, and to such as strive to enact the doctrines of fate. Let us be sober, beloved, and bidding farewell to all those, let us travel along the narrow way, being both confident and in fear because of the precipices on either side, confident because of Jesus our guide. Let us travel on, sober and wakeful, for though but for a little while one slumber, he is swept away quickly. For we are not more perfect than David, who by a little carelessness was hurled into the very gulf of sin. Yet he rose again quickly. Look not then to his having sinned only, but also to his having washed away his sin. For to this end he wrote that history, not that thou shouldest behold him fallen, but admire him risen, to teach thee, when thou art fallen, how thou shouldest arise. Thus, as physicians choose out of the most grievous diseases, and write them in their books, and teach their method of cure in similar cases, if so be men having practised on the greater may easily master the less, even so God likewise has brought forward the greatest of sins, that they also who offend in small things may find the cure of these easy, by means of the other. Since if those admitted of healing, much more the less. Let us look then to the manner both of the sickness and of the speedy recovery of that blessed man. What then was the manner of his sickness? He committed adultery and murder. For I shrink not from proclaiming these things with a loud voice, since if the Holy Ghost thought it no shame to record all this history, much less ought we to draw any shade over it. Wherefore I not only proclaim it, but I add another circumstance also. For in fact, whosoever hide these things, they most of all men throw his virtue into the shade. And as they that say nothing of the battle with Goliath deprive him of no small crowns, so also they that hurry by this history. Doth not my saying seem a paradox? Nay, wait a little, and then ye shall know that with reason have we said this. For to this end do I magnify the sin, and make my statement stranger, that I may the more abundantly provide the medicines. What is it then which I add? The man's virtue, which makes the fault also greater. For all things are not judged alike in all men. For mighty men, it is said, shall be mightily tormented. And he that knew his Lord's will, and doeth it not, shall be beaten with many stripes. So that more knowledge is a ground of more punishment. For this same reason the priest, if he commits the same sin as those under government, shall not have the same to endure, but things far more grievous. Perhaps, seeing the charge against him amplified, ye tremble in fear, and marvel at me, as though I were going down a precipice. But I am so confident on that righteous man's behalf, that I will proceed even farther. For the more I aggravate the charge, so much the more shall I be able to show forth the praise of David. And what more than this, you will say, can be uttered? Abundantly more. For as in the case of Cain, what was done was not a murder only, but worse than even many murders. For it was not a stranger, but a brother whom he slew, and a brother who had not done but suffered wrong, not after many murderers, but having first originated the horrid crime. So here too that which was perpetrated was not murder only. For it was no ordinary man that did it, but a prophet. And he slays not him that had done wrong, but him that had suffered wrong. For indeed he had been mortally wronged by the forcing away his wife. Nevertheless, after that he added this also. Perceive ye how I have not spared that righteous one, how without any the least reserve I have mentioned his offences? But yet so confident am I concerning his defence, that after so great load as this of his sin, I would there were present both the Manichaeans who most deride all this, and they that are diseased in the Martian way, that I might fully stop their mouths. For they indeed say he committed murder and adultery. But I say not this only, but have also proved the murder to be twofold, first from him who suffered the wrong, then from the quality of the person who offended. For it is not the same thing for one to whom the Spirit was vouchsafed, and on whom so great benefits had been conferred, and who had been admitted to such freedom of speech, and at such a time of life, to venture on crimes of that sort, as without all these to commit the selfsame thing. Nevertheless, even in this respect is that illustrious man most of all worthy of admiration, that when he had fallen into the very pit of wickedness, he did not sink nor despair, nor cast himself down in supineness on receiving of the devil so fatal a wound, but quickly, or rather straightway, and with great force, he gave a more fatal blow than he had received. And the same thing occurred, as if in war and in battle some barbarian had struck his spear into the heart of a chieftain, or shot an arrow into his liver, and had added to the former wound a second more fatal than it. And he that had received these grievous blows when fallen, and wallowing in much blood all about him, were first to rise up quickly, then to hurl a spear at him that wounded him, and exhibit him dead on the ground in a moment. Even so in this case also. The greater thou declarest the wound, so much the more admirable dost thou imply the soul of him that was wounded to be, that he had power after this grievous wound, both to rise up again, and to stand in the very forefront of the battle array, and bear down him that had wounded him. And how great a thing this is, they best know, whosoever are fallen into grievous sins. For it is not so much a proof of a generous and vigorous soul to walk upright, and to run all the way, for such a soul hath the good hope going along with it, to cheer and to rouse it, to nerve and render it more zealous, as after those innumerable crowns, and so many trophies and victories, having undergone the utmost loss, to be able to resume the same course. And that what I say may be made plain, I will endeavour to bring before you another example, not at all inferior to the former. For imagine, I pray thee, some pilot, when he had compassed seas without number, and sailed over the whole ocean, after those many storms, and rocks, and waves, to sink, having with him a great freight, in the very mouth of the harbour, and hardly with his naked body to escape this grievous shipwreck. How would he naturally feel towards the sea, and navigation, and such labours? Will such a one then ever choose, unless he be of a very noble soul, to see a beach, or a vessel, or a harbour? I trow not. But he will lie hiding his face, seeing night all through the day, and shrinking from all things. And he will choose rather to live by begging, than to put his hand to the same labours. But not such was this blessed man. But though he had undergone such a shipwreck, after those innumerable troubles and toils, he stayed not with his face covered, but launched his vessel, and having spread his sails, and taken the rudder in hand, he applies himself to the same labours, and hath made his wealth more abundant again. Now if to stand be so admirable, and not to lie down for ever after one has fallen, to rise up again, and to do such deeds, what crowns would not this deserve? And yet surely there were many things to drive him to despair. Is first, the greatness of his sins. Secondly, that not at the beginning of life, when our hopes also are more abundant, but near the end these things befell him. For neither doth the merchant, who hath just gone out of the harbour and been wrecked, grieve equally with him who after very many traffickings strikes on a rock. Thirdly, that when he had already obtained great wealth he incurred this. Yea, for by that time he had stored up no small merchandise. For instance, the deeds of his early youth, when he was a shepherd. Those about Goliath, when he set up the glorious trophy. Those pertaining to his self-command respecting Saul. Since he showed forth even the evangelical long-suffering, and that he got his enemy 10,000 times into his hands, and continually spared him, and chose rather to be an outcast from his country, and from liberty, and from life itself, than to slay him that was unjustly plotting against him. Likewise, after his coming to the kingdom, there were noble deeds of his to no small amount. And besides what I have said, his credit also among the many, and his fall from glory so bright, would cause no ordinary perplexity. For the purple did by no means so much adorn him, as the stain of his sin disgraced him. And ye know of course what a great thing it is for evil deeds to be exposed, and how great a soul is required in such a one, not to despond after the censure of the multitude, and when he had so many witnesses of his own offences. Nevertheless, all these darts that noble person drew out of his soul, and so shone forth after this, so wiped out the stain, became so pure, that his offspring even after his death had their sins mitigated by him. And that which was said of Abraham, we find God saying the same of this man also, or rather much more of the latter. For with respect to the patriarch it is said, I remembered my covenant with Abraham. But here he saith not the covenant, but how? I will defend this city for my servant David's sake. And besides, on account of his favor towards him, he suffered not Solomon to fall from the kingdom, great as the sin was which he had committed. And so great was the glory of the man, that Peter, so many years after, in exhorting the Jews, spake on this wise, Let me freely speak unto you of the patriarch David, that he is both dead and buried. And Christ too, discoursing with the Jews, signifies him after his sin to have had the Spirit vouchsafed to such a degree, that he was counted worthy to prophesy again, even concerning his Godhead. And thereby stopping their mouths, he said, How then doth David in spirit call him Lord, saying, The Lord said unto my Lord, Sit thou on my right hand. And much as with Moses, so it fell out also with David. For as Miriam, even against Moses' will, was punished by God for insolence to her brother, because he greatly loved the holy man, even so this man, injuriously treated by his son, God did swiftly avenge, and that against his will. These things then are sufficient, yea rather before all others these are sufficient to indicate the man's excellency. For when God pronounces his judgment, we ought to inquire no further. But if ye would become particularly acquainted with his self-command, ye may by perusing his history after his sin, perceive his confidence towards God, his benevolence, his growth in virtue, his strictness unto his last breath. Having then these examples, let us be sober, and let us strive not to despond, and if at any time we fall, not to lie prostrate. For not to cast you into slothfulness did I speak of the sins of David, but to work in you more fear. For if that righteous man through a little remissness receive such wounds, what shall we have to suffer, who are every day negligent? Do not therefore look at his fall and be remiss, but consider what great things he did even after this, what great mournings, how much repentance he showed forth, adding his nights to his days, pouring forth fountains of tears, washing his couch with his tears, withal clothing himself in sackcloth. Now if he needed so great a conversion, when will it be possible for us to be saved, feeling insensible after so many sins? For he that hath many good deeds would easily even by this throw a shade over his sins. But he that is unarmed, wherever he may receive a dart, receives a mortal wound. In order therefore that this may not be so, let us arm ourselves with good works. And if any offense have befallen us, let us wash it away, that we may be counted worthy, after having lived the present life to the glory of God, to enjoy the life to come, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 26. Homily 27, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 27, Matthew 8, 14 through 22. And when Jesus was come into Peter's house, he saw his wife's mother laid and sick of a fever. And he touched her hand, and the fever left her, and she arose and ministered unto him. But Mark adds also, immediately, meaning to declare the time as well. But this evangelist hath set down only the miracle, without signifying besides the time. And whereas the others say that she that lay ill did also entreat him, this too he hath passed over in silence. But this comes not of any dissonance, but the one of brevity, the other of exact narrative. But for what intent did he go into Peter's house? As it seems to me, to take food. This at least is declared when it is said, She arose and ministered unto him. For he used to visit his disciples, as Matthew likewise, when he had called him, so honoring them and making them more zealous. But do thou mark, I pray thee, herein also Peter's reverence towards him. For though he had his wife's mother at home lying ill, and very sick of a fever, he drew him not into his house, but waited first for the teaching to be finished, then for all the others to be healed. And then, when he had come in, besought him. Thus from the beginning was he instructed to prefer the things of all others to his own. Therefore neither doth he himself bring him in, but he entered of his own accord, after the centurion had said, I am not worthy that thou shouldest come under my roof, to show how much favor he bestowed on his disciple. And yet consider of what sort were the houses of these fishermen. But for all that, he disdained not to enter into their mean huts, teaching thee by all means to trample under foot human pride. And sometimes he heals by words only. Sometimes he even stretches forth his hand. Sometimes he doeth both these things, to bring into sight his way of healing. For it was not his will always to work miracles in the more surpassing manner, it being needful for him to be concealed a while, and especially as concerned his disciples, since they out of their great delight would have proclaimed everything. And this was evident from the fact that even after coming to the mount, it was needful to charge them that they should tell no man. Having therefore touched her body, he not only quenched the fever, but also gave her back perfect health. Thus, the disease being an ordinary one, he displayed his power by the manner of healing, a thing which no physician's art could have wrought. For ye know that even after the departing of fevers, the patients yet need much time to return to their former health. But then all took place at once. And not in this case only, but also in that of the sea. For neither there did he quiet the winds only and the storm, but he also stayed at once the swelling of the waves. And this also was a strange thing. For even if the tempest should cease, the waves continued to swell for a long time. But with Christ it was not so, but all at once was ended. And so it befell this woman also. Wherefore also the evangelist, to declare this, said, She arose and ministered unto him, which was a sign both of Christ's power and of the disposition of the woman, which she showed towards Christ. And another thing together with these we may hence observe, that Christ grants the healing of some to the faith even of others, since in this case too others besought him, as also in the instance of the centurion's servant. And this grant he makes, when there is no unbelief in him that is to be healed, but either through disease he cannot come unto him, or through ignorance imagines nothing great of him, or because of his immature age. When the even was come, they brought unto him many that were possessed with devils, and he cast out the spirits from them with a word, and healed all that were sick, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet Esaias, that he took our infirmities, and bare our sicknesses. Seest thou the multitude by this time growing in faith? For not even when the time pressed could they endure to depart, nor did they account it unseasonable to bring their sick to him at eventide. But mark, I pray thee, how great a multitude of persons healed the evangelists pass quickly over, not mentioning one by one, and giving us an account of them, but in one word traversing an unspeakable sea of miracles. Then, lest the greatness of the wonder should drive us again to unbelief, that even so great a people and their various diseases should be delivered and healed by him in one moment of time, he brings in the prophet also to bear witness to what is going on, indicating the abundance of the proof we have, in every case, out of the Scriptures, such that from the miracles themselves we have no more. And he saith, that Esaias also spake of these things. He took our infirmities, and bare our sicknesses. He said not, he did them away, but he took and bare them, which seems to me to be spoken rather of sins by the prophet in harmony with John, where he saith, Behold the Lamb of God, that beareth the sin of the world. How then doth the evangelist here apply it to diseases? Either as rehearsing the passage in the historical sense, or to show that most of our diseases arise from sins of the soul. For if the sum of all, death itself, hath its root and foundation from sin, much more the majority of our diseases also, since our very capability of suffering did itself originate there. Now when Jesus saw great multitudes about him, he gave commandment to depart unto the other side. Seest thou again his freedom from ostentation, in that, as the others say, he charged the devils not to say it was he, so this writer saith, he repels the multitudes from him. Now in so doing, he was at once both training us to be moderate, and at the same time allaying the envy of the Jews, and teaching us to do nothing for display. For he was not, we know, a healer to bodies only, but a curer also of the soul, and a teacher of self-restraint, by both disclosing himself, both by putting away their diseases, and by doing naught for display, because they indeed were cleaving unto him, loving him, and marvelling at him, and desiring to look upon him. For who would depart from one who was doing such miracles? Who would not long, were it only to see the face, and the mouth that was uttering such words? For not by any means in working wonders only was he wonderful, but even when merely showing himself, he was full of great grace. And to declare this the prophet said, Fair in beauty beyond the children of men. And if Esaias saith, He hath no form nor comeliness, he affirms it either in comparison with the glory of his Godhead, which surpasses all utterance and description, or is declaring what took place at his passion, and the dishonor which he underwent at the season of the cross, and the mean estate which throughout his life he exemplified in all respects. Further, he did not first give commandment to depart unto the other side, nor until he had healed them. For surely they could not have borne it. As therefore on the mountain they not only continued with him while exhorting them, but also when it was silence followed him. So here too, not in his miracles only did they wait on him, but also when he had ceased again, from his very countenance receiving no small benefit. For if Moses had his face made glorious, and Stephen like that of an angel, consider thou our common Lord, what manner of person it was likely he would appear at such a time. Many now, perchance, have fallen into a passionate desire of seeing that form. But if we are willing, we shall behold one far better than that. For if we can pass through our present life with Christian boldness, we shall receive him in the clouds, meeting him in an immortal and incorruptible body. But observe how he doth not simply drive them away, lest he should hurt them. For he did not say, Withdraw, but gave commandment to depart to the other side, giving them to expect that he would surely come thither. And the multitudes for their part evinced this great love, and were following with much affection. But some one person, a slave of wealth, and possessed with much arrogance, approaches him and saith, Master, I will follow thee whithersoever thou goest. See thou how great his arrogance? For as not deigning to be numbered with the multitude, and indicating that he is above the common sort, so he comes near. Because such is the Jewish character, full of unseasonable confidence. So too another afterwards, when all men were keeping silence, of his own accord springs up and saith, Which is the first commandment? Yet nevertheless the Lord rebuked not his unseasonable confidence, teaching us to bear even with such as these. Therefore he doth not openly convict them who are devising mischief, but replies to their secret thought, leaving it to themselves only to know that they are convicted, and doubly doing them good. First, by showing that he knows what is in their conscience. Next, by granting unto them concealment after this manifestation, and allowing them to recover themselves again, if they will. Which thing he doth in the case of this man also. For he, seeing the many signs, and many drawn after him, thought to make a gain out of such miracles, wherefore also he was forward to follow him. And whence is this manifest? From the answer which Christ makes, meeting not the question as it stands verbally, but the temper shown in its meaning. For what, saith he, dost thou look to gather wealth by following me? Seest thou not then that I have not even a lodging, not even so much as the birds have? For the foxes, saith he, have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. Now these were not the words of one turning himself away, but of one who, while putting to the proof his evil disposition, yet permitted him, if he were willing with such a prospect, to follow him, and to convince thee of his wickedness, when he hath heard these things, and had been proved, he did not say, I am ready to follow thee. And in many other places also Christ is clearly doing this. He doth not openly convict, but by his answer he manifests the purpose of them that are coming unto him. Thus to him again that said, Good Master, and had thought by such flattery to gain his favour, according to his purpose he made answer, saying, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. And when they said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren seek thee, forasmuch as these were under the influence of some human infirmity, not desiring to hear something profitable, but to make a display of their relationship to him, and therein to be vainglorious, hear what he saith, Who is my mother, and who are my brethren? And again to his brethren themselves, saying unto him, Show thyself to the world, and wishing thence to feed their vainglory. He said, Your time, so he speaks, is always ready, but my time is not yet come. And in the opposite cases too he doth so, as in that of Nathanael, saying, Behold an Israelite indeed, in whom there is no guile. And again, Go and show John again those things which ye do hear and see. For neither in this did he reply to the words, but to the intention of him that sent them. And with the people again in like manner, he addresses his discourse unto their conscience, saying, What went ye out into the wilderness to see? That is because they were probably feeling about John as though he had been a sort of easy and wavering person. To correct this their suspicion he saith, What went ye out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken with the wind? Or a man clothed with soft raiment? By both these figures declaring that he was neither of himself a waverer, nor would be softened by any luxury. Thus then in the present case also he makes his answer to their meaning. And see how in this also he shows forth great moderation, and that he did not say, I have it indeed, but despise it, but I have it not. Seest thou what exact care goes along with his condescension? Even as when he eats and drinks, when he seems to be acting in an opposite way to John. This too he doeth for the sake of the Jews' salvation, or rather for that of the whole world, at once both stopping the mouths of the heretics, and desiring to win also more abundantly those of that day to himself. But a certain other one, we read, said unto him, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. Didst thou mark the difference? How one impudently saith, I will follow thee whithersoever thou goest. But this other, although asking a thing of sacred duty, saith, Suffer me. Yet he suffered him not, but saith, Let the dead bury their dead, but do thou follow me. For in every case he had regard to the intention. And wherefore did he not suffer him, one may ask? Because on the one hand, there were those that would fulfill that duty, and the dead was not going to remain unburied. On the other, it was not fit for this man to be taken away from the weightier matters. But by saying, their own dead, he implies that this is not one of his dead, and that because he that was dead was, at least as I suppose, of the unbelievers. Now if thou admire the young man, that for a matter so necessary he besought Jesus, and did not go away of his own accord, much rather do thou admire him for staying also when forbidden. Was it not then, one may say, extreme ingratitude, not to be present at the burial of his father? If indeed he did so out of negligence, it was ingratitude. But if in order not to interrupt a more needful work, his departing would most surely have been of extreme inconsideration. For Jesus forbade him not as commanding to think lightly of the honor due to our parents, but signifying that nothing ought to be to us more urgent than the things of heaven, and that we ought with all diligence to cleave to these, and not to put them off for ever so little, though our engagements be exceeding indispensable and pressing. For what can be more needful than to bury a father? What more easy, since it would not even consume any long time? But if one ought not to spend even as much time as is required for a father's burial, nor is it safe to be parted even so long from our spiritual concerns, consider what we deserve, who all our time stand off from the things that pertain to Christ, and prefer things very ordinary to such as are needful, and are remiss, when there is nothing to press on us. And herein too we should admire the instructiveness of his teaching, that he nailed him fast to his word, and with this freed him from those endless evils, such as lamentations, and mournings, and the things that followed thereafter. For after the burial he must of necessity proceed to inquire about the will, then about the distribution of the inheritance, and all the other things that follow thereupon. And thus waves after waves coming in succession upon him would bear him away very far from the harbour of truth. For this cause he draws him, and fastens him to himself. But if thou still marvellest, and art perplexed, that he was not permitted to be present at his father's burial, consider that many suffer not the sick, if it be a father that is dead, or a mother, or a child, or any other of their kinsmen, to know it, nor to follow him to the tomb. And we do not for this charge them with cruelty or inhumanity, and very reasonably. For on the contrary, it were cruelty to bring out to the funeral solemnity men in such a state. But if to mourn and be afflicted in mind for them that are of our kindred is evil, much more our being withdrawn from spiritual discourses. For this same cause he said elsewhere also, No man having put his hand to the plough and looking back is fit for the kingdom of heaven. And surely it is far better to proclaim the kingdom, and draw back others from death, than to bury the dead body, that is nothing advantaged thereby, and especially when there are some to fulfill all these duties. Nothing else then do we learn hereby, but that we must not wantonly lose any, no, not the smallest time, though there be 10,000 things to press on us, but to set what is spiritual before all, even the most indispensable matters, and to know both what is life and what is death. Since many even of them that seem to live are nothing better than dead men, living as they do in wickedness, or rather these are worse than the dead. For he that is dead, it is said, is freed from sin, but this man is a slave to sin. For tell me not of this, that he is not eaten of worms, nor lies in a coffin, nor hath closed his eyes, nor is bound in grave clothes. Nay, for these things he undergoes more grievously than the dead, no worms devouring him, but the passions of his soul tearing him to pieces more fiercely than wild beasts. And if his eyes be open, this too again is far worse than having closed them. For those of the dead see no evil thing, but this man is gathering unto himself diseases without number, while his eyes are open. And whereas the other lies in a coffin, unmoved by anything, this one is buried in the tomb of his innumerable distempers. But thou seest not his body in a state of decay. And what of that? Since before his body, his soul is corrupted and destroyed, and undergoes greater rottenness. For the other stinketh a few days, but this for the whole of his life exhales evil odours, having a mouth more foul than sewers. And so the one differs from the other by just so much as this, that the dead indeed undergoes that decay only which comes of nature. But this man together with that brings in also that rottenness which is from intemperance, devising each day unnumbered causes of corruption. But is he borne on horseback? And what of that? Why, so is the other on a couch. And what is very hard, while the one is seen by no one in his dissolution and decay, but hath his coffin for a veil, this man is going about everywhere with his evil savour, bearing about a dead soul in his body as in a tomb. And if one could but once see a man's soul who is living in luxury and vice, thou wouldest perceive that it is far better to lie bound in a grave than to be riveted by the chains of our sins, and to have a stone laid over thee, than that heavy cover of insensibility. Wherefore above all things it behooves the friends of these dead men, seeing that they are past feeling, to come near to Jesus in their behalf, as Mary then did in the case of Lazarus. Though he stinketh, though he be dead 4 days, do not despair, but approach, and remove the stone first. Yea, for then thou shalt see him lying as in a tomb, and bound in his grave clothes. And if ye will, let it be some one of them that are great and distinguished, whom we bring before you. Nay, fear not, for I will state the example without a name, or rather, though I should mention the name, not even so neither be any fear. For whoever fears a dead man, seeing that whatever one may do, he continues dead, and the dead cannot injure the living either little or much. Let us then behold their head bound up. For indeed, when they are for ever drunken, even as the dead by their many wrappers and grave clothes, so are all their organs of sense closed and bound up. And if thou wilt look at their hands too, thou shalt see these again bound to their belly, like those of the dead, and fastened about not with grave clothes, but what is far more grievous, with the bands of covetousness, obtaining as they do no leave from her to be stretched out for almsgiving, nor for any other of such like good deeds. Rather she renders them more useless than those of the dead. wouldst thou also see their feet bound together? See them again fastened about with cares, and for this cause never able to run into the house of God. Hast thou seen the dead? Behold also the embalmer. Who then is the embalmer of these? The devil, who carefully fastens them about, and suffers not the man any longer to appear a man, but a dry stalk. For where there is no eye, nor hands, nor feet, nor any other such things, how can such a one appear a man? Even so may we see their soul also swaddled up, and rather an image than a soul. Forasmuch then as they are in a sort of senseless state, being turned to dead men, let us in their behalf draw nigh unto Jesus. Let us entreat him to raise them up. Let us take away the stone. Let us loosen the grave clothes. For if thou take away the stone, that is, their insensibility to their own miseries, thou wilt quickly be able to bring them also out of the tomb. And having brought them out, thou wilt more easily rid them of their bonds. Then shall Christ know thee, when thou art risen, when unbound. Then will he call thee even unto his own supper. As many therefore of you as are friends of Christ, as many as are disciples, as many as love him that is gone, draw near unto Jesus and pray. For even though his ill savour abound and be ever so intense, nevertheless not even so should we, his friends, forsake him, but so much the rather draw near, even as the sisters of Lazarus then did. Neither should we leave interceding, beseeching, entreating, until we have received him alive. For if we thus order our own affairs and those of our neighbours, we shall also attain speedily unto the life to come, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love to man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 27. Homily 28, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 28, Matthew 8, 23 through 34. And when he was entered into a ship, his disciples followed him. And behold, there arose a great tempest in the sea, insomuch that the ship was covered with the waves, but he was asleep. Now Luke, to free himself from having the order of time required of him, saith thus, And it came to pass on a certain day that he went into a ship with his disciples, and Mark in like manner. But this evangelist not so, but he maintains the order in this place also. For they did not all of them write all things in this way. And these things I have mentioned before, lest any one from the omission should suppose there was a discordance. The multitudes then he sent on, but the disciples he took with himself, for the others mention this too. And he took them with him not for naught, nor at hazard, but in order to make them spectators of the miracle that was to take place. For like a most excellent trainer, he was anointing them with a view to both objects, as well as to be undismayed in dangers, as to be modest in honours. Thus, that they may not be high-minded, because having sent away the rest, he retained them. He suffers them to be tossed with the tempest, at once correcting this, and disciplining them to bear trials nobly. For great indeed were the former miracles too, but this contained also in it a kind of discipline, and that no inconsiderable one, and was a sign akin to that of old. For this cause he takes the disciples only with himself. For as, when there was a display of miracles, he suffers the people also to be present, so when trial and terrors were rising up against him, Then he takes with him none but the champions of the whole world, whom he was to discipline. And while Matthew merely mentioned that he was asleep, Luke saith that it was on a pillow, signifying both his freedom from pride, and to teach us hereby a high degree of austerity. The tempest therefore being thoroughly excited, and the sea raging, they awake him, saying, Lord, save us, we perish. But he rebuked them before he rebuked the sea, because, as I said, for discipline these things were permitted, and they were a type of the temptations that were to overtake them. Yea, for after these things again, he often suffered them to fall into more grievous tempests of fortune, and bear long with them. Wherefore Paul also said, I would not, brethren, have you ignorant, that we were pressed out of measure beyond strength, insomuch that we despaired even of life. And after this again, who delivered us from so great deaths, signifying therefore hereby, that they ought to be confident that the waves rise high, and that he orders all things for good, he first of all reproves them. For indeed their very alarm was a profitable occurrence, that the miracle might appear greater, and their remembrance of the event be rendered lasting. Since when anything strange is about to happen, there are prepared beforehand many things to cause remembrance, lest after the miracle hath passed by, men should sink into forgetfulness. Thus Moses also first is in fear of the serpent, and not merely in fear, but even with much distress, and then he sees that strange thing come to pass. So these two, having first looked to perish, were then saved, that having confessed the danger, they might learn the greatness of the miracle. Therefore also he sleeps, for had he been awake when it happened, either they would not have feared, or they would not have besought him, or they would not so much as have thought of his being able to do any such thing. Therefore he sleeps, to give occasion for their timidity, and to make their perception of what was happening more distinct. For a man looks not with the same eyes on what happens in the persons of others as in his own. Therefore, since they had seen all benefited, while themselves had enjoyed no benefit, and were supine, for neither were they lame, nor had they any other such infirmity, and it was meet that they should enjoy his benefits by their own perception, he permits the storm, that by their deliverance they might attain to a clearer perception of the benefit. Therefore neither doth he this in the presence of the multitudes, that they might not be condemned for little faith, but he has them apart, and corrects them, and before the tempest of the waters he puts an end to the tempest of their soul, rebuking them, and saying, Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith? Instructing them also that men's fear is wrought not by the approach of the temptations, but by the weakness of their mind. But should anyone say that it was not fearfulness or little faith to come near and awaken him, I would say this, that that very thing was an especial sign of their wanting the right opinion concerning him. That is, his power to rebuke when awakened they knew, but that he could do so even sleeping they knew not as yet. And why at all marvel that it was so now, when even after many other miracles their impressions were still rather imperfect? Wherefore also they are often rebuked, as when he saith, Are ye also yet without understanding? Marvel not then, if when the disciples were in such imperfect dispositions, the multitudes had no exalted imagination of him. For they marveled, saying, What manner of man is this, that even the sea and the winds obey him? But Christ chode not with them for calling him a man, but waited to teach them by his signs that their supposition was mistaken. But from what did they think him a man? First from his appearance, then from his sleeping, and his making use of a ship. So on this account they were cast into perplexity, saying, What manner of man is this? Since while the sleep in the outward appearance showed man, the sea in the calm declared him God. For because Moses had once done some such thing, in this regard also doth he signify his own superiority, and that the one works miracles as a slave, the other as Lord. Thus he put forth no rod, as Moses did, neither did he stretch forth his hands to heaven, nor did he need any prayer, but, as was meet for a master commanding his handmaid, or a creator his creature, so did he quiet and curb it by word and command only. And all the surge was straightway at an end, and not one trace of the disturbance remained. For this the evangelist declared, saying, And there was a great calm. And that which had been spoken of the Father as a great thing, this he showed forth again by his works. And what had been said concerning him? He spake, it saith, and the stormy wind ceased. So here likewise he spake, and there was a great calm. And for this most of all did the multitudes marvel at him, who would not have marveled, had he done it in such manner as did Moses. Now when he is departed from the sea, there follows another miracle yet more awing. For men possessed with devils, like wicked runaways at sight of their master, said, What have we to do with thee, Jesus, thou Son of God? Art thou come hither to torment us before the time? For, because the multitudes called him man, the devils came proclaiming his Godhead, and they that heard not the sea swelling and subsiding, heard from the devils the same cry, as it by its calm was loudly uttering. Then, lest the thing might seem to come of flattery, according to their actual experience, they cry out and say, Art thou come hither to torment us before the time? With this view, then, their enmity is avowed beforehand, that their entreaty may not incur suspicion. For indeed they were invisibly receiving stripes, and the sea was not in such a storm as they, galled and inflamed, and suffering things intolerable from his mere presence. Accordingly, no man daring to bring them to him, Christ of himself goes unto them. And Matthew indeed relates that they said, Art thou come hither before the time to torment us? But the other evangelists have added, that they also entreated and adjured him not to cast them into the deep, for they supposed that their punishment was now close upon them, and feared, as even now, about to fall into vengeance. And though Luke and those who follow him say that it was one person, but this evangelist too, this doth not exhibit any discrepancy at all. I grant that if they had said, there was only one, and no other, they would appear to disagree with Matthew. But if that spake of the one, this of two, the statement comes not of disagreement, but of a different manner of narration. That is, I for my part think, Luke singled out the fiercest one of them for his narrative, wherefore also in more tragical wise doth he report their miserable case. As, for instance, that bursting his bonds and chains he used to wander about the wilderness. And Mark saith that he also cut himself with the stones. And their words too are such as well betray their implacable and shameless nature. For saith he, Art thou come hither to torment us before the time? You see that they had sinned, they could not deny. But they demand not to suffer their punishment before the time. For since he had caught them in the act of perpetrating those horrors so incurable and lawless, and deforming and punishing his creature in every way, and they supposed that he, for the excess of their crimes, would not await the time of their punishment, Therefore they besought and entreated him. And they that endured not even bands of iron come bound, and they that run about the mountains are gone forth into the plain. And those who hinder all others from passing, at sight of him blocking up the way, stand still. But what can be the reason that they love also to dwell in the tombs? They would fain suggest to the multitude a pernicious opinion, as though the souls of the dead become demons, which God forbid we should ever admit into our conception. But what then wilt thou say, one may ask, when many of the sorcerers take children and slay them, in order to have the soul afterwards to assist them? Why, whence is this evident? For of their slaying them, indeed, many tell us, but as to the souls of the slaying being with them, whence knowest thou it, I pray thee? The possessed themselves, it is replied, cry out, I am the soul of such a one. But this too is a kind of stage play, the devilish deceit. For it is not the spirit of the dead that cries out, but the evil spirit that feigns these things in order to deceive the hearers. For if it were possible for a soul to enter into the substance of an evil spirit, much more into its own body. And besides, it stands not to reason that the injured soul should cooperate with the wrongdoer, or that a man should be able to change an incorporeal power into another substance. For if in bodies this were impossible, and one could not make a man's body become that of an ass, much more were this impossible in the invisible soul. Neither could one transform it into the substance of an evil spirit. So that these are the sayings of besotted old wives, and spectres to frighten children. Nor indeed is it possible for a soul torn away from the body to wander here any more. For the souls of the righteous are in the hand of God. And if of the righteous, then those children's souls also. For neither are they wicked, and the souls too of sinners are straightway laid away hence. And it is evident from Lazarus and the rich man, and elsewhere too Christ saith, This day they require thy soul of thee. And it may not be that a soul, when it is gone forth from the body, should wander here, nor is the reason hard to see. For if we, going about on the earth which is familiar and well known to us, being encompassed with a body, when we are journeying in a strange road, know not which way to go unless we have someone to lead us, how should the soul, being rent away from the body, and having gone out from all her accustomed region, know where to walk without one to show her the way? And from many other things too one might perceive that it is not possible for a disembodied soul to remain here. For both Stephen saith, Receive my spirit, and Paul, to depart and to be with Christ is far better. And of the patriarch too the Scripture saith, that he was gathered unto his fathers, being cherished in a good old age. And as to the proof that neither can the souls of sinners continue here, hear the rich man making much entreaty for this, and not obtaining it. Since had it been at all possible, he would have come and have told what had come to pass there. Whence it is evident that after their departure hence our souls are led away into some place, having no more power of themselves to come back again, but awaiting that dreadful day. Now, should any one say, And wherefore did Christ fulfill the devil's request, suffering them to depart into the herd of swine? This would be our reply, that he did so, not as yielding to them, but as providing for many objects thereby. 1. To teach them that are delivered from those wicked tyrants, how great the malice of their insidious enemies. Another, that all might learn how not even against swine are they bold, except he allow them. A third, that they would have treated those men more grievously than the swine. unless even in their calamity they had enjoyed much of God's providential care. For that they hate us more than the brutes is surely evident to every man. So then they that spared not the swine, but in one moment of time cast them all down the precipice, much more would they have done so to the men whom they possessed, leading them towards the desert, and carrying them away, unless even in their very tyranny the guardian care of God had abounded, to curb and check the excess of their violence. Whence it is manifest that there is no one who doth not enjoy the benefit of God's providence. And if not all alike, nor after one manner, this is itself a very great instance of providence, in that according to each man's profit, the work also of providence is displayed. And besides what hath been mentioned, there is another thing also, which we learn from this, that his providence is not only over all in common, but also over each in particular, which he also declared with respect to his disciples, saying, But the very hairs of your head are numbered. And from these demoniacs too one may clearly perceive this, who would have been choked long before, if they had not enjoyed the benefit of much tender care from above. For these reasons then he suffered them to depart into the herd of swine, and that they who also dwelt in those places should learn his power. For where his name was great, he did not greatly display himself. But where no one knew him, but they were still in an insensible condition, he made his miracles to shine out, so as to bring them over to the knowledge of his Godhead. For it is evident from the event that the inhabitants of that city were a sort of senseless people. For when they ought to have adored and marveled at his power, they sent him away, and besought him that he would depart out of their coast. But for what intent did the devils destroy the swine? Everywhere they have labored to drive men to dismay, and everywhere they rejoice in destruction. This, for instance, the devil did with respect to Job, although in that case too God suffered it, but neither in that case as complying with the devil, but willing to show his own servant the more glorious, cutting off from the evil spirit all pretext for his shamelessness, and turning on his own head what was done against the righteous man. Because now also the contrary of what they wished came to pass. For the power of Christ was gloriously proclaimed, and the wickedness of the demons, from which he delivered those possessed by them, was more plainly indicated, and how they want power to touch even swine, without permission from the God of all. And if any would take these things in a hidden sense, there is nothing to hinder. For the history indeed is this, but we are to know assuredly, that the swinish sort of men are especially liable to the operations of the demons. And as long as they are men that suffer such things, they are often able yet to prevail. But if they are become altogether swine, they are not only possessed, but are also cast down the precipice. And besides, lest any should suppose what was done to be mere acting, instead of distinctly believing that the devils were gone out, by the death of the swine this is rendered manifest. And mark also his meekness together with his power. For when the inhabitants of that country, after having received such benefits, were driving him away, he resisted not, but retired, and left those who had shown themselves unworthy of his teaching, having given them for teachers them that had been freed from the demons, and the swineherds, that they might of them learn all that had happened, whilst himself retiring leaves the fear vigorous in them. For the greatness withal of the loss was spreading the fame of what had been done, and the event penetrated their mind. And from many quarters were wafted sounds, proclaiming the strangeness of the miracle, from the cured and from the drowned, from the owners of the swine, from the men that were feeding them. These things anyone may see happening now also, even many in the tombs possessed of evil spirits, whom nothing restrains from their madness, not iron, nor chain, nor multitude of men, nor advice, nor admonition, nor terror, nor threat, nor any other such thing. For so, when any man is dissolute, eager after all embraces, he differs not at all from the demoniac, but goes about naked like him, clad indeed in garments, but deprived of the true covering, and stripped of his proper glory, cutting himself not with stones, but with sins more hurtful than many stones. Who then shall be able to bind such a one? Who, to stay his unseemliness and frenzy, his way of never coming to himself, but forever haunting the tombs? For such are the resorts of the harlots, full of much evil savour, of much rottenness. And what of the covetous man? Is he not like this? For who will be able ever to bind him? Are there not fears and daily threats, and admonitions and counsels? Nay, all these bonds he bursts asunder. And if any one come to set him free, he adjures him that he may not be freed, accounting it the greatest torture not to be in torture. Then which what can be more wretched? For as to that evil spirit, even though he despised men, yet he yielded to the command of Christ, and quickly sprang out of the man's body. But this man yields not even to his commandment. See at least how he daily hears him saying, Ye cannot serve God and mammon, and threatening hell, and the incurable torments, and obeys not. Not that he is stronger than Christ, but because against our will Christ corrects us not. Therefore such men live as in desert places, though they be in the midst of cities. For who that hath reason would choose to be with such men? I for my part would sooner consent to dwell with 10,000 demoniacs than with one diseased in this way. And that I am not mistaken in saying this is manifest from their respective feelings. For these last account him an enemy that hath done them no wrong, and desire even to take him for a slave when he is free, and encompass him with 10,000 evils. But the demoniacs do no such thing, but toss their disease to and fro within themselves. And while these overturn many houses, and cause the name of God to be blasphemed, and are a pest to the city and to the whole earth, they that are troubled by evil spirits deserve rather our pity and our tears. And the one for the more part act in insensibility, but the others are frantic while they reason, keeping their orgies in the midst of cities, and maddened with some new kind of madness. For what do all the demoniacs so bad, as what Judas dared to do, when he showed forth that extremity of wickedness? And all too that imitate him, like fierce wild beasts escaped from their cage, trouble their cities, no man restraining them. For these also have bonds upon them on every side, such as the fears of the judges, the threatening of the laws, the condemnation of the multitude, and other things more than these. Yet bursting asunder even these, they turn all things upside down. And should any one remove these altogether from them, then would he know assuredly the demon that is in them to be far fiercer and more frantic than he who is just now gone forth. But since this may not be, let us for the time suppose it for argument's sake, and let us take off from him all his chains, and then shall we clearly know his manifest madness. But be not afraid of the monster when we uncover it, for it is the representation in word, not the thing in truth. Let there be then some man, darting fire from his eyes, black, having from either shoulder serpents hanging down instead of hands. And let him have also a mouth, with sharp swords set in it instead of teeth, and for a tongue a gushing fountain of poison, and some baneful drug, and a belly more consuming than any furnace, devouring all that is cast unto it, and a sort of winged feet more vehement than any flame. And let his face be made up of a dog and of a wolf, and let him utter nothing human, but something discordant, and unpleasing, and terrible. And let him have also in his hands a firebrand. Perhaps what we have said seems to you to be terrible, but we have not even yet fashioned him worthily. For together with these things we must add others besides. I mean, that he is also to slay them that meet with him, to devour them, to fasten upon their flesh. Yet is the covetous man much more fierce even than this, assailing all like hell, swallowing all up, going about a common enemy to the race of men. Why, he would have no man exist, that he may possess all things. And he stops not even at this, but when in his longing he shall have destroyed all men, he longs also to mar the substance of the earth, and to see it all become gold. Nay, not the earth only, but hills also, and woods, and fountains, and in a word all things that appear. And to convince you that not even yet have we set forth his madness, let there be no man to accuse and frighten him, but take away the terror of the laws and supposition awhile, and thou wilt see him snatching up a sword, laying violent hands on all, and sparing none, neither friend, nor kinsman, nor brother, nor even his very parent. Nay, rather, in this case there is not even need of supposing, but let us ask him if he is not for ever framing to himself such imaginations, and if he does not in thought range among all men to destroy them, both friends and kinsmen, and even his very parents. Nay, rather, there is no need even to ask, because in truth all men know that they who are under the power of this disease are wearied even of their father's old age, and that which is sweet and universally desirable, the having children, they esteem grievous and unwelcome. Many, at least with this view, have even paid money to be childless, and have maimed their nature, not only by slaying their children after birth, but by not suffering them even to be born at all. Marvel not, therefore, if we have thus sketched the covetous man, for in truth he is far worse than what we have said. But let us consider how we shall deliver him from the demon. How then shall we deliver him? If he may be clearly made aware that his love of money stands very much in his way in respect of this very object, the gaining of money. For they that wish to gain in little things undergo great losses. Whence accordingly a proverb hath been set forth to the same effect. Many, for instance, on many occasions, wishing to lend at large usury, and through the expectation of gain not having inquired about them who receive their money, have together with the interest lost also all their capital. Others again, falling into dangers, and not willing to give up a little, have together with the substance lost their life too. Again, when it has been in men's power to purchase either gainful offices, or some other such thing, by some trifling meanness, they have lost all. For because they know not how to sow, but have ever practiced reaping, they of course continually fail of their harvest. For no man can be always reaping, as neither can be always gaining. Therefore, since they are not willing to spend, neither do they know how to gain. And should they have to take a wife, the same thing again befalls them. For either they are deceived into taking a poor wife for a rich one, or when they have brought home one that is rich, but full of faults without number, here too they have incurred more loss than gain. For it is not superfluity, but virtue, that causes wealth. For what profit is there of her wealth, when she is expensive and dissolute, and scatters all abroad more vehemently than any wind? What if she be unchaste, and bring in numberless lovers? What if she be drunken? will she not quickly make her husband the poorest of men? But they do not only marry, but also buy at great risk, from their great covetousness, laboring to find not good slaves, but cheap ones. Consider then all these things, for the words concerning hell and the kingdom ye are not yet able to hear. And bearing in mind the losses which ye have often undergone from your love of money, in loans, and in purchases, and in marriages, and in offices of power, and in all the rest, withdraw yourselves from doting on money. For so shall ye be able to live the present life in security, and after a little advance to hear also the words that treat on self-government, and see through and look upon the very Son of righteousness, and to attain unto the good things promised by him, unto which God grant we may all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 28. Homily 29, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 29, Matthew 9, 1-8. And he entered into a ship, and passed over, and came into his own city. And behold, they brought to him a man sick of the palsy, lying on a bed. And Jesus, seeing their faith, said unto the sick of the palsy, Son, be of good cheer, thy sins be forgiven thee. By his own city here he means Capernaum. For that which gave him birth was Bethlehem, that which brought him up, Nazareth, that which had him continually inhabiting it, Capernaum. This paralytic, however, was different from that one who is set forth in John, for he lay at the pool, but this at Capernaum. And that man had his infirmity 38 years, but concerning this no such thing is mentioned. And the other was in a state destitute of protectors, but this had some to take care of him, who also took him up and carried him. And to this he saith, Son, thy sins be forgiven thee. But to that he saith, Wilt thou be made whole? And the other he healed on a Sabbath day, but this not on a Sabbath, for else the Jews would have laid this also to his charge. And in the case of this man they were silent, but in that of the other they were instant in persecuting him. And this I have said, not without purpose, lest any one should think there is a discrepancy from suspecting it to be one and the same paralytic. But do thou, I pray thee, mark the humility and meekness of our Lord. For he had also before this put away the multitudes from him, and moreover, when sent away by them at Gadara, he withstood not, but retired, not however to any great distance. And again he entered into the ship, and passed over, when he might have gone over afoot. For it was his will not to be always doing miracles, that he might not injure the doctrine of his humanity. Now Matthew indeed saith that they brought him, but the others that they also broke up the roof and let him down. And they put the sick man before Christ, saying nothing, but committing the whole to him. For though in the beginning he himself went about, and did not require so much faith of them that came unto him, yet in this case they both approached him, and had faith required on their part. For seeing, it is said, their faith, that is, the faith of them that had let the man down. For he doth not on all occasions require faith on the part of the sick only, as for instance, when they are insane, or in any other way, through their disease, are out of their own control. Or rather, in this case, the sick man too had part in the faith, for he would not have suffered himself to be let down, unless he had believed. Forasmuch then as they had evinced so great faith, he also evinces his own power, with all authority absolving his sins, and signifying in all ways that he is equal in honour with him that begat him. And mark, he implied it from the beginning by his teaching, when he taught them as one having authority. By the leper, when he said, I will, be thou clean. By the centurion, when upon his saying, Speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed, he marvelled at him, and celebrated him above all men. By the sea, when he curbed it with a mere word. By the devils, when they acknowledged him as their judge, and he cast them out with great authority. Here again, in another and a greater way, he constrains his very enemies to confess his equality in honour, and by their own mouth he makes it manifest. For he, to signify his indifference to honour, for there stood a great company of spectators shutting up the entrance, wherefore also they let him down from above, did not straightway hasten to heal the visible body, but he takes his occasion from them. And he healed first that which is invisible, the soul, by forgiving his sins, which indeed saved the other, but brought no great glory to himself. They themselves rather, troubled by their malice, and wishing to assail him, caused even against their will what was done to be conspicuous. He, in fact, in his abundance of counsel, made use of their envy for the manifestation of the miracle. Upon their murmuring then, and saying, This man blasphemeth, who can forgive sins but God only? Let us see what he saith. Did he indeed take away the suspicion? And yet if he were not equal, he should have said, Why fix upon me a notion which is not convenient? I am far from this power. But now hath he said none of these things, but quite the contrary he hath both affirmed and ratified, as well by his own voice, as by the performance of the miracle. Thus, it appearing that his saying certain things of himself gave disgust to his hearers, he affirms what he had to say concerning himself by the others, and what is truly marvellous, not by his friends only, but also by his enemies. For this is the excellency of his wisdom. By his friends, on the one hand, when he said, I will, be thou clean, and when he said, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. But by his enemies now, for because they had said, No man can forgive sins but God only, he subjoined, But that you may know that the Son of Man hath power to forgive sins upon the earth, then saith he to the sick of the palsy, Arise and take up thy bed, and go unto thine house. And not here only, but also in another case, when they were saying, For a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because that thou, being a man, makest thyself God. Neither in that instance did he put down this opinion, but again confirmed it, saying, If I do not the works of my Father, believe me not. But if I do, though ye believe not me, believe the works. In this case indeed he discloses also another sign, and that no small one, of his own Godhead, and of his equality in honour with the Father. For whereas they said, To unbind sins pertains to God only, he not only unbinds sins, but also before this he makes another kind of display in a thing which pertained to God only, the publishing the secrets in the heart, for neither had they uttered what they were thinking. For behold, certain of the scribes, it saith, said within themselves, This man blasphemeth. And Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, Wherefore think ye evil in your hearts? But that it belongs to God only to know men's secrets, hear what saith the prophet, Thou most entirely alone knowest the hearts. And again, God trieth the hearts and reins. And Jeremiah too saith, The heart is deep above all things, and it is man, and who shall know him? And man shall look on the face, but God on the heart. And by many things one may see, that to know what is in the mind belongs to God alone. Implying therefore that he is God, equal to him that begat him. What things they were reasoning in themselves, for through fear of the multitude they durst not utter their mind. This their opinion he unveils and makes manifest, evincing herein also his great gentleness. For wherefore saith he, think ye evil in your hearts? And yet if there were cause for displeasure, it was the sick man who should have been displeased, as being altogether deceived, and should have said, one thing I came to have healed, and amendest thou another? Why, whence it is manifest that my sins are forgiven. But now he for his part utters no such word, but gives himself up to the power of the healer. But these, being curious and envious, plot against the good deeds of others. Wherefore he rebukes them indeed, but with all gentleness. Why, if ye disbelieve, saith he, what went before, and account my saying a boast, behold, I add to it also another, the uncovering of your secrets. And after that again another. What then is this? The giving tone to the body of the paralyzed. And whereas, when he spake unto the sick of the palsy, he spake without clearly manifesting his own authority. For he said not, I forgive thee thy sins, but thy sins be forgiven thee. Upon their constraining, he discloses his authority more clearly, saying, but that ye may know that the Son of Man hath power on earth to forgive sins. Seest thou how far he was from unwillingness to be thought equal to the Father? For he said not at all, the Son of Man hath need of another, or he hath given him authority, but he hath authority. Neither doth he say it for love of honor, but to convince you, so he speaks, that I do not blaspheme in making myself equal with God. Thus everywhere his will is to offer proofs clear and indisputable, as when he saith, go thy way, show thyself to the priests, and when he points to Peter's wife's mother ministering, and permits the swine to cast themselves down headlong. And in the same manner here also. First, for a certain token of the forgiveness of his sins, he provides the giving tone to his body. And of that again, his carrying his bed, to hinder the fact from being thought a mere fancy. And he doeth not this before he had asked them a question. For whether is easier, saith he, to say, thy sins be forgiven thee, or to say, take up thy bed, and go into thine house? Now what he saith is like this. Which seems to you easier, to bind up a disorganized body, or to undo the sins of a soul? It is quite manifest, to bind up a body. For by how much a soul is better than a body, by so much is the doing away sins a greater work than this. But because the one is unseen, the other in sight, I throw in that, which although an inferior thing, is yet more open to sense, that the greater also and the unseen may thereby receive its proof. Thus by his works anticipating even now the revelation of what had been said by John, that he taketh away the sins of the world. Well then, having raised him up, he sends him to his house, here again signifying his unboastfulness, and that the event was not a mere imagination. For he makes the same persons witnesses of his infirmity, and also of his health. For I indeed had desired, saith he, through thy calamity to heal those also, that seem to be in health, but are diseased in mind. But since they will not, depart thou home, to heal them that are there. Seest thou how he indicates him to be creator both of souls and bodies? He heals therefore the palsy in each of the two substances, and makes the invisible evident by that which is in sight. But nevertheless they still creep upon the earth. For when the multitude saw it, they marveled and glorified God, which, it is said, had given such power unto men. For the flesh was an offense unto them. But he did not rebuke them, but proceeds by his works to arouse them and exalt their thoughts. Since for the time it was no small thing for him to be thought greater than all men, as having come from God. For had they well established these things in their own minds, going on orderly, they would have known that he was even the Son of God. But they did not retain these things clearly, wherefore neither were they able to approach him. For they said again, This man is not of God. How is this man of God? And they were continually harping on these things, putting them forward as cloaks for their own passions. Which thing many now also do, and thinking to avenge God, fulfill their own passions, when they ought to go about with all moderation. For even the God of all, having power to launch his thunderbolt against them that blaspheme him, makes the sun to rise, and sends forth the showers, and affords them all other things in abundance. Whom we ought to imitate, and so to entreat, advise, admonish, with meekness, not angry, not making ourselves wild beasts. For no harm at all ensues unto God by their blasphemy, that thou shouldest be angered. But he who blasphemed hath himself also received the wound. Wherefore groan, bewail, for the calamity indeed deserves tears. And the wounded man again, nothing can so heal him as gentleness. Gentleness, I say, which is mightier than any force. See, for example, how he himself, the insulted one, discourses with us, both in the Old Testament and in the New. In the one saying, O my people, what have I done unto thee? In the other, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? And Paul too bids, in meekness instruct those that oppose themselves. And Christ again, when his disciples had come to him, requiring fire to come down from heaven, strongly rebuked them, saying, Ye know not what manner of spirit ye are of. And here again he said not, O accursed, and sorcerers as ye are, O ye envious, and enemies of men's salvation, but, Wherefore think ye evil in your hearts? We must, you see, use gentleness to eradicate the disease, since he who has become better through the fear of man will quickly return to wickedness again. For this cause he commanded also the tares to be left, giving an appointed day of repentance. Yea, and many of them in fact repented, and became good, who before were bad. As for instance Paul, the publican, the thief, for these being really tares turned into kindly wheat. Because, although in the seeds this cannot be, yet in the human will it is both manageable and easy. For our will is bound by no limits of nature, but hath freedom of choice for its privilege. Accordingly, when thou seest an enemy of the truth, wait on him, take care of him, lead him back to virtue, by showing forth an excellent life, by applying speech that cannot be condemned, by bestowing attention and tender care, by trying every means of amendment, in imitation of the best physicians. For neither do they cure in one manner only, but when they see the wound not yield to the first remedy, they add another, and after that again another. And now they use the knife, and now bind up. And do thou accordingly, having become a physician of souls, put in practice every mode of cure according to Christ's laws, that thou mayest receive the reward both of saving thyself and of profiting others, doing all to the glory of God, and so being glorified also thyself. For they that glorify me, saith he, I will glorify, and they that despise me shall be lightly esteemed. Let us, I say, do all things unto his glory, that we may attain unto that blessed portion, unto which God grant we may all attain, by the grace and love towards men of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 29. Homily 30. Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St John Chrysostom. Translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 30, Matthew 9, 9 through 17. And as Jesus passed forth from thence, he saw a man sitting at the receipt of custom, named Matthew, and he saith unto him, Follow me. For when he had performed the miracle, he did not remain, lest, being in sight, he should kindle their jealousy the more. But he indulges them by retiring, and soothing their passion. This, then, let us also do, not encountering them that are plotting against us. Let us rather soothe their wound, giving way and relaxing their vehemence. But wherefore did he not call him together with Peter and John and the rest? As in their case he had come at that time, when he knew the men would obey him. So Matthew also he then called when he was assured he would yield himself. And therefore Paul again he took as a fisher his prey after the resurrection, because he who is acquainted with the hearts, and knows the secrets of each man's mind, knew also when each of these would obey. Therefore not at the beginning did he call him, when he was yet in rather a hardened state, but after his countless miracles, and the great fame concerning him, when he knew him to have actually become more prepared for obedience. And we have cause also to admire the self-denial of the evangelist, how he disguises not his own former life, but adds even his name, when the others had concealed him under another appellation. But why did he say he was sitting at the receipt of custom? To indicate the power of him that called him, that it was not when he had left off or forsaken this wicked trade, but from the midst of the evils he drew him up, much as he converted the blessed Paul also when frantic and raging, and darting fire, which thing he himself makes a proof of the power of him that called him, saying to the Galatians, Ye have heard of my conversation in time past in the Jews' religion, how that beyond measure I persecuted the church of God. And the fishermen too he called when they were in the midst of their business. But that was a craft not indeed in bad report, but of men rather rudely bred, not mingling with others, and endowed with great simplicity. Whereas the pursuit now in question was one full of all insolence and boldness, and a mode of gain whereof no fair account could be given, a shameless traffic, a robbery under cloak of law. Yet nevertheless he who uttered the call was ashamed of none of these things. And why talk I of his not being ashamed of a publican, since even with regard to a harlot woman, so far from being ashamed to call her, he actually permitted her to kiss his feet, and to moisten them with her tears? Yea, for to this end he came, not to cure bodies only, but to heal likewise the wickedness of the soul, which he did also in the case of the paralytic. And having shown clearly that he is able to forgive sins, then, not before, he comes to him whom we are now speaking of, that they might no more be troubled at seeing a publican chosen into the choir of the disciples. For he that hath power to undo all our offences, why marvel if he even make this man an apostle? But as thou hast seen the power of him that called, so consider also the obedience of him that was called, how he neither resisted, nor disputing said, What is this? Is it not indeed a deceitful calling wherewith he calls me, being such as I am? Nay, for this humility again had been out of season. But he obeyed straightway, and did not even request to go home, and to communicate with his relations concerning this matter, as neither indeed did the fishermen. But as they left their net, and their ship, and their father, so did he his receipt of custom and his gain, and followed, exhibiting a mind prepared for all things, and breaking himself at once away from all worldly things. By his complete obedience he bare witness that he who called him had chosen a good time. And wherefore can it be, one may say, that he hath not told us of the others also, how and what manner they were called, but only of Peter and James, and John and Philip, and nowhere of the others? Because these more than others were in no strange and mean ways of life. For there is nothing either worse than the publican's business, or more ordinary than fishing. And that Philip also was among the very ignoble is manifest from his country. Therefore these especially they proclaim to us, with their ways of life, to show that we ought to believe them in the glorious parts of their histories also. For they who choose not to pass by any of the things which are accounted reproachful, but are exact in publishing these more than the rest, whether they relate to the teacher or to the disciples, how can they be suspected in the parts which claim reverence? More especially since many signs and miracles are passed over by them, while the events of the cross, accounted to be reproaches, they utter with exact care and loudly. And the disciples' pursuits too, and their faults, and those of their master's ancestry who were notorious for sins, they discover with a clear voice. Whence it is manifest that they made much account of truth, and wrote nothing for favour, nor for display. Having therefore called him, he also honoured him with a very great honour by partaking straightway of his table. For in this way he would both give him good hope for the future, and lead him on to a greater confidence. For not in a long time, but at once, he healed his vice. And not with him only doth he sit down to meat, but with many others also, although this very thing was accounted a charge against him, that he chased not away the sinners. But neither do they conceal this point, what sort of blame is endeavoured to be fixed on his proceedings. Now the publicans come together as to one of the same trade, for he, exulting in the entrance of Christ, had called them all together. The fact is, Christ used to try every kind of treatment, and not when discoursing only, nor in healing, nor when reproving his enemies, but even at his morning meal. He would often correct such as were in a bad way, hereby teaching us that every season and every work may by possibility afford us profit. And yet surely what was then set before them came of injustice and covetousness. But Christ refused not to partake of it, because the ensuing gain was to be great. Yea, rather, he becomes partaker of the same roof and table with them that have committed such offences. For such is the quality of a physician. Unless he endure the corruption of the sick, he frees them not from their infirmity. And yet undoubtedly he incurred hence an evil report, first by eating with him, then in Matthew's house, and thirdly in company with many publicans. See at least how they reproach him with this. Behold a man gluttonous and a wine-bibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. Let them hear, as many as are striving to deck themselves with great honour for fasting, and let them consider that our Lord was called a man gluttonous and a wine-bibber, and he was not ashamed, but overlooked all these things, that he might accomplish what he had set before him, which indeed was accordingly done. For the publican was actually converted, and thus became a better man. And to teach thee that this great thing was wrought by his partaking of the table with him, Hear what Zacchaeus saith, another publican. I mean, when he heard Christ saying, Today I must abide in thy house, the delight gave him wings, and he saith, The half of my goods I give to the poor, and if I have taken anything from any man by false accusation, I restore him fourfold. And to him Jesus saith, This day is salvation come to this house. So possible it is by all ways to give instruction. But how is it, one may say, that Paul commands, If any man that is called a brother be a fornicator or covetous, with such an one know not to eat? In the first place, it is not as yet manifest whether to teachers also he gives this charge, and not rather to brethren only. Next, these were not yet of the number of the perfect, nor of those who had become brethren. And besides, Paul commands even with respect to them that had become brethren, then to shrink from them, when they continue as they were. But these had now ceased, and were converted. But none of these things shamed the Pharisees, but they accused him to his disciples, saying, Why eateth your master with publicans and sinners? And when the disciples seemed to be doing wrong, they intercede with him, saying, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do on the Sabbath day. But here to them they discredit him. All which was the part of men dealing craftily, and wishing to separate from the master the choir of the disciples. What then saith infinite wisdom? They that be whole need not a physician, saith he, but they that are sick. See how he turned their reasoning to the opposite conclusion, that is, while they made it a charge against him that he was in company with these men, he on the contrary saith, that his not being with them would be unworthy of him, and of his love for man, and that to amend such persons is not only blameless, but excellent, and necessary, and deserving of all sorts of praise. After this, that he might not seem to put them that were bidden to shame, by saying, They that are sick, see how he makes up for it again, by reproving the others, and saying, Go ye and learn what that meaneth, I will have mercy, and not sacrifice. Now this he said, to upbraid them with their ignorance of the Scriptures. Wherefore also he orders his discourse more sharply, not himself in anger, far from it, but so as that the publicans might not be in utter perplexity. And yet of course he might say, Did ye not mark how I remitted the sins of the sick of the palsy, how I braced up his body? But he saith no such thing, but argues with them first from men's common reasonings, and then from the Scriptures. For having said, They that be whole need not a physician, but they that are sick, and having covertly indicated that he himself was the physician, after that he said, Go ye and learn what that meaneth, I will have mercy, and not sacrifice. Thus doth Paul also, when he had first established his reasoning by illustrations from common things, and had said, Who feedeth a flock, and eateth not the milk thereof? Then he brings in the Scriptures also, saying, It is written in the law of Moses, Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn. And again, Even so hath the Lord ordained, that they which preach the gospel should live of the gospel. But to his disciples not so, but he puts them in mind of his signs, saying on this wise, Do ye not yet remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000, and how many baskets ye took up? Not so, however, with these, but he reminds them of our common infirmity, and signifies them at any rate to be of the number of the infirm, who did not so much as know the Scriptures, but making light of the rest of virtue, laid all the stress on their sacrifices, which thing he is also earnestly intimating unto them, when he sets down in brief what had been affirmed by all the prophets, saying, Learn ye what that meaneth, I will have mercy, and not sacrifice. The fact is, he is signifying hereby that not he was transgressing the law, but they. As if he had said, "Wherefore accuse me? Because I bring sinners to amendment? Why then ye must accuse the Father also for this." Much as he said also elsewhere, establishing this point, "My Father worketh hitherto, and I work." So here again, "Go ye and learn what that meaneth. I will have mercy, and not sacrifice. For as this is his will, saith Christ, so also mine. Seest thou how the one is superfluous, the other necessary? For neither did he say, I will have mercy and sacrifice, but I will have mercy and not sacrifice. That is, the one thing he allowed, the other he cast out, and proved that what they blamed, so far from being forbidden, was even ordained by the law, and more so than sacrifice. And he brings in the Old Testament, speaking words and ordaining laws in harmony with himself. Having then reproved them, both by common illustrations and by the Scripture, he adds again, I am not come to call righteous men, but sinners to repentance. And this he saith unto them in irony, as when he said, Behold, Adam is become as one of us. And again, If I were hungry, I would not tell thee. For that no man on earth was righteous, Paul declared, saying, For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And by this too the others were comforted, I mean the guest. Why, I am so far, saith he, from loathing sinners, that even for their sakes only am I come. Then, lest he should make them more careless, he stayed not at the word sinners, but added, unto repentance. For I am not come that they should continue sinners, but that they should alter and amend. He then, having stopped their mouths every way, as well as from the Scriptures as from the natural consequences of things, and they having nothing to say, proved as they were obnoxious to the charges which they had brought against him, and adversaries of the law and the Old Testament, they leave him, and again transfer their accusation to the disciples. And Luke indeed affirms that the Pharisees said it, but this evangelist, that it was the disciples of John. But it is likely that both said it. That is, they being, as might be expected, in utter perplexity, take the other sort with them, as they did afterwards with the Herodians likewise, since in truth John's disciples were always disposed to be jealous of him, and reasoned against him, being then only humbled when first John abode in the prison. They came at least then, and told Jesus, but afterwards they returned to their former envy. Now what say they? Why do we and the Pharisees fast oft, but thy disciples fast not? This is the disease which Christ long before was eradicating in the words, When thou fastest, anoint thy head, and wash thy face, foreknowing the evils that spring therefrom. But yet he doth not rebuke even these, nor say, O ye vainglorious, and overbusy, but he discourses to them with all gentleness, saying, The children of the bride chamber cannot fast, as long as the bridegroom is with them. Thus, when others were to be spoken for, the publicans I mean, to soothe their wounded soul, he was more severe in his reproof of their revilers. But when they were deriding himself and his disciples, he makes his reply with all gentleness. Now their meaning is like this. Granted, say they, thou doest this as a physician. Why do thy disciples also leave fasting, and cleave to such tables? Then, to make the accusation heavier, they put themselves first, and then the Pharisees, wishing by the comparison to aggravate the charge. For indeed both we, it is said, and the Pharisees fast oft. And in truth they did fast, the one having learnt it from John, the other from the law, even as also the Pharisees said, I fast twice in the week. What then saith Jesus? Can the children of the bride chamber fast while the bridegroom is with them? Before he called himself a physician, but here a bridegroom, by these names revealing his unspeakable mysteries. Yet of course he might have told them more sharply, these things depend not on you, that you should make such laws. For of what use is fasting, when the mind is full of wickedness? When ye blame others, when ye condemn them, bearing about beams in your eyes, and do all for display. Nay, before all this ye ought to have cast out vainglory, to be proficients in all the other duties, in charity, meekness, brotherly love. However, nothing of this kind doth he say, but with all gentleness. The children of the bride chamber cannot fast, so long as the bridegroom is with them, recalling to their mind John's words, when he said, He that hath the bride is the bridegroom, but the friend of the bridegroom, which standeth and heareth him, rejoiceth greatly because of the bridegroom's voice. Now his meaning is like this. The present time is of joy and gladness. Therefore do not bring in the things which are melancholy. For fasting is a melancholy thing, not in its own nature, but to them that are yet in rather a feeble state. For to those at least that are willing to practice self-command, the observance is exceedingly pleasant and desirable. But as when the body is in health, the spirits are high, so when the soul is well conditioned, the pleasure is greater. But according to their previous impression he saith this. So also Isaiah, discoursing of it, calls it an affliction of the soul, and Moses too in like manner. Not, however, by this only doth he stop their mouths, but by another topic also, saying, Days will come, when the bridegroom shall be taken from them, and then shall they fast. For hereby he signifies that what they did was not of gluttony, but pertained to some marvelous dispensation. And at the same time he lays beforehand the foundation of what he was to say touching his passion, and his controversies with others instructing his disciples, and training them now to be versed in the things which are deemed sorrowful. Because for themselves already to have this said to them would have been grievous and galling, since we know that afterwards, being uttered, it troubled them. But spoken to others, it would become rather less intolerable to them. It being also natural for them to pride themselves on John's calamity, he from this topic represses likewise such their elation. The doctrine, however, of his resurrection he adds not yet, it not being yet time. For so much indeed was natural, that one supposed to be a man should die, but that other was beyond nature. Then what he had done before, this he doth here again. I mean, that as he, when they were attempting to prove him blamable for eating with sinners, proved to them, on the contrary, that his proceeding was not only no blame, but an absolute praise to him, so here too, when they wanted to show of him that he knows not how to manage his disciples, he signifies that such language was the part of men not knowing how to manage their inferences, but finding fault at random. For no man, saith he, putteth a piece of new cloth unto an old garment. He is again establishing his argument by illustrations from common life, and what he saith is like this. The disciples have not yet become strong, but still need much condescension. They have not yet been renewed by the Spirit, and on persons in that state one ought not to lay any burden of injunctions. And these things he said, setting laws and rules for his own disciples, that when they should have to receive as disciples those of all sorts that should come from the whole world, they might deal with them very gently. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles. Seest thou his illustrations, how like the Old Testament, the garment, the wineskins? For Jeremiah too calls the people a girdle, and makes mention again of bottles, and of wine. Thus, the discourse being about gluttony and a table, he takes his illustrations from the same. But Luke the same words, a second and a third time and often. Not, however, in a wearisome kind of way, but sportively, and do thou now turn from her, now flatter and court her. Seest thou not the painters, how much they rub out, how much they insert, when they are making a beautiful portrait? Well then, do not thou prove inferior to these. For if these, in drawing the likeness of a body, use such great diligence, how much more were it meet for us, in fashioning a soul, to use every contrivance? For if thou shouldest fashion well the form of this soul, thou wilt not see the countenance of the body looking unseemly, nor lips stained, nor a mouth like a bear's mouth dyed with blood, nor eyebrows blackened as with the smut of some kitchen vessel, nor cheeks whitened with dust like the walls of the tombs. For all these things are smut, and cinders, and dust, and signals of extreme deformity. But stay, I have been led on and observing, I know not how, into these expressions, and while admonishing another to teach with gentleness, I have been myself hurried away into wrath. Let us return therefore again unto the more gentle way of admonition, and let us bear with all the faults of our wives, that we may succeed in doing what we would. Seest thou not how we bear with the cries of children, when we would wean them from the breast, how we endure all for this object only, that we may persuade them to despise their former food? Thus let us do in this case also. Let us bear with all the rest, that we may accomplish this. For when this hath been amended, thou wilt see the other two proceeding in due order, and thou wilt come again unto the ornaments of gold, and in the same way wilt reason concerning them likewise, and thus by little and little bringing thy wife unto the right rule, thou wilt be a beautiful painter, a faithful servant, an excellent husbandman. Together with these things remind her also of the women of old, of Sarah, of Rebekah, both of the fair and of them that were not so, and point out how all equally practiced modesty. For even Leah, the wife of the patriarch, not being fair, was not constrained to devise any such thing, but although she were uncomely, and not very much beloved by her husband, she neither devised any such thing, nor marred her countenance, but continued to preserve the lineaments thereof undisfigured, and this though brought up by Gentiles. But thou that art a believing woman, thou that hast Christ for thine head, art thou bringing in upon us a satanic art? And dost thou not call to mind the water that dashed over thy countenance, the sacrifice that adorns thy lips, the blood that hath reddened thy tongue? If thou wouldest consider all these things, though thou wert fond of dress to the 10,000th degree, thou wilt not venture nor endure to put upon thee that dust and those cinders. Learn that thou hast been joined unto Christ, and refrain from this unseemliness. For neither is he delighted with these colorings, but he seeks after another beauty, of which he is an exceeding degree a lover, I mean, that in the soul. This the prophet likewise hath charged thee to cherish, and hath said, So shall the king have pleasure in thy beauty. Let us not therefore be curious in making ourselves unseemly, for neither is any one of God's works imperfect, nor doth it need to be set right by thee. For not even if to an image of the emperor, after it was set up, any one were to seek to add his own work, would the attempt be safe, but he will incur extreme danger. Well then, man works and thou addest not, but doth God work, and dost thou amend it? And dost thou not consider the fire of hell? Dost thou not consider the destitution of thy soul? For on this account it is neglected, because all thy care is wasted on the flesh. But why do I speak of the soul? For to the very flesh everything falls out contrary to what ye have sought. Consider it. Dost thou wish to appear beautiful? This shows thee uncomely. Dost thou wish to please thy husband? This rather grieves him, and causes not him only, but strangers also, to become thine accusers. Wouldest thou appear young? This will quickly bring thee to old age. Wouldest thou wish to array thyself honorably? This makes thee to be ashamed. For such an one is ashamed not only before those of her own rank, but even those of her maids who are in secret, and those of her servants who know, and above all, before herself. But why need I say these things? For that which is more grievous than all I have now omitted, namely, that thou dost offend God. Thou underminest modesty, kindlest the flame of jealousy, emulatest the harlot women at their brothel. All these things then consider, ye women, and laugh to scorn the pomp of Satan and the craft of the devil, and letting go this adorning, or rather disfiguring, cultivate that beauty in your own souls which is lovely even to angels and desired of God, and delightful to your husbands, that ye may attain both unto present glory and unto that which is to come, to which God grant that we may all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 30. Homily 31. Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom. Translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 31. Matthew 9:18 through 26. While he spake these things unto them, behold, there came in a ruler, and worshipped him, saying, My daughter is even now dead, but come and lay thy hand upon her, and she shall live. The deed overtook the words, so that the mouths of the Pharisees were the more stopped. For both he that came was a ruler of the synagogue, and his affliction terrible. For the young damsel was both his only child, and 12 years old, the very flower of her age, on which account especially he raised her up again, and that immediately. And if Luke say that men came, saying, Trouble not the Master, for she is dead, we will say this, that the expression, she is even now dead, was that of one conjecturing from the time of his journeying, or exaggerating his affliction. For it is an usual thing with persons in need to heighten their own evils by their report, and to say something more than is really true, the more to attract those whom they are beseeching. But see his dullness, how he requires of Christ 2 things, both his actual presence and the laying on of his hand. And this, by the way, is a sign that he had left her still breathing. This Naaman also, that Syrian, required of the prophet. For I thought, saith he will surely come out, and will lay on his hand. For in truth, they who are more or less dull of temper require sight and sensible things. And whereas Mark saith, he took the 3 disciples, and so doth Luke, our evangelist merely saith, the disciples. Wherefore then did he not take with him Matthew, though he had but just come unto him, to bring him to a more earnest longing, and because he was yet rather in an imperfect state? For to this intent doth he honour those, that these may grow such as those are. But for him it sufficed for the present, to see what befell the woman with the issue of blood, and to be honoured by his table, and by his partaking of his salt. And when he had risen up, many followed him, as for a great miracle, both on account of the person who had come, and because the more part being of a grosser disposition were seeking not so much the care of the soul as the healing of the body, and they flowed together, some urged by their own afflictions, some hastening to behold how other men's were cured. However, there were as yet but few in the habit of coming principally for the sake of his words and doctrine. Nevertheless, he did not suffer them to enter into the house, but his disciples only, and not even all of these, everywhere instructing us to repel the applause of the multitude. And behold, it is said, a woman that had an issue of blood 12 years came behind him, and touched the hem of his garment. For she said within herself, If I may but touch his garment, I shall be whole. Wherefore did she not approach him boldly? She was ashamed on account of her affliction, accounting herself to be unclean. For if the menstruous woman was judged not to be clean, much more would she have the same thought, who was afflicted with such a disease, since in fact that complaint was under the law accounted a great uncleanness. Therefore she lies hidden, and conceals herself. For neither had she as yet the proper and correct opinion concerning him, else she would not have thought to be concealed. And this is the first woman that came unto him in public, having heard of course that he heals women also, and that he is on his way to the little daughter that was dead. And she durst not invite him to her house, although she was wealthy. Nay, neither did she approach publicly, but secretly with faith she touched his garments. For she did not doubt, nor say in herself, Shall I indeed be delivered from the disease? Shall I indeed fail of deliverance? But confident of her health, she so approached him. For she said, we read, in herself, If I may only touch his garment, I shall be whole. Yea, for she saw out of what manner of house he was come, that of the publicans, and who they were that followed him, sinners and publicans. And all these things made her to be of good hope. What then doth Christ? He suffers her not to be hid, but brings her into the midst, and makes her manifest for many purposes. It is true indeed that some of the senseless ones say, He does this for love of glory, for why, say they, did he not suffer her to be hid? What sayest thou, unholy, yea, all unholy one? He that enjoins silence, he that passes by miracles innumerable, is he in love with glory? For what intent then doth he bring her forward? In the first place he puts an end to the woman's fear, lest being pricked by her conscience, as having stolen the gift, she should abide in agony. In the second place he sets her right, in respect of her thinking to be hid. Thirdly, he exhibits her faith to all, so as to provoke the rest also to emulation. And his staying of the fountains of her blood was no greater sign than he affords in signifying his knowledge of all things. Moreover, the ruler of the synagogue, who was on the point of thorough unbelief, and so of utter ruin, he corrects by the woman. Since both they that came said, Trouble not the master, for the damsel is dead. And those in the house laughed him to scorn when he said, She sleepeth. And it was likely that the father too should have experienced some such feeling. Therefore, to correct this weakness beforehand, he brings forward the simple woman. For as to that ruler being quite of the grosser sort, hear what he saith unto him. Fear not, do thou believe only, and she shall be made whole. Thus he waited also on purpose for death to come on, and that then he should arrive, in order that the proof of the resurrection might be distinct. With this view he both walks more leisurely, and discourses more with the woman, that he might give time for the damsel to die, and for those to come who told of it, and said, Trouble not the master. This again surely the evangelist obscurely signifies, when he saith, While he yet spake, there came from the house certain which said, Thy daughter is dead, trouble not the master. For his will was that her death should be believed, that her resurrection might not be suspected. And this he doth in every instance. So also in the case of Lazarus, he waited a first and a second and a third day. On account then of all these things he brings her forward, and saith, Daughter, be of good cheer. Even as he had said also to the paralyzed person, Son, be of good cheer. Because in truth the woman was exceedingly alarmed. Therefore he saith, Be of good cheer, and he calls her daughter, for her faith had made her a daughter. After that comes also her praise. Thy faith hath made thee whole. But Luke tells us also other things more than these concerning the woman. Thus, when she had approached him, saith he, and had received her health, Christ did not immediately call her, but first he saith, Which is he that touched me? Then when Peter and they that were with him said, Master, the multitude throng thee, and press thee, and sayest thou who touched me? Which was a very sure sign, both that he was encompassed with real flesh, and that he trampled on all vainglory. For they did not follow him at all afar off, but thronged him on every side. He for his part continued to say, Somebody hath touched me, for I perceive that virtue is gone out of me, answering after a grosser manner, according to the impression of his hearers. But these things he said, that he might also induce her of herself to make confession. For on this account neither did he immediately convict her, in order that having signified that he knows all things clearly, he might induce her of her own accord to publish all, and work upon her to proclaim herself what had been done, and that he might not incur suspicion by saying it. Seest thou the woman superior to the ruler of the synagogue? She detained him not, she took no hold of him, but touched him only with the end of her fingers, and though she came later, she first went away healed. And he indeed was bringing the physician altogether to his house, but for her a mere touch suffered. For though she was bound by her affliction, yet her faith had given her wings. And mark how he comforts her, saying, Thy faith hath saved thee. Now surely, had he drawn her forward for display, he would not have added this. But he saith this, partly teaching the ruler of the synagogue to believe, partly proclaiming the woman's praise, and affording her by these words delight and advantage equal to her bodily health. For that he did this is minded to glorify her, and to amend others, and not to show himself glorious, is manifest from hence, that he indeed would have been equally an object of admiration even without this. For the miracles were pouring around him faster than the snowflakes, and he both had done and was to do far greater things than these. But the woman, had this not happened, would have gone away hid, deprived of those great praises. For this cause he brought her forward, and proclaimed her praise, and cast out her fear. For she came, it is said, trembling. And he caused her to be of good courage, and together with health of body, he gave her also other provisions for her journey, in that he said, Go in peace. And when he came into the ruler's house, and saw the minstrels and the people making a noise, he saith unto them, Give place, for the maid is not dead, but sleepeth. And they laughed him to scorn. Noble tokens, surely these, of the rulers of synagogues. In the moment of her death, pipes and cymbals raising a dirge. What then doth Christ? All the rest he cast out, but the parents he brought in, to leave no room for saying that he healed her in any other way. And before her resurrection too, he raises her in his word, saying, "The maid is not dead, but sleepeth." And in many instances besides he doeth this. As then on the sea he expels tumult from the mind of the bystanders, at the same time both signifying that it is easy for him to raise the dead. Which same thing he did with respect to Lazarus also, saying, "Our friend Lazarus sleepeth," and also teaching us not to fear death, for that it is not death, but is henceforth become a sleep. Thus, since he himself was to die, he doth in the persons of others prepare his disciples beforehand to be of good courage, and to bear the end meekly, since in truth, when he had come, death was from that time forward asleep. But yet they laughed him to scorn. He, however, was not indignant at being disbelieved by those for whom he was a little afterwards to work miracles. Neither did he rebuke their laughter, in order that both it and the pipes and the cymbals and all the other things might be a sure proof of her death. For since for the most part, after the miracles are done, men disbelieve, he takes them beforehand by their own answers, which was done in the case both of Lazarus and of Moses. For to Moses first he saith, "What is that in thine hand?" in order that when he saw it become a serpent, he should not forget that it was a rod before, but being reminded of his own saying, might be amazed at what was done. And with regard to Lazarus he saith, "Where have ye laid him?" That they who had said, "Come and see," and "He stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days," might no longer be able to disbelieve his having raised a dead man. Seeing then the symbols in the multitude, he put them all out, and in the presence of the parents works the miracle, not introducing another soul, but recalling the same that had gone out, and awakening her as it were out of a sleep. And he holds her by the hand, assuring the beholders, so as by that sight to make a way for the belief of her resurrection. For whereas the Father said, "Lay thy hand upon her," he on his part doth somewhat more, for he lays no hand on her, but rather takes hold of her, and raises her, implying that to him all things are ready. And he not only raises her up, but also commands to give her meat, that the event might not seem to be an illusion. And he doth not give it himself, but commands them. As also with regard to Lazarus, he said, "Loose him, and let him go," and afterwards makes him partaker of his table. For so is he wont always to establish both points, making out with all completeness the demonstration alike of the death and of the resurrection. But do thou mark, I pray thee, not her resurrection only, but also his commanding to tell no man. And by all learn thou this especially, his freedom from haughtiness and vainglory. And withal learn this other thing also, that he cast them that were beating themselves out of the house, and declared them unworthy of such a sight. And do not thou go out with the minstrels, but remain with Peter and John and James. For if he cast them out then, much more now. For then it was not yet manifest that death was become a sleep. But now this is clearer than the very sun itself. But is it that he hath not raised thy daughter now? But surely he will raise her, and with more abundant glory. For that damsel, when she had risen, died again. But thy child, if she rise again, abides thenceforth in immortal being. Let no man therefore beat himself any more, nor wail, neither disparage Christ's achievement. For indeed he overcame death. Why then dost thou wail for naught? The thing is become asleep. Why lament and weep? Why, even if Greeks did this, they should be laughed to scorn. But when the believer behaves himself unseemly in these things, what plea hath he? What excuse will there be for them that are guilty of such folly, and this after so long a time, and so clear proof of the resurrection? But thou, as though labouring to add to the charge against thee, dost also bring us in heathen women singing dirges, to kindle thy feelings, and to stir up the furnace thoroughly. And thou hearkenest not to Paul, saying, What concord hath Christ with Belial? Or what part hath he that believeth with an infidel? And while the children of heathens, who know nothing of resurrection, do yet find words of consolation, saying, Bear it manfully, for it is not possible to undo what hath taken place, nor to amend it by lamentations. Art not thou, who hearest sayings wiser and better than these, ashamed to behave thyself more unseemly than they? For we say not at all, Bear it manfully, because it is not possible to undo what hath taken place, but Bear it manfully, because he will surely rise again. The child sleeps, and is not dead. He is at rest, and hath not perished. For resurrection will be his final lot, and eternal life, and immortality, and an angel's portion. Hearest thou not the psalm that saith, Return unto thy rest, O my soul, for the Lord hath dealt bountifully with thee? God calleth it bountiful dealing, and dost thou make lamentation? And what more couldst thou have done, if thou wert a foe and an enemy of the dead? Why, if there must be mourning, it is the devil that ought to mourn. He may beat himself, he may wail, at our journeying to greater blessings. This lamentation becomes his wickedness, not thee, who art going to be crowned unto rest. Yea, for death is a fair haven. Consider at any rate with how many evils our present life has filled. Reflect how often thou thyself hast cursed our present life. For indeed things go on to worse, and from the very beginning thou wert involved in no small condemnation. For, saith he, In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and in the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat thy bread, and in the world ye shall have tribulation. But of our state there, no such word at all is spoken, but all the contrary, that grief and sorrow and sighing have fled away, and that men shall come from the east and from the west, and shall recline in the bosoms of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, and that the region there is a spiritual bride chamber, and bright lamps, and a translation to heaven. Why then disgrace the departed? Why dispose the rest to fear and tremble at death? Why cause many to accuse God, as though he had done very dreadful things? Or rather, why after this invite poor persons, and entreat priests to pray? In order, saith he, that the dead may depart into rest, that he may find the judge propitious. For these things then art there mourning and wailing? Thou art therefore fighting and warring with thyself, exciting a storm against thyself on account of his having entered into harbour. But what can I do, saith he, such a thing is nature? The blame is not nature's, neither doth it belong to the necessary consequence of the thing. But it is we that are turning all things upside down, are overcome with softness, are giving up our proper nobility, and are making the unbelievers worse. For how shall we reason with another concerning immortality? How shall we persuade the heathen when we fear death, and shudder at it more than he? Many, for instance, among the Greeks, although they knew nothing of course about immortality, have crowned themselves at the decrease of their children, and appeared in white garments, that they might reap the present glory. But thou not even for the future's glory's sake ceasest thy woman's behaviour and wailing. But hast thou no heirs, nor any to succeed to thy goods? And which wouldest thou rather, that he should be heir of thy possessions, or of heaven? And which didst thou desire? That he should succeed to the things that perish, which he must have let go soon after, or to things that remain, and are immovable? Thou hadst him not for heir, but God had him instead of thee. He became not joint heir with his own brethren, but he became joint heir with Christ. But to whom, saith he, are we to leave our garments? To whom our houses? To whom our slaves and our lands? To him again, and more securely than if he lived, for there is nothing to hinder. For if barbarians burn the goods of the departed together with them, much more were it a righteous thing for thee to send away with the dead what things he hath, not to be turned to ashes like those, but to invest him with more glory, and that if he departed a sinner, it may do away his sins, but if righteous, that it may become an increase of reward and recompense. But dost thou long to see him? Then live the same life with him, and thou wilt soon obtain that sacred vision. And herewith consider this also, that though thou shouldest not hearken to us, thou wilt certainly yield to time. But no reward then for thee, for the consolation comes of the number of the days. Whereas if thou art willing now to command thyself, thou wilt gain two very great points. First, thou wilt deliver thyself from the intervening ills. Next, thou wilt be crowned with the brighter crown from God. For indeed neither almsgiving nor anything else is nearly so great as bearing affliction meekly. Bear in mind that even the Son of God died, and he indeed for thee, but thou for thyself. And when he said, If it be possible, let the cup pass from me, and suffered pain, and was in agony, nevertheless he shunned not the end, but underwent it, and that with its whole course of exceeding woe. That is, he did by no means simply endure death, but the most shameful death. And before his death, stripes, and before his stripes, upbraidings and jeers and revilings, instructing thee to bear all manfully. And though he died and put off his body, he resumed it again in greater glory, herein also holding out to thee good hopes. If these things be not a fable, lament not. If thou account these things to be sure, weep not. But if thou dost weep, how wilt thou be able to persuade the Greek that thou believest? But even so doth the event still appear intolerable to thee? Well then, for this very cause it is not meet to lament for him, for he is delivered from many such calamities. Grudge not therefore against him, neither envy him. For to ask death for yourself because of his premature end, and to lament for him that he did not live to endure many such things, is rather the part of one grudging and envying. And think not of this, that he will no more return home, but that thyself also art a little while after to go to him. Regard not this, that he returns here no more, but that neither do these things that are seen remain such as they are, but these too are being transformed. Yea, for heaven and earth and sea and all are being put together afresh, and then shalt thou recover thy child in greater glory. And if indeed he departed a sinner, his wickedness is stayed. For certainly, had God known that he was being converted, he would not have snatched him away before his repentance. But if he ended his life righteous, he now possesses all good in safety. Whence it is manifest that thy tears are not of kindly affection, but of unreasoning passion. For if thou lovest the departed, thou shouldest rejoice and be glad that he is delivered from the present waves. And what is there more, I pray thee? What is there fresh and new? Do we not see the same things daily revolving? Day and night, night and day, winter and summer, summer and winter, and nothing more. And these indeed are ever the same, but our evils are fresh and newer. Wouldst thou then have him every day drawing up more of these things, and abiding here, and sickening, and mourning, and in fear and trembling, and enduring some of the ills of life, dreading others lest he sometime endure them? Since assuredly thou canst not say this, that one sailing over this great sea might possibly be free from despondency and cares, and from all other such things. And withal take this also into account, that thou didst not bring him forth immortal, and that if he had not died now, he must have endured it soon after. But is it that thou hadst not thy fill of him? But thou wilt of a certainty enjoy him there. But longest thou to see him here also? And what is there to hinder thee? For thou art permitted even here, if thou be watchful. For the hope of the things to come is clearer than sight. But thou, if he were in some king's court, wouldst not ever seek to see him, so long as thou heardest of his good report. And seeing him departed to the things that are far better, art thou faint-hearted about a little time, and that, when thou hast in his place one to dwell with thee? But hast thou no husband? Yet hast thou a consolation, even the father of the orphans, and judge of the widows. Hear even Paul pronouncing this widowhood blessed, and saying, Now she that is a widow indeed and desolate trusteth in the Lord. Because such an one will appear more approved, evincing as she doth greater patience. Mourn not therefore for that which is thy crown, that for which thou demandest a reward. Since thou hast also restored his deposit, if thou hast exhibited the very thing entrusted to thee, be not in care any more, having laid up the possession in an inviolable treasure house. But if thou wouldst really learn both what is our present being and what our life to come, and that the one is a spider's web and a shadow, but the things there, all of them, immovable and immortal, thou wouldst not after that want other arguments. For whereas now thy child is delivered from all change, if he were here, perhaps he might continue good, perhaps not so. Seest thou not how many openly cast off their own children? How many are constrained to keep them at home, although worse than the open outcast? Let us make account of all these things, and practice self-command, for so shall we at once show regard to the deceased, and enjoy much praise from men, and receive from God the great rewards of patience, and attain unto the good things eternal, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 31. Homily 32. Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom. Translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 32. Matthew 9:27 through 10:15. And when Jesus departed thence, 2 blind men followed him, crying and saying, Thou Son of David, have mercy on us. And when he was come into the house, the blind men came to him, and Jesus saith unto them, Believe ye that I am able to do this? They say unto him, Yea, Lord. Then touched he their eyes, saying, According to your faith be it unto you. And their eyes were opened. Wherefore can it be that he puts them off, and they crying out? Here again teaching us utterly to repel the glory that cometh from the multitude. For because the house was near, he leads them thither to heal them in private. And this is evident from the fact that he charged them moreover to tell no man. But this is no light charge against the Jews, when these men, though their eyes were struck out, received the faith by hearing alone, But they, beholding the miracles, and having their sight to witness what was happening, do all just contrary. And see their earnestness also, both by their cry and by their prayer itself. For they did not merely approach him, but with loud cries, and alleging naught else but mercy. And they called him Son of David, because the name was thought to be honorable. In many passages, for instance, did the prophets likewise so call the kings, whom they wished to honor, and to declare great. And having brought them into the house, he puts to them a further question. For in many cases he made a point of healing on entreaty, lest any should suppose him to be rushing upon these miracles through vainglory, and not on this account alone, but to indicate also that they deserve healing, and that no one should say, if it was of mere mercy that he saved, all men ought to be saved. For even his love to man hath a kind of proportion, depending on the faith of them that are healed, but not for these causes only doth he require faith of them, but forasmuch as they called him Son of David, he to lead them up to what is higher, and to teach them to entertain the imaginations they ought of himself, saith, Believe ye that I am able to do this? He did not say, Believe ye that I am able to entreat my Father, that I am able to pray, but that I am able to do this. What then is their word? Yea, Lord. They call him no more Son of David, but soar higher, and acknowledge his dominion. And then at last he for his part lays his hand upon them, saying, According to your faith be it unto you. And this he doth to confirm their faith, and to show that they are participators in the good work, and to witness that their words were not words of flattery. For neither did he say, Let your eyes be opened, but according to your faith be it unto you, which he saith to many of them that came unto him, before the healing of their bodies, hastening to proclaim the faith in their soul, so as both to make them more approved, and to render others more serious. Thus with respect to the sick of the palsy also, for there too, before giving nerve to the body, he raises up the fallen soul, saying, Son, be of good cheer, thy sins be forgiven thee. And the young damsel too, when he had raised her up, he detained, and by the food taught her her benefactor. And in the case of the centurion also he did in like manner, leaving the whole to his faith. And as to his disciples again, when delivering them from the storm on the sea, he delivered them first from their want of faith. Just so likewise in this case, he knew indeed, even before their cry, the secrets of their mind, but that he might lead on others also to the same earnestness, he makes them known to the rest as well, by the result of their cure, proclaiming their hidden faith. Then after their cure, he commands them to tell no man, neither doth he merely command them, but with much strictness. For Jesus, it is said, straitly charged them, saying, See that no man know it. But they, when they were departed, spread abroad his fame in all that country. They, however, did not endure this, but became preachers and evangelists, and when bidden to hide what had been done, they endured it not. And if in another place we find him saying, Go thy way, and declare the glory of God, that is not contrary to this, but even highly in agreement herewith. For he instructs us to say nothing ourselves, concerning ourselves, but even to forbid them that would eulogize us. But if the glory be referred to God, then not only not to forbid, but to command men to do this. And as they went out, it is said, Behold, they brought unto him a dumb man possessed with a devil. For the affliction was not natural, but the device of the evil spirit. Wherefore also he needs others to bring him. For he could neither make entreaty himself, being speechless, nor supplicate others, when the evil spirit had bound his tongue, and together with his tongue had fettered his soul. For this cause neither doth he require faith of him, but straightway heals the disease. For when the devil was cast out, it saith, the dumb spake, and the multitudes marveled, saying, It was never so seen in Israel. Now this especially vexed the Pharisees, that they preferred him to all, not only that then were, but that had ever been. And they preferred him, not for his healing, but for his doing it easily and quickly, and to diseases innumerable and incurable. And thus the multitude, but the Pharisees quite contrariwise, not only disparaging the works, but saying things contradictory to themselves, and not ashamed. Such a thing as wickedness. For what say they? He casteth out devils through the prince of the devils. What can be more foolish than this? For in the first place, as he also saith further on, it is impossible that a devil should cast out a devil. For that being is wont to repair what belongs to himself, not to pull it down. But he did not cast out devils only, but also cleansed lepers, and raised the dead, and curbed the sea, and remitted sins, and preached the kingdom, and brought men unto the Father, things which a demon would never either choose or at any time be able to effect. For the devils bring men to idols, and withdraw them from God, and persuade them to disbelieve the life to come. The devil doth not bestow kindness when he is insulted, forasmuch as even when not insulted, he harms those that court and honor him. But he doeth the contrary, for after these their insults and revilings. He went about, it is said, all the cities and villages, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every sickness and every disease. And so far from punishing them for their insensibility, he did not even simply rebuke them, at once both evincing his meekness, and so refuting the calumny, and at the same time minded also by the signs which followed to exhibit his proof more completely, and then to adduce also the refutation by words. He went about therefore both in cities, and in countries, and in their synagogues, instructing us to requite our calumniators, not with fresh calumnies, but with greater benefits. Since, if not for man's sake, but God's, thou doest good to thy fellow servants, whatsoever they may do, leave not thou off doing them good, that thy reward may be greater. Since he surely, who upon their calumny leaves off his doing good, signifies that for their praise's sake, not for God's sake, he applies himself to that kind of virtue. For this cause Christ, to teach us that of mere goodness he had entered on this, so far from waiting for the sick to come to him, of himself hastened unto them, bearing them two of the greatest blessings. One, the gospel of the kingdom. Another, the perfect cure of all their diseases. And not a city did he overlook, not a village did he hasten by, but visited every place. And not even at this doth he stop, but he exhibits also another instance of his forethought, that is, when he saw, it is said, the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they were troubled, and scattered abroad, as sheep having no shepherd. Then saith he unto his disciples, The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Pray ye therefore the Lord of the harvest, that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. See again his freedom from vainglory, that he may not draw all men unto himself, he sends out his disciples. And not with this view only, but that he might also teach them, after practicing in Palestine, as in a sort of training school, to strip themselves for their conflicts with the world. For this purpose then he makes the exercises even more serious than the actual conflicts, so far as pertain to their own virtue, that they might more easily engage in the struggles that were to ensue. As it were a sort of tender nestlings whom he was at length leading out to fly. And for the present he makes them physicians of bodies, dispensing to them afterwards the cure of the soul, which is the principal thing. And mark how he points out the facility and necessity of the thing. For what saith he? The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. That is, not to the sowing, saith he, but to the reaping do I send you. Which in John he expressed by, other men labored, and ye are entered into their labors. And these things he said, at once repressing their pride, and preparing them to be of good courage, and signifying that the greater part of the labor came first. And contemplate him here too, beginning from love to man, not with any requital. For he had compassion, because they were troubled and scattered abroad as sheep having no shepherd. This is his charge against the rulers of the Jews, that being shepherds they acted the part of wolves. For so far from amending the multitude, they even marred their progress. For instance, when they were marveling and saying, it was never so seen in Israel, these were affirming the contrary. He casteth out devils through the prince of the devils. But of what laborers doth he speak here? Of the 12 disciples. What then? Whereas he had said, but the laborers are few, did he add to their number? By no means, but he sent them out alone. Wherefore then did he say, Pray ye the Lord of the harvest, that he would send forth laborers into his harvest, and made no addition to their number? Because though they were but 12, he made them many from that time forward, not by adding to their number, but by giving them power. Then to signify how great the gift is, he saith, Pray ye the Lord of the harvest, and indirectly declares it to be his own prerogative. For after having said, Pray ye the Lord of the harvest, when they had not made any entreaty nor prayer, he himself at once ordains them, reminding them also of the sayings of John, of the threshing floor, and of the person winnowing, and of the chaff, and of the wheat. Whence it is evident that himself is the husbandman, himself the Lord of the harvest, himself the master and owner of the prophets. For if he sent them to reap, clearly it was not to reap what belongs to another, but what he himself had sown by the prophets. But not in this way only was he indirectly encouraging them, in calling their ministry a harvest, but also by making them able for the ministry. And when he had called unto him, it saith, his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits, to cast them out, and to heal all manner of sickness, and all manner of disease. Still the Spirit was not yet given, for there was not yet, it saith, a Spirit, because that Jesus was not yet glorified. How then did they cast out the spirits? By his command, by his authority. And mark, I pray thee also, how well timed was the mission. For not at the beginning did he send them, but when they had enjoyed sufficiently the advantage of following him, and had seen a dead person raised, and the sea rebuked, and devils expelled, and a paralytic new strong, and sins remitted, and a leper cleansed, and had received a sufficient proof of his power, both by deeds and words, then he sends them forth, and not to dangerous acts, for as yet there was no danger in Palestine, but they had only to stand against evil speakings. However, even of this he forewarns them, I mean of their perils, preparing them even before the time, and making them feel as in conflict by his continual predictions of that sort. Then, since he had mentioned to us 2 pairs of apostles, that of Peter, and that of John, and after those had pointed out the calling of Matthew, but had said nothing to us either of the calling or of the name of the other apostles. Here of necessity he sets down the list of them, and their number, and makes known their names, saying thus. Now the names of the 12 apostles are these. First Simon, who is called Peter, because there was also another Simon, the Canaanite, and there was Judas Iscariot, and Judas the brother of James, and James the son of Alphaeus, and James the son of Zebedee. Now Mark doth also put them according to their dignity, for after the 2 leaders he then numbers Andrew, but our evangelist not so, but without distinction, or rather he sets before himself even Thomas, who came far short of him. But let us look at the list of them from the beginning. First Simon, who is called Peter, and Andrew his brother. Even this is no small praise, for the one he named from his virtue, the other from his high kindred, which was in conformity to his disposition. Then James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother. Seest thou he arranges them not according to their dignity. For to me John seems to be greater, not only than the others, but even than his brother. After this, when he had said, Philip and Bartholomew, he added, Thomas and Matthew the publican. But Luke not so, but in the opposite order, and he puts him before Thomas. Next, James the son of Alphaeus. For there was, as I have already said, the son of Zebedee also. Then, after having mentioned Levaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus, and Simon Zelotes, whom he calls also the Canaanite, he comes to the traitor, and not as a sort of enemy or foe, but as one writing a history. So hath he described him. He saith not, the unholy, the all unholy one, but hath named him from his city, Judas Iscariot, because there was also another Judas, Levaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus, who, Luke saith, was the brother of James, saying, Judas the brother of James. Therefore, to distinguish him from this man, it saith, Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him. And he is not ashamed to say, who also betrayed him. So far were they from ever disguising aught even of those things that seem to be matters of reproach. And first of all, and leader of the choir, is the unlearned, the ignorant man. But let us see whither, and to whom he sends them. These 12, it is said, Jesus sent forth. What manner of men were these? The fishermen, the publicans. For indeed 4 were fishermen and 2 publicans, Matthew and James, and one was even a traitor. And what saith he to them? He presently charges them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. For think not at all, saith he, because they insult me, and call me demoniac, that I hate them and turn away from them. Nay, as I sought earnestly to amend them in the first place, so keeping you away from all the rest, to them do I send you as teachers and physicians. And I not only forbid you to preach to others before these, but I do not suffer you so much as to touch upon the road that leads thither, nor to enter into such a city. Because the Samaritans too are in a state of enmity with the Jews. And yet it was an easier thing to deal with them, for they were much more favorably disposed to the faith. But the case of these was more difficult. But for all this, he sends them on the harder task, indicating his guardian care of them, and stopping the mouths of the Jews, and preparing the way for the teaching of the apostles, that people might not hereafter blame them for entering in to men uncircumcised, and think they had a just cause for shunning and abhorring them. And he calls them lost, not stray. sheep, in every way contriving how to excuse them, and winning their mind to himself. And as ye go, saith he, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Seest thou the greatness of their ministry? Seest thou the dignity of the apostles? Of nothing that is the object of sense are they commanded to speak, nor such as Moses spake of, and the prophets before them, but of some new and strange things. For while the former preached no such things, but earth, and the good things in the earth, these preached the kingdom of heaven, and whatever is there. And not from this circumstance only were these the greater, but also from their obedience, in that they shrink not, nor are they backward like those of old, but warned as they are of perils and wars, and of those insupportable evils, they receive with great obedience his injunctions, as being heralds of a kingdom. And what marvel, saith one, if having nothing to preach that is dismal or grievous, they readily obeyed? What sayest thou? Nothing grievous enjoined them? Dost thou not hear of the prisons, the executions, the civil wars, the hatred of all men? All which, he said a little while after, they must undergo. True, as to other men, he sent them to be procurers and heralds of innumerable blessings, but for themselves he said and proclaimed beforehand that they were to suffer terrible and incurable ills. After this, to make them trustworthy, he saith, heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, cast out devils. Freely ye have received, freely give. See how he provides for their conduct, and that no less than for their miracles, implying that the miracles without this are nothing. Thus he both quells their pride by saying, freely ye have received, freely give, and takes order for their being clear of covetousness. Moreover, lest it should be thought their own work, and they be lifted up by the signs that were wrought, he saith, freely ye have received. Ye bestow no favour on them that receive you, for not for a price did ye receive these things, nor after toil, for the grace is mine. In like manner therefore give ye to them also, for there is no finding a price worthy of them. After this, plucking up immediately the root of evils, he saith, provide neither gold, nor silver, nor brass in your purses, nor scrip for your journey, neither 2 coats, neither shoes, nor yet a staff. He said not, take them not with you, but even if you can obtain them from another, flee the evil disease. And you see that hereby he was answering many good purposes. First, setting his disciples above suspicion. Secondly, freeing them from all care, so that they might give all their leisure to the word. Thirdly, teaching them his own power. Of this accordingly he quite speaks out to them afterwards. Lacked ye anything when I sent you naked and unshod? He did not at once say, provide not, but when he had said, cleanse the lepers, cast out devils, then he said, provide nothing, freely ye have received, freely give, by his way of ordering things, consulting at once for their interest, their credit, and their ability. But perhaps some one may say that the rest may not be unaccountable, but not to have a scrip for the journey, neither 2 coats, nor a staff, nor shoes. Why did he enjoin this? Being minded to train them up unto all perfection, since even further back he had suffered them not to take thought so much as for the next day. For even to the whole world he was to send them out as teachers. Therefore of men he makes them even angels, so to speak, releasing them from all worldly care, so that they should be possessed with one care alone, that of their teaching. or rather even from that he releases them, saying, Take no thought how or what ye shall speak. And thus, what seems to be very grievous and galling, this he shows to be especially light and easy for them. For nothing makes men so cheerful as being freed from anxiety and care, and especially when it is granted them, being so freed, to lack nothing, God being present and becoming to them instead of all things. Next, lest they should say, Whence then are we to obtain our necessary food? He saith not unto them, Ye have heard that I have told you before, Behold the fowls of the air. For they were not yet able to realize this commandment in their actions. But he added what came far short of this, saying, For the workman is worthy of his meat, declaring that they must be nourished by their disciples, that neither they might be high-minded toward those whom they were teaching, as though giving all and receiving nothing at their hands, nor these again break away, as being despised by their teachers. After this, that they may not say, Dost thou then command us to live by begging, and be ashamed of this? He signifies the thing to be a debt, both by calling them workmen, and by terming what was given hire. For think not, saith he, because the labor is in words, that the benefit conferred by you is small. Nay, for the thing hath much toil. And whatsoever they that are taught may give, it is not a free gift which they bestow, but a recompense which they render. For the workman is worthy of his meat. But this he said, not as declaring so much to be the worth of the apostles' labors, far from it, God forbid, but as both making it a law for them to seek nothing more, and as convincing the givers that what they do is not an act of liberality, but a debt. And into whatsoever city or town ye shall enter, inquire who in it is worthy, and there abide till ye go thence. That is, it follows not, saith he, from my saying, The workman is worthy of his meat, that I have opened to you all men's doors. But herein also do I require you to use much circumspection. For this will profit you both in respect of your credit, and for your very maintenance. For if he is worthy, he will surely give you food, more especially when ye ask nothing beyond mere necessities. And he not only requires them to seek out worthy persons, but also not to change house for house, whereby they would neither vex him that is receiving them, nor themselves get the character of gluttony and self-indulgence. For this he declared by saying, There abide till ye go thence. And this one may perceive from the other evangelists also. Seest thou how he made them honorable by this also, and those that received them careful, by signifying that they rather are the gainers, both in honor and in respect of advantage. Then pursuing again the same subject, he saith, And when ye come into an house, salute it. And if the house be worthy, let your peace come upon it. But if it be not worthy, let your peace return to you. Seest thou how far he declines not to carry his injunctions, and very fitly. For as champions of godliness and preachers to the whole world was he training them, and in that regard disposing them to practice moderation and making them objects of love, he saith, And whoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. That is, do not, saith he, because ye are teachers, therefore wait to be saluted by others, but be first in showing that respect. Then, implying that this is not a mere salutation, but a blessing, he saith, If the house be worthy, it shall come upon it. But if it deal insolently, its first punishment will be, not to have the benefit of your peace, and the second, that it shall suffer the doom of Sodom. And what, it will be said, is their punishment to us? Ye will have the houses of such as are worthy. But what means, shake off the dust of your feet? It is either to signify their having received nothing of them, or to be a witness to them of the long journey which they had travelled for their sake. But mark, I pray thee, how he doth not even yet give the whole to them. For neither doth he as yet bestow upon them foreknowledge, so as to learn who is worthy, and who is not so, but he bids them inquire, and await the trial. How then did he himself abide with a publican? Because he was become worthy by his conversion. And mark, I pray thee, how when he had stripped them of all, he gave them all, by suffering them to abide in the houses of those who became disciples, and to enter therein, having nothing. For thus both themselves were freed from anxiety, and they would convince the others that for their salvation only are they come, first by bringing in nothing with them, then by requiring no more of them than necessities, lastly, by not entering all their houses without distinction. Since not by the signs only did he desire them to appear illustrious, but even before the signs by their own virtue. For nothing so much characterizes strictness of life as to be free from superfluities, and so far as may be from wants. This even the false apostles knew. Wherefore Paul also said, that wherein they glory, they may be found even as we. But if when we are in a strange country, and are going unto persons unknown to us, we must seek nothing more than our food for the day, much more when abiding at home. These things let us not hear only, but also imitate. For not of the apostles alone are they said, but also of the saints afterwards. Let us therefore become worthy to entertain them. For according to the disposition of the entertainers, this peace both comes and flies away again. For not only on the courageous speaking of them that teach, but also on the worthiness of them that receive, doth this effect follow. Neither let us account it a small loss not to enjoy such peace. For this peace the prophet also from of old proclaims, saying, How beautiful are the feet of them that bring good tidings of peace. Then to explain the value thereof he added, that bring good tidings of good things. This peace Christ also declared to be great when he said, Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. And we should do all things so as to enjoy it, both at home and in church. For in the very church too the presiding minister gives peace, and this which we speak of is a type of that. And you should receive it with all alacrity in heart before the actual communion. For if not to impart it after communion be disgusting, how much more disgusting to repel from you him that pronounces it? For thee the presbyter sits, for thee the teacher stands, laboring and toiling. What plea then wilt thou have for not affording him so much welcome as to listen to him? For indeed the church is the common home of all, and when ye have first occupied it, we enter in, strictly observing the type which they exhibited. For this cause we also pronounce peace in common to all, directly as we enter, according to the law. Let no one therefore be careless, no one inattentive, when the priests have entered in and are teaching. For there is really no small punishment appointed for this. Yea, and I for one would rather into any of your houses 10,000 times, and find myself baffled, than not be heard when I speak here. This latter is to me harder to bear than the other, by how much this house is of greater dignity. Our great possessions being verily laid up here all the hopes we have. For what is here that is not great and awe-full? Thus both this table is far more precious and delightful than the other, and this candlestick than the candlestick there. And this they know, as many have put away diseases by anointing themselves with oil in faith and in due season. And this coffer too is far better and more indispensable than that other chest, for it hath not clothes but alms shut up in it, even though they be few that own them. Here too is a couch better than that other, for the repose of the divine Scriptures is more delightful than any couch. And had we attained to excellence in respect of concord, then had we no other home beside this. And that there is nothing overburdensome in saying this, the 3,000 bear witness, and the 5,000 who had but one home, one table, one soul. For the multitude of them that believed, we read, were of one heart and of one soul. But since we fall far short of their virtue, and dwell scattered in our several homes, let us at least, when we meet here, be earnest in so doing. Because though in all other things we be destitute and poor, yet in these we are rich. Wherefore here at least receive us with love when we come in unto you. And when I say, Peace be unto you, and ye say, and with thy spirit, say it not with the voice only, but also with the mind, not in mouth, but in understanding also. But if while here thou sayest, Peace also to thy spirit, out of doors thou art mine enemy, spitting at and calumniating me, and secretly aspersing me with innumerable reproaches, what manner of peace is this? For I indeed, though thou speak evil of me 10,000 times, give thee that peace with a pure heart, with sincerity of purpose. And I can say nothing evil at any time of thee, for I have a Father's bowels. And if I rebuke thee at any time, I do it out of concern for thee. But as for thee, by thy secret carping at me, and not receiving me in the Lord's house, I fear lest thou shouldest in return add to my despondency. Not for thine insulting me, not for thy casting me out, but for thy rejecting our peace, and drawing down upon thyself that grievous punishment. For though I shake not off the dust, though I turn not away, what is threatened remains unchanged. For I indeed oftentimes pronounce peace to you, and will not cease from continually speaking it. And if, besides your insults, ye receive me not, even then I shake not off the dust, not that I am disobedient to our Lord, but that I vehemently burn for you. And besides, I have suffered nothing at all for you. I have neither come a long journey, nor with that garb and that voluntary poverty am I come, therefore we first blame ourselves, nor without shoes and a second coat, and perhaps this is why ye also fail of your part. However, this is not a sufficient plea for you, but while our condemnation is greater, to you it imparts no excuse. Then the houses were churches, but now the church has become a house. Then one might say nothing worldly in a house. Now one may say nothing spiritual in a church, but even here ye bring in the business from the marketplace, and while God is discoursing, ye leave off listening in silence to his sayings, and bring in the contrary things, and make discord. And I would it were your own affairs, but now the things which are nothing to you, those ye both speak and hear. For this I lament, and will not cease lamenting. For I have no power to quit this house, but here we must needs remain until we depart from this present life. Receive us therefore, as Paul commanded. For his language in that place related not to a meal, but to the temper and mind. This we also seek of you, even love, that fervent and genuine affection. But if ye endure not even this, at least love yourselves, and lay aside your present remissness. This is sufficient for our consolation, if we see you approving yourselves and becoming better men. So will I also myself show forth increased love, even though the more abundantly I love you, the less I be loved. For indeed there are many things to bind us together. One table is set before all. One Father begat us. We are all the issue of the same throes. The same drink hath been given to all. Or rather, not only the same drink, but also to drink out of one cup. For our Father, desiring to lead us to a kindly affection, hath devised this also, that we should drink out of one cup, a thing which belongs to intense love. But there is no comparison between the apostles and us. I confess it too, and would never deny it. For I say not to themselves, but not even to their shadows are we comparable. But nevertheless, let your part be done. This will have no tendency to disgrace you, but rather to profit you the more. For when even to unworthy persons ye show so much love and obedience, then shall ye receive the greater reward. For neither are they our own words which we speak, since ye have no teacher at all on earth. But what we have received, that we also give, and in giving we seek for nothing else from you, but to be loved only. And if we be unworthy even of this, yet by our loving you we shall quickly be worthy. Although we are commanded to love not them only that love us, but even our enemies. Who then is so hard-hearted, who so savage, that after having received such a law, he should abhor and hate even them that love him, full as he may be of innumerable evils? We have partaken of a spiritual table. Let us be partakers also of spiritual love. For if robbers, on partaking of salt, forget their character, what excuse shall we have who are continually partaking of the Lord's body, and do not imitate even their gentleness? And yet to many, not one table only, but even to be of one city, hath sufficed for friendship. But we, when we have the same city, and the same house, and table, and way, and door, and root, and life, and head, and the same shepherd and king, and teacher, and judge, and maker, and father, and to whom all things are common, what indulgence can we deserve, if we be divided one from another? But the miracles, perhaps, are what ye seek after, such as they wrought when they entered in. The lepers cleansed, the devils driven out, and the dead raised. Nay, but this is the great indication of your high birth, and of your love, that ye should believe God without pledges. And in fact this, and one other thing, were the reasons why God made miracles to cease. I mean, that if when miracles are not performed, they that plume themselves on other advantages, for instance, either on the word of wisdom, or on show of piety, grow vainglorious, are puffed up, are separated one from another. Did miracles also take place, how could there but be violent rendings? And that what I say is not mere conjecture, the Corinthians bear witness, who from this cause were divided into many parties. Do not thou therefore seek signs, but the soul's health. Seek not to see one dead man raised, nay, for thou hast learned that the whole world is arising. Seek not to see a blind man healed, but behold, all now restored unto that better and more profitable sight. And do thou too learn to look chastely, and amend thine eye. For in truth, if we all lived as we ought, workers of miracles would not be admired so much as we, by the children of the heathen. For as to the signs, they often carry with them either a notion of mere fancy, or another evil suspicion, although ours be not such. But a pure life cannot admit of any such reproach, yea, all men's mouths are stopped by the acquisition of virtue. Let virtue then be our study, for abundant are her riches, and great the wonder wrought in her. She bestows the true freedom, and causes the same to be discerned even in slavery, not releasing from slavery, but while men continue slaves, exhibiting them more honorable than free men, which is much more than giving them freedom, not making the poor man rich, but while he continues poor, exhibiting him wealthier than the rich. But if thou wouldest work miracles also, be rid of transgressions, and thou hast quite accomplished it. Yea, for sin is a great demon, beloved, and if thou exterminate this, thou hast wrought a greater thing than they who drive out 10,000 demons. Do thou listen to Paul, how he speaks, and prefers virtue to miracles. But covet earnestly, saith he, the best gifts, and yet show I unto you a more excellent way. And when he was to declare this way, he spoke not of raising the dead, not of cleansing of lepers, not of any other such thing, but in place of all these he set charity. Hearken also unto Christ, saying, Rejoice not that the demons obey you, but that your names are written in heaven. And again, before this, many will say to me in that day, Have we not prophesied in thy name, and cast out devils, and done many mighty works? And then I will profess unto them, I know you not. And when he was about to be crucified, he called his disciples, and said unto them, By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, not if ye cast out devils, but if ye have love one to another. And again, Hereby shall all men know that thou hast sent me, not if these men raise the dead, but if they be one. For as to miracles, they oftentimes, while they profited another, have injured him who had the power, by lifting him up to pride and vainglory, or haply in some other way. But in our works there is no place for any such suspicion, but they profit both such as follow them, and many others. These then let us perform with much diligence. For if thou change from inhumanity to almsgiving, thou hast stretched forth the hand that was withered. If thou withdraw from theatres and go to the church, thou hast cured the lame foot. If thou draw back thine eyes from an harlot, and from beauty not thine own, thou hast opened them when they were blind. If instead of satanical songs thou hast learnt spiritual psalms, being dumb, thou hast spoken. These are the greatest miracles, these the wonderful signs. If we go on working these signs, we shall both ourselves be a great and admirable sort of persons through these, and shall win over all the wicked unto virtue, and shall enjoy the life to come, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love towards men of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 32. Homily 33, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 33, Matthew 10, 16 through 22. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. Having made them feel confident about their necessary food, and opened unto them all men's houses, and having invested their entrance with an appearance to attract veneration, charging them not to come in as wanderers and beggars, but as much more venerable than those who received them. For this he signifies by his saying, The workman is worthy of his hire, and by his commanding them to inquire who was worthy, and there to remain, and enjoining them to salute such as receive them, and by his threatening such as receive them not with those incurable evils. Having, I say, in this way cast out their anxiety, and armed them with the display of miracles, and made them as it were all iron and adamant, by delivering them from all worldly things, and enfranchising them from all temporal care. He speaks in what follows of the evils also that were to befall them, not only those that were to happen soon after, but those too that were to be in long course of time, from the first, even long beforehand, preparing them for the war against the devil. Yea, and many advantages were hence secured. And first, that they learnt the power of his foreknowledge. Secondly, that no one should suspect that through weakness of their master came these evils upon them. Thirdly, that such as undergo these things should not be dismayed by their falling out unexpectedly, and against hope. Fourthly, that they might not at the very time of the cross be troubled on hearing these things. For indeed they were just so affected at that time, when also he upbraided them, saying, Because I have said these things unto you, sorrow hath filled your hearts, and none of you asketh me, Whither goest thou? And yet he had said nothing yet as touching himself, as that he should be bound, and scourged, and put to death, that he might not hereby also confound their minds. But for the present he announces before what should happen to themselves. Then, that they might learn that this system of war is new, and the manner of the array unwonted, as he sends them bare, and with one coat, and unshod, and without staff, and without girdle or scrip, and bids them be maintained by such as receive them. So neither here did he stay his speech, but to signify his unspeakable power he saith, Even thus setting out, exhibit the gentleness of sheep. And this, though ye are to go unto wolves, and not simply unto wolves, but into the midst of wolves. And he bids them have not only gentleness as sheep, but also the harmlessness of the dove. For thus shall I best show forth my might, when sheep get the better of wolves, and being in the midst of wolves, and receiving 1,000 bites, so far from being consumed, do even work a change on them a thing far greater and more marvelous than killing them, to alter their spirit, and to reform their mind. And this being only 12, while the whole world is filled with the wolves. Let us then be ashamed who do the contrary, who set like wolves upon our enemies. For so long as we are sheep, we conquer. Though 10,000 wolves prowl around, we overcome and prevail. But if we become wolves, we are worsted, for the help of our shepherd departs from us. For he feeds not wolves, but sheep. And he forsakes thee and retires, for neither dost thou allow his might to be shown. Because, as he accounts the whole triumph his own, if thou being ill used, show forth gentleness. So if thou follow it up and give blows, thou obscurest his victory. But do thou consider, I pray thee, who they are that hear these injunctions, so hard and laborious, the timid and ignorant, the unlettered and uninstructed, such as are in every respect obscure, who have never been trained up in the Gentile laws, who do not readily present themselves in public places, the fishermen, the publicans, men full of innumerable deficiencies. For if these things were enough to confound even the lofty and great, how were they not enough to cast down and dismay them that were in all respects untried, and had never entertained any noble imagination? But they did not cast them down. And very naturally, someone may perhaps say, because he gave them power to cleanse lepers, to drive out devils. I would answer as follows. Nay, this very thing was enough especially to perplex them, that for all their raising the dead, they were to undergo these intolerable evils, both judgments and executions, and the wars which all would wage on them, and the common hatred of the world, and that such terrors await them while themselves are working miracles. What then is their consolation for all these things? The power of him that sends them. Wherefore also he puts this before all, saying, Behold, I send you. This suffices for your encouragement, this for confidence, in fearing none of your assailants. Seest thou authority? Seest thou prerogative? Seest thou invincible might? Now his meaning is like this. Be not troubled, so he speaks, that sending you among wolves, I command you to be like sheep and like doves. For I might indeed have done the contrary, and have suffered you to undergo nothing terrible, nor sheep to be exposed to wolves. I might have rendered you more formidable than lions, but it is expedient that so it should be. This makes you also more glorious. This proclaims also my power. This he said also unto Paul, My grace is sufficient for thee. My strength is made perfect in weakness. It is I, now mark it, who have caused you so to be. For in saying, I send you forth as sheep, he intimates this. Do not therefore despond, for I know certainly, that in this way more than any other ye will be invincible to all. After this, that they may contribute something on their own part also, and that all might not seem to be of his grace, nor they suppose to be crowned at random, and vainly, he saith, Be ye therefore wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. But what, it might be said, will our wisdom avail in so great dangers? Nay, how shall we be able to have wisdom at all, when so many waves are drenching us all over? For let a sheep be ever so wise, when it is in the midst of wolves, and so many wolves, what will it be able to do? Let the dove be ever so harmless, what will it profit when so many hawks are assailing it? In the brutes indeed, not at all, but in you as much as possible. But let us see what manner of wisdom here he requires. That of the serpent, he saith. For even as that animal gives up everything, and if its very body must be cut off, doth not very earnestly defend it, so that it may save its head. In like manner do thou also, saith he. Give up everything but the faith. Though goods, body, life itself, must be yielded. For that is the head and the root. And if that be preserved, though thou lose all, thou wilt recover all with so much the more splendor. On this account then he neither commanded to be merely a simple and single-hearted sort of person, nor merely wise, but hath mixed up both these, so that they may become virtue, taking in the wisdom of the serpent, that we may not be wounded in our vitals, and the harmlessness of the dove, that we may not retaliate on our wrongdoers, nor avenge ourselves on them that lay snares, since wisdom again is useless, except this be added. Now what, I ask, could be more strict than these injunctions? Why, was it not enough to suffer wrong? Nay, saith he, but I do not permit thee so much as to be indignant. For this is the dove. As though one should cast a reed into fire, and command it not to be burnt by the fire, but to quench it. However, let us not be troubled, nay, for these things have come to pass, and have had an accomplishment, and have been shown in very deed, and men became wise as serpents, and harmless as doves, not being of another nature, but of the same with us. Let not then any one account his injunctions impracticable, for he beyond all others knows the nature of things. He knows that fierceness is not quenched by fierceness, but by gentleness. And if in men's actual deeds too thou wouldst see this result, read the book of the Acts of the Apostles, and thou wilt see how often, when the people of the Jews had risen up against them and were sharpening their teeth, these men, imitating the dove, and answering with suitable meekness, did away with their wrath, quenched their madness, broke their impetuosity. As when they said, Did we not straitly command you that ye should not speak in this name? Although able to work any number of miracles, they neither said nor did anything harsh, but answered for themselves with all meekness, saying, Whether it be right to hearken unto you more than unto God, judge ye. Hast thou seen the harmlessness of the dove? Behold the wisdom of the serpent. For we cannot but speak these things, which we know and have heard. Seest thou how we must be perfect on all points, so as neither to be abased by dangers, nor provoked by anger? Therefore he said also, Beware of men, for they shall deliver you up to councils, and they shall scourge you in their synagogues, and ye shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony to them and the Gentiles. Thus again is he preparing them to be vigilant, in every case assigning to them the sufferance of wrong, and permitting the infliction of it to others, to teach thee that the victory is in suffering evil, and that his glorious trophies are thereby set up. For he said not at all, Fight ye also, and resist them that would vex you, but only, Ye shall suffer the utmost ills. O how great is the power of him that speaks! How great the self-command of them that hear! For indeed we have great cause to marvel, how they did not straightway dart away from him on hearing these things, apt as they were to be startled at every sound, and such as had never gone further than that lake, around which they used to fish. And how did they not reflect, and say to themselves, And whither after all this are we to flee? The courts of justice against us, the kings against us, the governors, the synagogues of the Jews, the nations of the Gentiles, the rulers, and the ruled. For hereby he not only forewarned them of Palestine and the ills therein, but discovered also the wars throughout the world, saying, Ye shall be brought before kings and governors, signifying that to the Gentiles also he was afterwards to send them as heralds. Thou hast made the world our enemy. Thou hast armed against us all them that dwell on the earth, peoples, tyrants, kings. And what follows again is much more fearful, since men are to become on our account murderers of brothers, of children, of fathers. For the brother, saith he, shall deliver up the brother to death, and the father the child, and the children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. How then, one might say, will the rest of men believe, when they see on our account children slain by their fathers, and brethren by brethren, and all things filled with abominations? What? Will not men, as though we were destructive demons, will they not, as though we were devoted, and pest of the world, drive us out from every quarter, seeing the earth filled with blood of kinsmen, and with so many murders? Surely fair is the peace, is it not, which we are to bring into men's houses and give them, while we are filling those houses with so many slaughters. Why, had we been some great number of us, instead of 12, had we been, instead of unlearned and ignorant, wise and skilled in rhetoric, and mighty in speech, nay more, had we been even kings, and in possession of armies and abundance of wealth, how could we have persuaded any, while kindling up civil wars, yea, and other wars far worse than they? Why, though we were to despise our own safety, which of all other men will give heed to us? But none of these things did they either think or say, neither did they require any account of his injunctions, but simply yielded and obeyed. And this came not from their own virtue only, but also of the wisdom of their teacher. For see how to each of the fearful things he annexed an encouragement, as in the case of such as received them not, he said, It shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment, than for that city. So here again, when he had said, Ye shall be brought before governors and kings, he added, For my sake, for a testimony to them and the Gentiles. And this is no small consolation, that they are suffering these things both for Christ and for the Gentiles' conviction. Thus God, though no one regard, is found to be everywhere doing his own works. Now these things were a comfort to them, not that they desired the punishment of other men, but that they might have ground of confidence, as sure to have him everywhere present with them, who had both foretold and foreknown these things, and because not as wicked men and as pests were they to suffer all this. And together with these he adds another, and that no small consolation for them, saying, But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what ye shall speak, for it shall be given you in that hour what ye shall speak. For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father that speaketh in you. For lest they should say, How shall we be able to persuade men when such things are taking place? He bids them be confident as to their defense also. And elsewhere indeed he saith, I will give you a mouth and wisdom. But here, it is the Spirit of your Father that speaketh in you, advancing them unto the dignity of the prophets. Therefore, when he had spoken of the power that was given, then he added also the terrors, the murders, and the slaughters. For the brother shall deliver up the brother, saith he, to death, and the father the child, and the children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. And not even at this did he stop, but added also what was greatly more fearful, and enough to shiver a rock to pieces. And ye shall be hated of all men. And here again the consolation is at the doors. For my name's sake, saith he, ye shall suffer these things. And with this again another, But he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. And these things in another point of view likewise were sufficient to rouse up their spirits, since at any rate the power of their gospel was to blaze up so high, as that nature should be despised, and kindred rejected, and the word preferred to all, chasing all mightily away. For if no tyranny of nature is strong enough to withstand your sayings, but it is dissolved and trodden under foot, what else shall be able to get the better of you? Not, however, that your life will be in security, because these things shall be, but rather ye will have for your common enemies and foes them that dwell in the whole world. Where now is Platon? Where Pythagoras? Where the long chain of the Stoics? For the first, having enjoyed great honor, was so practically refuted as even to be sold out of the country, and to succeed in none of his objects, no, not so much as in respect of one tyrant. Yea, he betrayed his disciples, and ended his life miserably. And the cynics, mere pollutions as they were, have all passed by like a dream and a shadow, and yet assuredly no such thing ever befell them, but rather they were accounted glorious for their heathen philosophy. And the Athenians made a public monument of the epistles of Platon, sent them by Theon, and they passed all their time at ease, and abounded in wealth not a little. Thus, for instance, Aristippus was used to purchase costly harlots, and another made a will, leaving no common inheritance. And another, when his disciples had laid themselves down like a bridge, walked on them. And he of Sinope, they say, even behaved himself unseemly in the marketplace. Yea, these are their honorable things. But there is no such thing here, but a strict temperance, and a perfect decency, and a war against the whole world in behalf of truth and godliness, and to be slain every day, and not until hereafter their glorious trophies. But there are some also, one may say, skilled in war amongst them, as Themistocles, Pericles. But these things too are children's toys compared with the acts of the fishermen. For what canst thou say? That he persuaded the Athenians to embark in their ships, when Xerxes was marching upon Greece. Why, in this case, when it is not Xerxes marching, but the devil with the whole world, and his evil spirits innumerable assailing these 12 men, not at one crisis only, but throughout their whole life, they prevailed and vanquished. And what was truly marvelous, not by slaying their adversaries, but by converting and reforming them. For this especially you should observe throughout, that they slew not, nor destroyed such as were plotting against them, but having found them as bad as devils, they made them rivals of angels, enfranchising human nature from this evil tyranny, while as to those execrable demons that were confounding all things, they drave them out of the midst of markets and houses, or rather even from the very wilderness. And to this the choirs of the monks bear witness, whom they have planted everywhere, clearing out not the habitable only, but even the uninhabitable land. And what is yet more marvelous, they did not this in fair conflict, but in the enduring of evil they accomplished it all. Since men actually had them in the midst, 12 unlearned persons, binding, scourging, dragging them about, and were not able to stop their mouths. But as it is impossible to bind the sunbeam, so also their tongue. And the reason was, it was not they themselves that spake, but the power of the Spirit. Thus, for instance, did Paul overcome Agrippas and Nero, who surpassed all men in wickedness. For the Lord, saith he, stood with me, and strengthened me, and delivered me out of the mouth of the lion. But do thou also admire them, how when it was said to them, Take no thought, they yet believed and accepted it, and none of the terrors amazed them. And if thou say, He gave them encouragement enough, by saying, It shall be the Spirit of your Father that shall speak. Even for this am I most amazed at them, that they doubted not, nor sought deliverance from their perils. And this, when not for 2 or 3 years were they to suffer these things, but all their life long. For the saying, He that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved, is an intimation of this. For His will is, that not His part only should be contributed, but that the good deeds should be also done of them. Mark, for instance, how from the first, part is His, part His disciples. Thus, to do miracles is His, but to provide nothing is theirs. Again, to open all men's houses was the grace from above, but to require no more than was needful of their own self-denial. For the workman is worthy of his hire. Their bestowing peace was of the gift of God, their inquiring for the worthy, and not entering in without distinction unto all, of their own self-command. Again, to punish such as received them not was His, but to retire with gentleness from them, without reviling or insulting them, was of the apostles' meekness. To give the Spirit, and cause them not to take thought, was of Him that sent them, but to become like sheep and doves, and to bear all things nobly, was of their calmness and prudence. To be hated and not to despond, and to endure, was their own. To save them that endured, was of Him who sent them. Wherefore also He said, He that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. That is, because the more part are wont at the beginning indeed to be vehement, but afterwards to faint. Therefore saith He, I require the end. For what is the use of seeds, flourishing indeed at first, but a little after fading away? Therefore it is the continued patience that He requires of them. I mean, lest any say, He wrought the whole Himself, and it was no wonder that they should prove such. suffering as they did nothing intolerable. Therefore he saith unto them, There is need also of patience on your part. For though I should rescue you from the first dangers, I am reserving you for others more grievous. And after these again others will succeed. And ye shall not cease to have snares laid for you, so long as ye have breath. For this he intimated in saying, But he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. For this cause then, though he said, Take no thought what ye shall speak, yet elsewhere he saith, Be ready to give an answer to every man that asketh you a reason of the hope that is in you. That is, as long as the contest is among friends, he commands us also to take thought. But when there is a terrible tribunal, in frantic assemblies and terrors on all sides, he bestows the influence from himself, that they may take courage and speak out, and not be discouraged, nor betray the righteous cause. For in truth it was a very great thing, for a man occupied about lakes and skins and receipt of custom, when tyrants were on their thrones, and satraps and guards standing by them, and the swords drawn, and all standing on their side, to enter in alone, bound, hanging down his head, and yet be able to open his mouth. For indeed they allowed them neither speech nor defense with respect to their doctrines, but set about torturing them to death as common pest of the world. For they, it is said, that have turned the world upside down, are come hither also. And again, they preach things contrary to the decrees of Caesar, saying that Jesus Christ is King. And everywhere the courts of justice were preoccupied by such suspicions, and much influence from above was needed, for their showing both the truth of the doctrine they preached, and that they were not violating the common laws, so that they should neither, while earnest to speak of the doctrine, fall under suspicion of overturning the laws, nor again, while earnest to show that they were not overturning the common government, corrupt the perfection of their doctrines. All which thou wilt see accomplished with all due consideration, both in Peter and in Paul, and in all the rest. Yea, and as rebels and innovators and revolutionists, they were accused all over the world. Yet nevertheless, they both repelled this impression, and invested themselves with the contrary, all men celebrating them as saviours and guardians and benefactors. And all this they achieved by their much patience. Wherefore also Paul said, I die daily. And he continued to stand in jeopardy unto the end. What then must we deserve, having such high patterns, and in peace giving way to effeminacy and remissness? With none to make war, it is too evident, we are slain. We faint when no man pursues. In peace we are required to be saved. And even for this we are not sufficient. And they indeed, when the world was on fire, and the pile was being kindled over the whole earth, entering, snatched from within, out of the midst of the flame, such as were burning. But thou art not able so much as to preserve thyself. What confidence then will there be for us? What favour? There are no stripes, no prisons, no rulers, no synagogues, nor aught else of that kind to set upon us. Yea, quite on the contrary, we rule and prevail. For both kings are godly, and there are many honours for Christians, and precedences, and distinctions and immunities, and not even so do we prevail. And whereas they being daily led to execution, both teachers and disciples, in bearing innumerable stripes, and continual brandings, were in greater luxury than such as abide in paradise. We who have endured no such thing, not even in a dream, are softer than any wax. But they, it will be said, wrought miracles. Did this then keep them from the scourge? Did it free them from persecution? Nay, for this is the strange thing, that they suffered such things often even at the hands of them whom they benefited, and not even so were they confounded, receiving only evil for good. But thou, if thou bestow on any one little benefit, and then be requited with anything unpleasant, art confounded, art troubled, and repentest of that which thou hast done. If now it should happen, as I pray it may not happen, nor at any time fall out, that there be a war against churches, and a persecution, imagine how great will be the ridicule, how sore the reproaches. And very naturally. For when no one exercises himself in the wrestling school, how shall he be distinguished in the contest? What champion, not being used to the trainer, will be able, when summoned by the Olympic contest, to show forth anything great and noble against his antagonist? Ought we not every day to wrestle and fight and run? See ye not them that are called pentathlete, when they have no antagonist, how they fill a sack with much sand, and hanging it up try their full strength thereupon? And they that are still younger practice the fight against their enemies upon the persons of their companions. These do thou also emulate, and practice the wrestlings of self-denial. For indeed there are many that provoke to anger, and incite to lust, and kindle a great flame. Stand therefore against thy passions. Bear nobly the mental pangs, that thou mayest endure also those of the body. For so the blessed Job, if he had not exercised himself well before his conflicts, would not have shone so brightly in the same. Unless he had practised freedom from all despondency, he would have uttered some rash word when his children died. But as it was, he stood against all the assaults, against ruin of fortune, and destruction of so great affluence, against loss of children, against his wife's commiseration, against plagues in the body, against reproaches of friends, against revilings of servants. And if thou wouldest see his ways of exercise also, hear him saying how he used to despise wealth. If I did but rejoice, saith he, because my wealth was great. If I set gold up for a heap, if I put my trust in a precious stone. Therefore neither was he confounded at their being taken away, since he desired them not when present. Hear how he also managed what related to his children, not giving way to undue softness, as we do, but requiring of them all circumspection. For he who offered sacrifice even for their secret sins, imagine how strict a judge he was of such as were manifest. And if thou wouldest also hear of his strivings after continence, hearken to him when he saith, I made a covenant with mine eyes, that I should not think upon a maid. For this cause his wife did not break his spirit, for he loved her even before this, not however immoderately, but as is due to a wife. Wherefore I am led even to marvel, whence it came into the devil's thought to stir up the contest, knowing as he did of his previous training. Whence then did it occur to him? The monster is wicked and never despairs, and this turns out to us a very great condemnation, that he indeed never gives up the hope of our destruction, but we despair of our own salvation. But for bodily mutilation and indignity, mark how he practised himself. Why, inasmuch as he himself had never undergone any such thing, but had continued to live in wealth and luxury, and in all other splendor, he used to divine other men's calamities one by one. And this he declared when he said, For the thing which I greatly feared is come upon me, and that which I was afraid of is come unto me. And again, But I wept for every helpless man, and groaned when I saw a man in distress. So because of this, nothing of what happened confounded him, none of those great and intolerable ills. For I bid thee not look at the ruin of his substance, nor at the loss of his children, nor at that incurable plague, nor at his wife's device against him, but at those things which are far more grievous than these. And what, saith one, did Job suffer more grievous than these? For from his history there is nothing more than these for us to learn. because we are asleep, we do not learn, since he surely that is anxious, and searches well for the pearl, will know of many more particulars than these. For the more grievous, and apt to infuse greater perplexity, were different. And first, his knowing nothing certain about the kingdom of heaven and the resurrection, which indeed he also spoke of, lamenting, For I shall not live alway, that I should suffer long. Next, his being conscious to himself of many good works. Thirdly, his being conscious of no evil thing. Fourthly, his supposing that at God's hands he was undergoing it, or if at the devil's, this again was enough to offend him. Fifthly, his hearing his friends accusing him of wickedness. For thou hast not been scourged, say they, according to what thy sins deserve. Sixthly, his seeing such as lived in wickedness prospering and exulting over him. Seventhly, not having any other to whom he might look as even having ever suffered such things. And if thou wouldest learn how great these things are, consider our present state. For if now, when we are looking for a kingdom, and hoping for a resurrection, and for the unutterable blessings, and are conscious to ourselves of countless evil deeds, and when we have so many examples, and are partakers of so high a philosophy, should any persons lose a little gold, and this often, after having taken it by violence, they deem life not to be lived in, having no wife to lay sore on them, nor bereaved of children, nor reproached by friends, nor insulted by servants, but rather having many to comfort them, some by words, some by deeds. Of how noble crowns must not he be worthy, who seeing what he had gotten together by honest labour, snatched away from him for naught and at random, and after all that, undergoing temptations without number, like sleet, yet throughout all abides unmoved, and offers to the Lord his due thanksgiving for it all. Why, though no one had spoken any of the other taunts, yet his wife's words alone were sufficient utterly to shake a very rock. Look, for example, at her craft. No mention of money, none of camels and flocks and herds, for she was conscious of her husband's self-command with regard to these. But of what was harder to bear than all these, I mean their children. And she deepens the tragedy, and adds to it her own influence. Now if when men were in wealth, and suffering no distress, in many things and oft have women prevailed on them, imagine how courageous was that soul which repulsed her, assaulting him with such powerful weapons, and which trod under foot the two most tyrannical passions, desire and pity. And yet many, having conquered desire, have yielded to pity. That noble Joseph, for instance, held in subjection the most tyrannical of pleasures, and repulsed that strange woman, plying him as she did with innumerable devices. But his tears he contained not, but when he saw his brethren that had wronged him, he was all on fire with that passion, and quickly cast off the mask, and discovered the part he had been playing. But when first of all she is his wife, and when her words are piteous, and the moment favourable for her, as well as his wounds and his stripes, and those countless waves of calamities, how can one otherwise than rightly pronounce the soul impassive to so great a storm to be firmer than any adamant? Allow me freely to say that the very apostles, if not inferior to this blessed man, are at least not greater than he was. For they indeed were comforted by the suffering for Christ, and this medicine was so sufficient daily to relieve them, that the Lord puts it everywhere, saying, For me, for my sake, and, if they call me, the master of the house, Beelzebub. But he was destitute of this encouragement, and of that from miracles, and of that from grace, for neither had he so great power of the Spirit. And what is yet greater, nourished in much delicacy, not from amongst fishermen and publicans and such as lived frugally, but after enjoyment of so much honor, he suffered all that he did suffer. And what seemed hardest to bear in the case of the apostles, this same he also underwent, being hated of friends, of servants, of enemies, of them who had received kindness of him. And the sacred anchor, the harbour without waves, namely, that which was said to the apostles, "For my sake," of this he had no sight. I admire again the 3 children, for that they dared the furnace, that they stood up against a tyrant. But hear what they say. "We serve not thy gods, nor worship the image which thou hast set up." A thing which was the greatest encouragement to them, to know of a certainty that for God they are suffering all whatsoever they suffer. But this man knew not that it was all conflicts and a wrestling, for had he known it, he would not have felt what was happening. At any rate, when he heard, "Thinkest thou that I have uttered to thee mine oracles for naught, or that thou mightest be proved righteous? Consider how straightway, at a bare word, he breathed again, how he made himself of no account, how he accounted himself not so much as to have suffered what he had suffered, thus saying, Why do I plead any more, being admonished and reproved of the Lord, hearing such things, I being nothing? And again, I have heard of thee before, as far as hearing of the ear, but now mine eye hath seen thee. Wherefore I have made myself vile, and have melted away, and accounted myself earth and ashes. This fortitude then, this moderation, of him that was before law and grace, let us also emulate, who are after law and grace, that we may also be able to share with him the eternal tabernacles, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be the glory and the victory for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 33. Homily 34, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 34, Matthew 10:23 through 33. But when they persecute you in this city, flee ye into the other. For verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel, till the Son of Man be come. Having spoken of those fearful and horrible things, enough to melt very adamant, which after his cross, and the resurrection, and the Assumption were to befall them, he directs again his discourse to what was of more tranquil character, allowing those whom he is training to recover breath, and affording them full security. For he did not at all command them, when persecuted, to close with the enemy, but to fly. That is, it being so far but a beginning, and a prelude, he gave his discourse a very condescending turn. For not now of the ensuing persecutions is he speaking, but of those before the cross and the passion. And this he showed by saying, Ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel, till the Son of Man be come. That is, lest they should say, What then, if when persecuted we flee, and there again they overtake us, and drive us out? To destroy this fear he saith, Ye shall not have gone round to Palestine first, but I will straightway come upon you. And see how here again he doeth not away with the terrors, but stands by them in their perils. For he said not, I will snatch you out, and will put an end to the persecutions. But what? Ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel, till the Son of Man be come. Yea, for it sufficed for their consolation simply to see him. But do thou observe, I pray thee, how he doth not on every occasion leave all to grace, but requires something also to be contributed on their part. For if ye fear, saith he, flee. For this he signified by saying, Flee ye, and fear not. And he did not command them to flee at first, but when persecuted to withdraw. Neither is it a great distance that he allows them, but so much as to go about the cities of Israel. Then again, he trains them for another branch of self-command, first casting out all care for their food, secondly, all fear of their perils, and now that of calumny. Since from that first anxiety he freed them by saying, The workman is worthy of his hire, and by signifying that many would receive them, and from their distress about their dangers, by saying, Take no thought how or what ye shall speak, and he that endureth unto the end, the same shall be saved. But since withal it was likely that they should also bring upon themselves an evil report, which to many seems harder to bear than all, see whence he comforts them even in this case, deriving the encouragement from himself, and from all that had been said touching himself, to which nothing else was equal. For as he said in that other place, Ye shall be hated of all men, and added, For my name's sake, so also here. And in another way he mitigates it, joining a fresh topic to that former. What kind of one then is it? The disciple, saith he, is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his master, and the servant as his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more shall they call them of his household? Fear them not, therefore. See how he discovers himself to be the Lord and God and Creator of all things. What then? Is there not any disciple above his master, or servant above his Lord? So long as he is a disciple and a servant, he is not, by the nature of that honor. For tell me not here of the rare instances, but take the principle from the majority. And he saith not, How much more his servants, but them of his household, to show how very near he felt them to be to him. And elsewhere too he said, Henceforth I call you not servants, ye are my friends. And he said not, If they have insulted the master of the house, and calumniated him, but states also the very form of the insult, that they called him Beelzebub. Then he gives also another consolation, not inferior to this, for this indeed is the greatest. But because for them who were not yet living strictly, there was need also of another, such as might have special power to refresh them, he states it likewise. And the saying seems indeed in form to be an universal proposition. Nevertheless, not of all matters, but of those in hand only is it spoken. For what saith he? There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, nor hid that shall not be known. Now what he saith is like this. It is indeed sufficient for your encouragement that I also shared with you in the same reproach, I who am your Master and Lord. But if it still grieve you to hear these words, consider this other thing too, that even from this suspicion ye will soon be released. For why do ye grieve? At their calling you sorcerers and deceivers? But wait a little, and all men will address you as saviours and benefactors of the world. Yea, for time discovers all things that are concealed. It will both refute their false accusation and make manifest your virtue. For when the event shows you saviours, and benefactors, and examples of all virtue, men will not give heed to their words, but to the real state of the case, and they will appear false accusers, and liars, and slanderers, but ye brighter than the sun. Length of time revealing and proclaiming you, and uttering a voice clearer than a trumpet, and making all men witnesses of your virtue. Let not therefore what is now said humble you, but let the hope of the good things to come raise you up. For it cannot be that what relates to you should be hid. Then, having rid them of all distress and fears and anxiety, and set them above men's reproaches, then and not till then, he seasonably discourses to them also of boldness in their preaching. For what I tell you, saith he, in darkness, that speak ye in light, and what ye have heard in the ear, that preach ye upon the housetops. Yet it was not at all darkness when he was saying these things, neither was he discoursing unto them in the ear, but he used a strong figure, thus speaking. That is, because he was conversing with them alone, and in a small corner of Palestine, therefore he said, in darkness and in the ear, contrasting the boldness of speech which he was hereafter to confer on them, with the tone of the conversation which was then going on. For not to 1 or 2 or 3 cities, but to the whole world ye shall preach, saith he, traversing land and sea, the inhabited country and the desert, to princes alike and tribes, to philosophers and orators, saying all with open face, and with all boldness of speech. Therefore he said, on the housetops and in the light, without any shrinking, and with all freedom. And wherefore said he not only, preach on the housetops and speak in the light, but added also, what I tell you in darkness and what ye hear in the ear? It was to raise up their spirits. As therefore when he said, he that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do. Even so here too, to signify that he will do it all by them, and more than by himself, he inserted this. For the beginning indeed, saith he, I have given, and the prelude, but the greater part of it is my will to effect through you. Now this is the language of one not commanding only, but also declaring beforehand what was to be, and encouraging them with his sayings, and implying that they should prevail over all, and quietly also removing again their distress at the evil report. For as this doctrine, after lying hid for a while, shall overspread all things, so also the evil suspicion of the Jews shall quickly perish. Then, because he had lifted them up on high, he again gives warning of the perils also, adding wings to their mind, and exalting them high above all. For what saith he? Fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul. Seest thou how he set them far above all things, persuading them to despise not anxiety only and calumny, dangers and plots, but even that which is esteemed of all things most terrible, death, and not death alone, but by violence too. And he said not, Ye shall be slain, but with the dignity that became him, he set this before them, saying, Fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell, bringing round the argument, as he ever doth, to its opposite. For what is your fear, saith he, of death? And are ye therefore slow to preach? Nay, for this very cause I bid you preach, that ye fear death. For this shall deliver you from that which is really death. What though shall they slay you? Yet over the better part they shall not prevail, though they strive 10,000 ways. Therefore he said not, who do not kill the soul, but who are not able to kill. For wish it as they may, they shall not prevail. Wherefore, if thou fear punishment, fear that, the more grievous by far. Seest thou how again he doth not promise them deliverance from death, but permits them to die, granting them more than if he had not allowed them to suffer it? Because deliverance from death is not near so great as persuading men to despise death. You see now, he doth not push them into dangers, but sets them above dangers, and in a short sentence fixes in their mind the doctrines that relate to the immortality of the soul. And having in 2 or 3 words implanted a saving doctrine, he comforts them also by other considerations. Thus, lest they should think, when killed and butchered, that as men forsaken they suffered this, he introduces again the argument of God's providence, saying on this wise, Are not 2 sparrows sold for a farthing? And one of them shall not fall into a snare without your Father. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered. For what is viler than they, saith he? Nevertheless, not even shall these be taken without God's knowledge. For he means not this, by his operation they fall, for this were unworthy of God. But nothing that is done is hid from him. If then he is not ignorant of anything that befalls us, and loves us more truly than a father, and so loves us as to have numbered our very hairs, we ought not to be afraid. And this he said, not that God numbers our hairs, but that he might indicate his perfect knowledge and his great providence over them. If therefore he knows both all things that are done, and is able to save you, and willing, whatever ye may have to suffer, think not that as persons forsaken ye suffer. For neither is it his will to deliver you from the terrors, but to persuade you to despise them, since this is, more than anything, deliverance from the terrors. Fear ye not, therefore, ye are of more value than many sparrows. Seest thou that the fear had already prevailed over them? Yea, for he knew the secrets of the heart, therefore he added, Fear them not therefore, for even should they prevail, it will be over the inferior part, I mean the body, which though they should not kill, nature will surely take with her and depart. So that not even this depends on them, but men have it from nature. And if thou fear this, much more shouldest thou fear what is greater, and dread him who is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. And he saith not openly now that it is himself, who is able to destroy both soul and body. But where he before declared himself to be judge, he made it manifest. But now the contrary takes place. Him, namely, who is able to destroy the soul, that is, to punish it, we fear not. But those who slay the body, we shudder at. Yet surely while he together with the soul punishes the body also, they cannot even chasten the body, much less the soul. And though they chasten it ever so severely, yet in that way they rather make it more glorious. Seest thou how he signifies the conflicts to be easy? Because in truth, death did exceedingly agitate their souls, inspiring terror for a time, for that it had not as yet been made easy to overcome, neither had they that were to despise it partaken of the grace of the Spirit. Having, you see, cast out the fear and distress that was agitating their soul, by what follows he also encourages them again, casting out fear by fear, and not by fear only, but also by the hope of great prizes, and he threatens with much authority, in both ways urging them to speak boldly for the truth, and saith further, Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I also confess before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Thus not from the good things only, but also from the opposites doth he urge them, and he concludes with the dismal part. And mark his exact care. He said not me, but in me, implying that not by a power of his own, but by the help of grace from above, the confessor makes his confession. But of him that denies he said not, in me, but me. For he having become destitute of the gift, his denial ensues. Why then is he blamed, one may say, if being forsaken he denies? Because the being forsaken is the fault of the forsaken person himself. But why is he not satisfied with the faith in the mind, but requires also the confession with the mouth? To train us up to boldness in speech, and to more abundant love and determination, and to raise us on high. Wherefore also he addresses himself to all, nor doth he at all apply this to the disciples only in person, for not them, but their disciples too, he is now rendering noble-hearted. because he that hath learnt this lesson will not only teach with boldness, but will likewise suffer all things easily, and with ready mind. This at any rate brought over many to the apostles, even their belief in this word. Because both in the punishment the infliction is heavier, and in the good things the recompense greater. I mean, whereas he that doeth right hath the advantage in time, and the delay of the penalty is counted for gain by the sinner, he hath introduced an equivalent, or rather a much greater advantage, the increase of the recompenses. Hast thou the advantage, saith he, by having first confessed me here? I also will have the advantage of thee, by giving thee greater things, and unspeakably greater, for I will confess thee there. Seest thou that both the good things and the evil things are there to be dispensed? Why then hasten and hurry thyself? And why seek thy rewards here, thou who art saved by hope? Wherefore, whether thou hast done anything good, and not received its recompense here, be not troubled, for with increase in the time to come, the reward thereof awaits thee. Or whether thou hast done any evil, and not paid the penalty, be not easy, for there will vengeance receive thee, if thou turn not and amend. But if thou believe it not, from the things here form thy conjecture about the things to come also. Why, if in the season of conflicts they that confess are so glorious, imagine what they will be in the season of the crowns. If the enemies here applaud, how shall that tenderest of all fathers fail to admire and proclaim thee? Yea, then shall we have both our gifts for the good, and our punishments for the evil, so that such as deny shall suffer harm, both here and there. Here living with an evil conscience, though they were never to die, they shall be surely dead. And there, undergoing the last penalty. But the other sort will profit both here and there, both here making a gain of their death, and in this way becoming more glorious than the living, and there enjoying those unspeakable blessings. God then is in no wise prompt to punish only, but also to confer benefits, and for this last more than for the first. But why hath he put the reward once only, the punishment twice? He knows that this would be more apt to correct us. For this cause, when he had said, Fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell, he saith again, Him will I also deny. So doth Paul also, continually making mention of hell. Thus we see that he, having by all ways trained on his scholar, both by opening heaven to him, and by setting before him that fearful judgment seat, and by pointing to the amphitheatre of angels, and how in the midst of them the crowns shall be proclaimed, which thing would thenceforth prepare the way for the word of godliness to be very easily received. In what follows, lest they grow timid and the word be hindered, he bids them be prepared even for slaughter itself, to make them aware that such as continue in their error will have to suffer, among other things, for plotting against them. Let us therefore despise death, although the time be not come that requires it of us, for indeed it will translate us to a far better life. But the body decays. Why, on this account most especially we ought to rejoice, because death decays, and mortality perishes, not the substance of the body. For neither shouldest thou see a statue being cast, wouldest thou call the process destruction, but an improved formation. Just so do thou reason also concerning the body, and do not bewail. Then it were right to bewail, had it remained in its chastisement. But, saith one, this ought to take place without the decay of our bodies. They should continue entire. And what would this have advantaged either the living or the departed? How long are ye lovers of the body? How long are ye riveted to the earth and gaping after shadows? Why, what good would this have done? Or rather, what harm would it not have done? For did our bodies not decay, in the first place the greatest of all evils, pride, would have continued with many. For if even while this is going on, and worms gushing out, many have earnestly sought to be gods, what would not have been the result did the body continue? In the second place, it would not be believed to be of earth. For if, its end witnessing this, some yet doubt, what would they not have suspected if they did not see this? Thirdly, the bodies would have been excessively loved, and most men would have become more carnal and gross. And if even now some cleave to men's tombs and coffins, after that themselves have perished, what would they not have done, if they had even their image preserved? Fourthly, they would not have earnestly desired the things to come. Fifthly, they that say the world is eternal would have been more confirmed, and would have denied God as Creator. Sixthly, they would not have known the excellence of the soul, and how great a thing is the presence of a soul in a body. Seventhly, many of them that lose their relations would have left their cities, and have dwelt in the tombs, and have become frantic, conversing continually with their own dead. For if even now men form to themselves images, since they cannot keep the body, for neither is it possible, but whether they will or no, it glides and hurries from them, and are riveted to the planks of wood, what monstrous thing would they not then have devised? To my thinking, the generality would have even built temples for such bodies, and they that are skilled in such sorceries would have persuaded evil spirits to speak through them. Since at least even now, they that venture on the arts of necromancy attempt many things more out of the way than these. And how many idolatries would not have arisen from hence, when men even after the dust and ashes are yet eager in those practices? God, therefore, to take away all our extravagances, and to teach us to stand off from all earthly things, destroys the bodies before our eyes. For even he that is enamored of bodies, and is greatly affected at the sight of a beautiful damsel, if he will not learn by discourse the deformity of that substance, shall know it by the very sight. Yea, many of the like age with her whom he loves, and oftentimes also fairer, being dead, after the first or second day, have emitted an ill savour, and foul matter, and decay with worms. Imagine then what sort of beauty thou lovest, and what sort of elegance has power so to disturb thee. But if the bodies did not decay, this would not be well known. But as evil spirits run unto men's graves, so also many of our lovers, continually sitting by the tombs, would have received evil spirits in their soul, and would quickly have perished in this grievous madness. But as it is, together with all other things, this also comforts the soul, that the form is not seen. It brings men to forgetfulness of their affliction. Indeed, if this were not so, there would be no tombs at all, but thou wouldst see our cities having corpses instead of statues, each man desiring to look upon his own dead. And much confusion would arise hence, and none of the ordinary sort would attend to his soul, nor would give room to the doctrine of immortality to enter in. And many other things too, more shocking than these, would have resulted, which even to speak of were unseemly. Wherefore it decays presently, that thou mightest see unveiled the beauty of the soul. For if she be the procurer of all that beauty and life, much more excellent must she herself be. And if she preserve that which is so deformed and unsightly, much more herself. For it is not the body wherein the beauty lies, but the expression and the bloom which is shed over its substance by the soul. Now then, I bid thee love that which makes the body also to appear such as it is. And why speak I of death? Nay, even in life itself, I would have thee mark how all is hers that is beautiful. For whether she be pleased, she showers roses over the cheeks, and whether she be pained, she takes that beauty, and involves it in all a dark robe. And if she be continually in mirth, the body improves in condition. If in grief, she renders the same thinner and weaker than a spider's web. If in wrath, she hath made it again abominable and foul. If she show the eye calm, great is the beauty that she bestows. If she express envy, very pale and livid is the hue she sheds over us. If love, abundant the gracefulness she at once confers. Thus in fact many women, not being beautiful in feature, have derived much grace from the soul. Others again of brilliant bloom, by having an ungracious soul, have marred their beauty. Consider how a face that is pale grows red, and by the variation of color produces great delight, when there is need of shame and blushing. As, on the other hand, if it be shameless, it makes the countenance more unpleasing than any monster. For nothing is fairer, nothing sweeter than a beauteous soul. For while as to bodies the longing is with pain, in the case of souls the pleasure is pure and calm. Why then let go the king, and be wild about the herald? Why leave the philosopher, and gape after his interpreter? Hast thou seen a beautiful eye? Acquaint thyself with that which is within. And if that be not beautiful, despise this likewise. For surely, didst thou see an ill-favoured woman wearing a beautiful mask, she would make no impression on thee. Just as on the other hand, neither wouldst thou suffer one fair and beautiful to be disguised by the mask, but wouldst take it away, as choosing to see her beauty unveiled. This then I bid thee do in regard of the soul also, and acquaint thyself with it first. For this is clad with the body instead of a mask, wherefore also that abides such as it is. But the other, though it be misshapen, may quickly become beautiful. Though it have an eye that is unsightly and harsh and fierce, it may become beautiful, mild, calm, sweet-tempered, gentle. This beauty therefore let us seek, this countenance let us adorn, that God also may have pleasure in our beauty, and impart to us of his everlasting blessings, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 34. Homily 35, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 35, Matthew 10, 34 through 42. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I am not come to send peace, but a sword. Again he sets forth the things that are more painful, and that with great aggravation, and the objection they were sure to meet him with, he prevents them by stating, I mean, lest hearing this they should say, For this then art thou come, to destroy both us and them that obey us, and to fill the earth with war. He first saith himself, I am not come to send peace on earth. How then did he enjoin them to pronounce peace on entering into each house? And again, how did the angels say, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace? And how came all the prophets too to publish it for good tidings? Because this more than anything is peace, when the diseased is cut off, when the mutinous is removed. For thus it is possible for heaven to be united to earth, since the physician too in this way preserves the rest of the body, when he amputates the incurable part, and the general, when he has brought to a separation them that were agreed in mischief. Thus it came to pass also in the case of that famous tower, for their evil peace was ended by their good discord, and peace made thereby. Thus Paul also divided them that were conspiring against him. And in Naboth's case, that agreement was at the same time more grievous than any war. For concord is not in every case a good thing, since even robbers agree together. The war is not then the effect of his purpose, but of their temper. For his will indeed was that all should agree in the word of godliness. But because they fell to dissension, war arises. Yet he spake not so, but what saith he? I am not come to send peace, comforting them. As if he said, For think not that ye are to blame for these things. It is I who order them so, because men are so disposed. Be not ye therefore confounded, as though the events happened against expectation. To this end am I come, to send war among men. For this is my will. Be not ye therefore troubled when the earth is at war, as though it were subject to some hostile device. For when the worst part is rent away, then after that heaven is knit unto the better. And these things he saith, strengthening them against the evil suspicion of the multitude. And he said not war, but what is more grievous than it, a sword. And if there be somewhat painful in these expressions, and of an alarming emphasis, marvel not. For, it being his will to train their ears by the severity of his words, lest in their difficult circumstances they should start aside, he fashioned his discourse accordingly. Lest any one should say it was by flattery he persuaded them, and by concealing the hardships. Therefore, even of those things which merited to be otherwise expressed, he gave by his words the more galling and painful turn. For it is better to see persons' gentleness in things than in words. Wherefore neither with this was he satisfied, but unfolds also the very nature of the war, signifying it to be far more grievous even than a civil war. And he saith, I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. For not friends only, saith he, nor fellow citizens, but even kinsmen shall stand against one another, and nature shall be divided against herself. For I am come, saith he, to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. That is, not merely among those of the same household is the war, but among those that are dearest, and extremely near to each other. And this more than anything signifies his power, that hearing these things, they both accepted him, and set about persuading all others. Yet was it not he that did this? Of course not, but the wickedness of the other sort. Nevertheless, he saith it is his own doing, for such is the custom of the Scripture. Yea, and elsewhere also he saith, God hath given them eyes that they should not see. And here he speaks in this way, in order that having, as I said before, exercised themselves in these words, they might not be confounded on suffering reproaches and insults. But if any think these things intolerable, let them be reminded of an ancient history. For in times of old also this came to pass, which thing especially shows the old covenant to be akin to the new, and him who is here speaking, the same with the giver of those commands. I mean that in the case of the Jews also, when each had slain his neighbor, then he laid aside his anger against them, both when they had made the calf, and when they were joined to Baal Peor. Where then are they that say, that God is evil, and this good? For behold, he hath filled the world with blood, shed by kinsmen. Nevertheless, even this we affirm to be a work of great love towards man. Therefore you see, implying that it was he who approved those other acts also, he makes mention also of a prophecy, which if not spoken for this end, yet involves the same meaning. And what is this? A man's foes shall be they of his own household. For indeed among the Jews also something of the kind took place. That is, there were prophets and false prophets, and the people was divided, and families were in dissension, and some believed the one, and some the other. Wherefore the prophet admonishes, saying, Trust ye not in friends, have not hope in guides. Yea, even of her that lieth in thy bosom beware, in respect of communicating aught to her. And a man's enemies are the men that are in his own house. And this he said, preparing him that should receive the word to be above all. For to die is not evil, but to die an evil death. On this account he said moreover, I am come to cast fire upon the earth. And this he said, to declare the vehemence and warmth of the love which he required. For because he loved us very much, so he will likewise be loved of us. And these sayings would strengthen the persons present also, and lift them higher. For if those others, saith he, are to despise kinsmen and children and parents, imagine what manner of men ye their teachers ought to be. Since neither will the hardship stop with you, but will also pass on to the rest. For since I am come bringing great blessings, I demand also great obedience and purpose of heart. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me, and he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. Seest thou a teacher's dignity? Seest thou how he signifies himself a true son of him that begat him, commanding us to let go all things beneath, and to take in preference the love of him? And why speak I, saith he, of friends and kinsmen? Even if it be thine own life which thou preferest to my love, thy place is far from my disciples. What then? Are not these things contrary to the Old Testament? Far from it. Rather, they are very much in harmony therewith. For there too he commands not only to hate the worshippers of idols, but even to stone them. And in Deuteronomy again, admiring these, he saith, Who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen thee, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, and his own sons he disowned. He kept thy oracles. And if Paul gives many directions touching parents, commanding us to obey them in all things, marvel not. For in those things only doth he mean us to obey, as many as do not hinder godliness. For indeed it is a sacred duty to render them all other honours, but when they demand more than is due, one ought not to obey. For this reason Luke saith, If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. Not commanding simply to hate them, since this were even quite contrary to the law. But when one desires to be loved more than I am, hate him in this respect. For this ruins both the beloved himself and the lover. And these things he said, both to render the children more determined, and to make the fathers more gentle, that would hinder them. For when they saw he had such strength and power as to sever their children from them, they, as attempting things impossible, would even desist. Wherefore also he leaves the fathers, and addresses his discourse to the children, instructing the former not to make the attempt, as attempting things impracticable. Then, lest they should be indignant, or count it hard, see which way he makes his argument tend, in that having said, Who hateth not father and mother, he adds, and his own life. For why dost thou speak to me of parents, saith he, and brothers and sisters and wife? Nothing is nearer than the life to any man. Yet if thou hate not this also, thou must bear in all things the opposite of his lot who loveth me. And not even simply to hate it was his command, but so as to expose it to war, and to battles, and to slaughters and blood. For he that beareth not his cross, and cometh after me, cannot be my disciple. Thus he said not merely that we must stand against death, but also against a violent death, and not violent only, but ignominious too. And he discourses nothing as yet of his own passion, that when they had been for a time instructed in these things, they might more easily receive his word concerning it. Is there not, therefore, cause for amazement, how on their hearing these things, their soul did not wing its way from the body, the hardships being everywhere at hand, and the good things in expectation? How then did it not flee away? Great was both the power of the speaker and the love of the hearers. Wherefore, though hearing things far more intolerable and galling than those great men, Moses and Jeremiah, they continued to obey, and to say nothing against it. He that findeth his life, saith he, shall lose it, and he that loseth his life for my sake shall find it. Seest thou how great the damage to such as love it unduly? How great the gain to them that hate it? I mean, because the injunctions were disagreeable, when he was bidding them set themselves against parents and children and nature, and kindred and the world and their very soul. He sets forth the prophet also, being very great. Thus, these things, saith he, so far from harming, will very greatly profit, and their opposites will injure, urging them, as he ever doth, by the very things which they desire. For why art thou willing to despise thy life? Because thou lovest it? Then for that very reason despise it, and so thou wilt advantage it in the highest degree, and do the part of one that loves it. And mark an instance of unspeakable consideration. For not in respect of our parents only doth he practice this reasoning, nor of our children, but with regard to our life, which is nearer than all, that the other point may thenceforth become unquestionable, and they may learn that they will in this way profit those of their kindred likewise, as much as may be, since so it is in the case even of our life, which is more essential to us than all. Now these things were enough to recommend men to receive them, their appointed healers. Yea, who would choose but receive with all readiness them that were so noble, such true heroes, and as lions running about the earth, and despising all that pertain to themselves, so that others might be saved? Yet nevertheless he proffers also another reward, indicating that he is caring here for the entertainers more than for the guest. And the first honor he confers is by saying, He that receiveth you receiveth me, and he that receiveth me receiveth him that sent me. With this, what may compare? That one should receive the Father and the Son. But he holds out herewith another reward also. He, saith he, that receiveth a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward. And he that receiveth a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward. And as before he threatens punishment to such as do not receive them, here he defines also a certain refreshment for the good. And to teach thee his greater care for them, he said not simply, He that receiveth a prophet, or he that receiveth a righteous man, but subjoined, in the name of a prophet, and in the name of a righteous man. That is, if not for any worldly preferment, nor for any other temporal thing he received them, but because he is either a prophet or a righteous man, he shall receive a prophet's reward, and a righteous man's reward, such as it were meet for him to have, that hath received a prophet or a righteous man, or such as that other is himself to receive, which kind of thing Paul also said, that your abundance may be a supply for their want, that their abundance also may be a supply for your want. Then, lest any one should allege poverty, he saith, Or whosoever shall give to drink unto one of these little ones a cup of cold water only, in the name of a disciple, verily I say unto you, he shall in no wise lose his reward. Though a cup of cold water be thy gift, on which there is nothing laid out, even of this shall a reward be stored up for thee. For I do all things for the sake of you, the receivers. Seest thou what mighty persuasions he used, and how he opened to them the houses of the whole world? Yea, he signified that men are their debtors. First, by saying, the workman is worthy of his hire. Secondly, by sending them forth as having nothing. Thirdly, by giving them up to wars and fightings in behalf of them that receive them. Fourthly, by committing to them miracles also. Fifthly, and that he did by their lips introduce peace, the cause of all blessings, into the houses of such as receive them. Sixthly, by threatening things more grievous than Sodom to such as receive them not. Seventhly, by signifying that as many as welcome them are receiving both himself and the Father. Eighthly, by promising both a prophet's and a righteous man's reward. Ninthly, by undertaking that the recompenses shall be great, even for a cup of cold water. Now each one of these things, even by itself, were enough to attract them. For who, tell me, when a leader of armies wounded in innumerable places, and died in blood, came in sight, returning after many trophies from war and conflict, would not receive him, throwing open every door in his house? But who now is like this, one may say? Therefore he added, in the name of a disciple, and of a prophet, and of a righteous man, to instruct thee that not for the worthiness of the visitor, but for the purpose of him that gives welcome, is his reward appointed. For though here he speaks of prophets and righteous men and disciples, yet elsewhere he bids men receive the veriest outcast, and punishes such as fail to do so. For inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. And the converse again he affirms with respect to the same persons. Since though he may be doing no such great work, he is a man, inhabiting the same world with thee, beholding the same Son, having the same soul, the same Lord, a partaker with thee of the same mysteries, called to the same heaven with thee, having a strong claim, his poverty, and his want of necessary food. But now they that waken thee with flutes and pipes in the winter season, and disturb thee without purpose or fruit, depart from thee receiving many gifts. And they that carry about swallows, and smut themselves over, and abuse every one, receive a reward for this their conjuration. But if there come to thee a poor man wanting bread, there is no end of revilings, and reproaches, and charges of idleness, and upbraidings, and insults, and jeers. And thou considerest not with thyself, that thou too art idle, and yet God giveth thee his gifts. For tell me not this, that thou too art doing somewhat, but point me out this rather, if it be anything really needful that thou doest, and art busy about. But if thou tellest one of the money-getting, and of traffic, and of the care and increase of thy goods, I also would say unto thee, not these, but alms, and prayers, and the protection of the injured, and all such things are truly works, with respect to which we live in thorough idleness. Yet God never told us, because thou art idle, I light not up the sun for thee. Because thou doest nothing of real consequence, I quench the moon. I paralyze the womb of the earth. I restrain the lakes, the fountains, the rivers. I blot out the atmosphere. I withhold the annual rains. But he gives us all abundantly. And to some that are not merely idle, but even doing evil, he freely gives the benefit of these things. When therefore thou seest a poor man and sayest, it stops my breath that this fellow, young as he is and healthy, having nothing, would fain be fed in idleness, he is surely some slave and runaway, and hath deserted his proper master. I bid thee speak these same words to thyself, or rather permit him freely to speak them unto thee, and he will say with more justice, It stops my breath that thou, being healthy, art idle, and practiseth none of the things which God hath commanded, but having run away from the commandments of thy Lord, goest about dwelling in wickedness, as in a strange land, in drunkenness, in surfeiting, in theft, in extortion, in subverting other men's houses. And thou indeed imputest idleness, but I evil works, in thy plotting, in thy swearing, in thy lying, in thy spoiling, in thy doing innumerable such things. And this I say, not as making a law in favor of idleness, far from it, but rather very earnestly wishing all to be employed, for sloth is the teacher of all wickedness. But I beseech you not to be unmerciful nor cruel. Since Paul also, having made infinite complaints, and said, If any will not work, neither let him eat, stopped not at this, but added, But ye, be not weary in well-doing. Nay, but these things are contradictory. For if thou hadst commanded for them not to eat, how exhortest thou us to give? I do so, saith he, for I have also commanded to avoid them, and to have no company with them. And again I said, Count them not as enemies, but admonish them, not making contradictory laws, but such as are quite in unison with each other. Because if thou art prompt to mercy, both he, the poor man, will soon be rid of his idleness, and thou of thy cruelty. But he hath many lies and inventions, you will reply. Well, hence again is he pitiable, for that he hath fallen into such distress, as to be hardened even in such doings. But we, so far from pitying, add even those cruel words. Hast thou not received once and again? So we talk. What then? Because he was once fed, hath he no need to be fed again? Why dost thou not make these laws for thine own belly also, and say to it likewise, Thou wert filled yesterday, and the day before, seek it not now? But while thou fillest that beyond measure, even to bursting, from him thou turnest away, when he asks but what is moderate. Whereas thou oughtest therefore to pity him, because he is constrained to come to thee every day. Yea, if naught else incline thee to him, thou shouldest pity him because of this. For by the constraint of his poverty is forced on these things, and doeth them. And thou dost not pity him, because, being so spoken to, he feels no shame, the reason being that his want is too strong for him. Nay, thou, instead of pitying, dost even make a show of him. And whereas God hath commanded to give secretly, thou standest exposing publicly him that hath accosted thee, and upbraiding him. For what ought to move thy pity? Why, if thou art not minded to give, to what end add reproach, and bruise that weary and wretched soul? He came as unto a harbour, seeking help at thine hands. Why stir up waves, and make the storm more grievous? Why dost thou condemn him of meanness? What? Had he thought to hear such things, would he have come to thee? Or if he actually came foreseeing this, good cause therefore both to pity him, and to shudder at thine own cruelty, that not even so, when thou seest an inexorable necessity laid upon him, dost thou become more gentle, nor judgest him to have a sufficient excuse for his importunity in the dread of hunger, but accusest him of impudence. And yet hast thou often thyself practised greater impudence, yea, in respect of grievous matters. For while here the very impudence brings with it ground of pardon, we, often doing things punishable, brazen it out, and when we ought to bear all that in mind, and to be humble, we even trample on those miserable men. And when they ask medicines, we add to their wounds. I say, if thou wilt not give, yet why dost thou strike? If thou wilt not be bounteous, yet why be insolent? but he submits not to be put off in any other way. Well then, as that wise man commanded, so do. Answer him peaceable words with meekness. For not of his own accord, surely, is he so very importunate. For there is not, there cannot be, any man desiring to be put to shame for its own sake. How much soever any may contend, I cannot yield ever to be convinced that a man who was living in plenty would choose to beg. Let no man then beguile us with arguments. But although Paul saith, If any will not work, neither let him eat, to them he saith it. But to us he saith not this, but, on the contrary, Be not weary in well-doing. Even thus we do at home. When any two are striving with each other, we take each apart, and give them the opposite advice. This did God also in Moses. For while to God he said, If thou wilt forgive them their sin, forgive it, else blot me out also. Them on the contrary he commanded to slay one another, and all that pertain to them. Yet these things are contrary, nevertheless both look to one end. Again God said to Moses in the hearing of the Jews, Let me alone, that I may consume the people. For though they were not present when God was saying this, yet they were to hear it afterwards. But privately he gives him directions of the opposite tenor. And this Moses upon constraint revealed afterwards, thus saying, What? Did I conceive them, that thou sayest to me, Carry them as a nurse would carry the suckling child in her bosom? These things are done also in houses, and often a father, while he blames the tutor in private for having used his child reproachfully, saying, Be not rough nor hard, to the youth speaks in the contrary way. Though thou be reproached unjustly, bear it, out of those opposites making up some one wholesome result. Thus also Paul said to such as are in health and beg, If any man will not work, neither let him eat, that he may urge them into employment. But to such as can show mercy, ye for your part be not weary in well-doing, that he may lead them to give alms. So also, when he was admonishing those of the Gentiles in his epistle to the Romans, not to be high-minded against the Jews, he brought forward also the wild olive, and he seems to be saying one thing to these, another to those. Let us not therefore fall away into cruelty, but let us listen to Paul saying, Be not weary in well-doing. Let us listen to the Lord who saith, Give to every man that asketh of thee, and be ye merciful as your Father. And though he hath spoken of many things, he hath nowhere used this expression, but with regard to our deeds of mercy only. For nothing so equals us with God as doing good. But nothing is more shameless, saith one, than a poor man. Why, I pray thee? Because he runs up and cries out after thee? Wilt thou then let me point out how we are more importunate than they, and very shameless? Remember, I say, now at the season of the fast, how often, when thy table was spread at eventide, and thou hadst called thy ministering servant, on his moving rather leisurely, thou hast overset everything, kicking, insulting, reviling, merely about a little delay, although fully assured that if not immediately, yet a little after thou shalt enjoy thy victuals. Upon which thou dost not call thyself impudent, changed as thou art into a wild beast for nothing. But the poor man, alarmed and trembling about his greater interest, for not about delay, but about famine is all his fear. Him dost thou call audacious, and shameless, and impudent, and all the most opprobrious names. Nay, how is this anything but extreme impudence? But these things we do not consider. Therefore we account such men troublesome, since if we at all searched into our own doings, and compared them with theirs, we should not have thought them intolerable. Be not then a severe judge. Why, if thou wert clear of all sins, not even then would the law of God permit thee to be strict in searching out other men's sins. And if the Pharisee perished on this account, what defense are we to find? If he suffer not such as have done well to be bitter in searching out other men's doings, much less them that have offended. Let us not then be savage, nor cruel, not without natural feeling, not implacable, not worse than wild beasts. For I know many to have gone even so far in brutishness as for a little trouble to slight famishing persons, and to say these words, I have no servant now with me. We are far from home. There is no money changer that I know. O cruelty, didst thou promise the greater, and dost thou not fulfill the less? To save thy walking a little way, doth he perish with hunger? O insolence, O pride! Why, if it were 10 furlongs to be walked, oughtest thou to be backward? Doth it not even come into thy mind that so thy reward is made greater? For whereas when thou givest, thou receivest reward for the gift only, when thou thyself also goest, for this again is appointed thee a recompense. Yea, the patriarch himself we admire for this, that in his own person he ran to the herd, and snatched up the calf, and that when he had 318 servants born in his house. But now some are filled with so much pride, as to do these things by servants, and not to be ashamed. But dost thou require me to do these things myself, one may say? How then shall I not seem to be vainglorious? Nay, but as it is, thou art led by another kind of vainglory to do this, being ashamed to be seen talking with a poor man. But I am in no respect strict about this. Only give, whether by thyself or by another thou art minded to do so. And do not accuse, do not smite, do not revile. For medicines, not wounds, doth he need who comes unto thee. Mercy, not a sword. For tell me, if any one who had been smitten with a stone, and had received a wound in his head, were to let go all others, and run unto thy knees, drenched in his blood, wouldest thou indeed smite him with another stone, and add unto him another wound? I for my part think not, but even as it was, thou wouldst endeavour to cure it. Why then doest thou the contrary with respect to the poor? Knowest thou not how much power a word hath, both to raise up and to cast down? For a word, it is said, is better than a gift. Dost thou not consider that thou art thrusting the sword into thyself, and art receiving a more grievous wound, when he, being reviled, silently withdraws, with groans and many tears? Since indeed of God he is sent unto thee. Consider then, in insulting him, upon whom thou art causing the insult to pass. When God indeed sends him unto thee, and commands thee to give, but thou, so far from giving, dost even insult him on his coming. And if thou art not aware how exceedingly amiss this is, look at it as among men, and then thou wilt fully know the greatness of this sin, as thus: if a servant of thine had been commanded by thee to go to another servant, who had money of thine, to receive it, and were to come back not only with empty hands, but also with despiteful usage, what wouldest thou not do to him that had wrought the insult? What penalty wouldest thou not exact, as though, after this, it were thyself that had been ill used? This reckoning do thou make in regard of God also. For truly it is he that sends the poor to us, and of his we give, if indeed we do give. But if, besides not giving, we also send them away insulted, consider how many bolts, how many thunders, that which we are doing deserves. Duly considering then all these things, let us both bridle our tongue, and put away inhumanity, And let us stretch forth the hand to give alms, and not with money only, but with words also. Let us relieve such as are in need, that we may both escape the punishment for reviling, and may inherit the kingdom which is for blessing and almsgiving. By the grace and love towards men of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 35. Homily 36. Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew by St. John Chrysostom. Translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 36. Matthew 11, 1 through 6. And it came to pass, when Jesus had made an end of commanding his 12 disciples, he departed thence to teach and to preach in their cities. That is, after he had sent them, he proceeded to withdraw himself, to give them room and opportunity to do what he had enjoined. For while he was present in healing, no one would be willing to approach them. Now when John had heard in the prison the works of Jesus, he sent 2 of his disciples and asked him, saying, Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another? But Luke saith, They also told John of the miracles, and then he sent them. However, this contains no matter of difficulty, but of consideration only. For this, among other things, indicates their jealousy towards him. But what follows is completely among the controverted points. Of what nature then is this? Their saying, Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another? That is, he that knew him before his miracles, he that had learned it of the Spirit, he that heard it of the Father, he who had proclaimed him before all men. Doth he now send to learn of him, whether it be himself or no? And if yet thou didst not know that it is surely he, how thinkest thou thyself credible, affirming as thou dost concerning things whereof thou art ignorant? For he that is to bear witness to others must be first worthy of credit himself. Did thou not say, I am not meet to loose the latchet of his shoe? Didst thou not say, I knew him not? But he that sent me to baptize with water, the same said unto me, Upon whom thou shalt see the Spirit descending and resting upon him, the same is he which baptizeth with the Holy Ghost. Didst thou not see the Spirit in form of a dove? Didst thou not hear the voice? Didst thou not utterly forbid him, saying, I have need to be baptized of thee? Didst thou not say even to thy disciples, He must increase, I must decrease? Didst thou not teach all the people that he should baptize them with the Holy Ghost and with fire, and that he is the Lamb of God that taketh away the sin of the world? Didst thou not before his signs and miracles proclaim all these things? How then now, when he hath been made manifest to all, and the fame of him hath gone out everywhere, and dead men have been raised, and devils driven away, and a display made of so great miracles, dost thou after this send to learn of him? What then is the fact? Were all these sayings a kind of fraud, a stage play and fables? Nay, who that hath any understanding would say so? I say not John, who leaped in the womb, who before his own birth proclaimed him, the citizen of the wilderness, the exhibitor of the conversation of angels. But even though he were one of the common sort, and of them that are utterly outcast, he would not have hesitated, after so many testimonies, both on his own part and on the part of others. Whence it is evident that neither did he send as being himself in doubt, nor did he ask in ignorance, since no one surely could say this, that though he knew it fully, yet on account of his prison he was become rather timid. For neither was he looking to be delivered therefrom, nor if he did look for it, would he have betrayed his duty to God, armed as he was against various kinds of death. For unless he had been prepared for this, he would not have evinced so great courage towards a whole people, practiced in shedding blood of prophets. Nor would he have rebuked that savage tyrant with so much boldness in the midst of the city and the forum, severely chiding him as though he were a little child, in the hearing of all men. And even if he were grown more timid, how was he not ashamed before his own disciples, in whose presence he had so often borne witness unto him, but asked his question by them, which he should have done by others? And yet surely he knew full well that they too were jealous of Christ, and desired to find some handle against him. And how could he but be abashed before the Jewish people, in whose presence he had proclaimed such high things? Or what advantage accrued to him thereby, towards deliverance from his bonds? For not for Christ's sake had he been cast into prison, nor for having proclaimed his power, but for his own rebuke touching the unlawful marriage. And what child so silly, what person so frantic, but that so he would have put on himself their character? What then is it which he is bringing about? For that it belongs not to John to have doubt hereupon, no, nor to any ordinary person, nor even to one extremely foolish and frenzied, so much is evident from what we have said. And now we have only to add the solution. For what intent then did he send to ask? John's disciples were starting aside from Jesus, and this surely anyone may see, and they had always a jealous feeling towards him. And it is plain from what they had said to their master, "He that was with thee," it is said, "beyond Jordan, to whom thou bearest witness, behold, the same baptizeth, and all men come unto him." And again, there arose a question between John's disciples and the Jews about purifying. And again they came unto him and said, "Why do we and the Pharisees fast oft, but thy disciples fast not?" For as yet they knew not who Christ was, but imagining Jesus to be a mere man, but John greater than after the manner of man, were vexed at seeing the former held in estimation, but the latter, as he had said, now ceasing. And this hindered them from coming unto him, their jealousy quite blocking up the access. Now, so long as John was with them, he was exhorting them continually and instructing them, and not even so did he persuade them. But when he was now on the point of dying, he uses the more diligence, fearing as he did, lest he might leave a foundation for bad doctrine, and they continue broken off from Christ. For as he was diligent even at first to bring to Christ all that pertained to himself, so on his failing to persuade them, now towards his end he does but exert the more zeal. Now if he had said, "Go ye away unto him, he is better than I," he would not have persuaded them, minded as they were not easily to be separated from him, but rather he would have been thought to say it out of modesty, and they would have been the more riveted to him. Or if he had held his peace, then again nothing was gained. What then doth he? He waits to hear from them that Christ is working miracles, and not even so doth he admonish them, nor doth he send all, but some too, whom he perhaps knew to be more teachable than the rest, that the inquiry might be made without suspicion, in order that from his acts they might learn the difference between Jesus and himself. And he saith, "Go ye and say, Art thou he that should come, or do we look for another?" But Christ, knowing the purpose of John, did not say, "I am he," for this would again have offended the hearers, although this was what it naturally followed for him to say, but he leaves them to learn it from his acts. For it saith, "When these were come to him, then he cured many." And yet what congruity was there, that being asked, "Art thou he?" he should say nothing to that, but should presently cure them that were sick, unless it had been his mind to establish this which I have mentioned, because they of course would account the testimony of his deed surer, and more above suspicion than that of his words. Knowing therefore, as being God, the mind with which John had sent them, he straightway cured blind, lame, and many others, not to teach him, for how should he him that was convinced, but these that were doubting? And having healed them, he saith, Go and show John again those things which ye do hear and see. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk, and the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear, and the dead are raised up, and the poor have the gospel preached unto them. And he added, And blessed is he, whosoever shall not be offended in me, implying that he knows even their unuttered thoughts. For if he had said, I am he, both this would have offended them, as I have already said, and they would have thought, even if they had not spoken, much as the Jews said to him, Thou bearest record of thyself. Wherefore he saith not this himself, but leaves them to learn all from the miracles, freeing what he taught from suspicion, and making it plainer. Wherefore also he covertly added his reproof of them. That is, because they were offended in him, he by setting forth their case and leaving it to their own conscience alone, and by calling no witnesses of this his accusation, but only themselves that knew it all, did thus also draw them more unto himself, in saying, Blessed is he, whosoever shall not be offended in me. For indeed his secret meaning was of them, when he said this. But in order to our making the truth more evident to you by the comparison of the several statements, producing not only our own sayings, but also what is stated by others, we must needs add some account of them. What then do some affirm? That this which we have stated was not the cause, but that John was in ignorance, yet not in ignorance of all, but that he was the Christ he knew, but whether he was also to die for mankind, he knew not. Therefore he said, Art thou he that should come? That is, he that is to descend into hell. But this is not tenable, for neither of this was John ignorant. This at least he proclaimed even before all the others, and bare record of this first. Behold, saith he, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world. Now he called him a lamb, as proclaiming the cross, and again in saying, that taketh away the sin of the world, he declared this same thing. For not otherwise than by the cross did he effect this. As Paul likewise said, And the handwriting which was contrary to us, even he took out of the way, nailing it to his cross. And his saying too, He shall baptize you with the Spirit, is that of one who was foretelling the events after the resurrection. Well, that he was to rise again, he knew, say they, and that he was to give the Holy Ghost. But that he should likewise be crucified, he knew not. How then was he to rise again, who had not suffered, nor been crucified? And how was this man greater than a prophet, who knew not even what the prophets knew? For that he was greater than a prophet, even Christ himself bare record. But that the prophets knew of the passion is surely plain to every one. For so Isaiah saith, He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shearer is dumb. And before this testimony also he saith, There shall be a root of Jesse, and he that shall rise again to rule the Gentiles, in him shall the Gentiles trust. Then, speaking of his passion, and of the ensuing glory, he added, And his rest shall be honor. And this prophet foretold not only that he should be crucified, but also with whom. For, saith he, he was numbered with the transgressors. And not this only, but that he should not even plead for himself. For this man, he saith, openeth not his mouth. And that he should be unjustly condemned. For in his humiliation, saith he, his judgment was taken away. And before this again, David both saith this, and describes the judgment hall. Why, saith he, do the heathen rage, and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth stand up, and the rulers are gathered together against the Lord and against his anointed. And elsewhere he mentions also the image of the cross, saying on this wise, They pierced my hand and my feet. And those things which the soldiers were emboldened to do, he adds with all exactness. For they parted my garments, saith he, among them, and for my vesture they did cast lots. And elsewhere again he saith, that they also offered him vinegar. For they gave me, saith he, gall for my meat, and for my thirst they made me drink vinegar. So then the prophets, so many years before, speak of the hall of judgment, and of the condemnation, and of them that were crucified with him, and of the division of the garments, and of the lot cast upon them, and of many more things besides. For indeed it is unnecessary to allege all now, lest we make our discourse long. And was this man, greater than them all, ignorant of all these things? Nay, how should this be reasonable? And why did he not say, Art thou he that should come to hell? But simply, he that should come. Although this were far more absurd than the others, I mean their saying, He therefore said these things, that he might preach there also after his departure. To whom it were seasonable to say, Brethren, be not children in understanding, howbeit in malice be ye children. For the present life indeed is the season for right conversation, but after death is judgment and punishment. For in hell it is said, Who will confess unto thee? How then were the gates of brass burst, and the bars of iron broken in sunder? By his body. For then first was a body shown, immortal, and destroying the tyranny of death. And besides, this indicates the destruction of the might of death, not the loosing of the sins of those who had died before his coming. And if this were not so, but he have delivered all that were before him from hell, how saith he, It shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah? For this saying supposes that those are also to be punished, more mildly indeed, yet still that they are to be punished. And yet they did also suffer here the most extreme punishment. Nevertheless, not even this will deliver them. And if it is so with them, much more with such as have suffered nothing. What then, one may say, were they wronged, who lived before his coming? By no means, for men might then be saved, even though they had not confessed Christ. For this was not required of them, but not to worship idols, and to know the true God. For the Lord thy God, it is said, is one Lord. Therefore the Maccabees were admired, because for the observance of the law they suffered what they did suffer, and the 3 children, and many others too amongst the Jews, having shown forth a very virtuous life, and having maintained the standard of this their knowledge, had nothing more required of them. For then it was sufficient for salvation, as I have said already, to know God only. But now it is so no more. But there is need also of the knowledge of Christ. Therefore he said, If I had not come and spoken unto them, they had not had sin. But now they have no cloak for their sin. So likewise with regard to the rule of practice. Then murder was the destruction of him that committed it, but now even to be angry. And then to commit adultery, and to lie with another man's wife, brought punishment, but now even to look with unchaste eyes. For as the knowledge, so also the rule of life is now made stricter, so that there was no need of a forerunner there. And besides, if unbelievers are after death to be saved on their believing, no man shall ever perish. For all will then repent and adore. And in proof that this is true, hear Paul saying, Every tongue shall confess, and every knee shall bow, of things in heaven, and things in earth, and things under the earth. And the last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. But there is no advantage in that submission, for it comes not of a rightly disposed choice, but of the necessity of things, as one may say, thenceforth taking place. Let us not then any more bring in such old wives' doctrines and Jewish fables. Hear at least what Paul saith touching these things. For as many as have sinned without law shall also perish without law, where his discourse is of those who lived in the time before the law. And as many as have sinned in the law shall be judged by the law, speaking of all after Moses. And that the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men, and indignation and wrath, tribulation and anguish upon every soul of man that worketh evil, of the Jew first, and also of the Gentile. And yet countless were the evils which the Gentiles have suffered in this world, and this is declared alike by the histories of the heathens, and by the scriptures that are in our hands. For who could recount the tragic calamities of the Babylonians, or those of the Egyptians? But in proof that they who, not having known Christ before his coming in the flesh, yet refrained from idolatry and worshipped God only, and showed forth an excellent life, shall enjoy all the blessings. Hear what is said. But glory and honor and peace to every one that worketh good, to the Jew first, and also to the Gentile. Seest thou that for their good deeds there are many rewards, and chastisements again, and penalties for such as have done the contrary? Where now, tell me, are the utter unbelievers in hell? Why, if those before Christ's coming, who had not so much as heard the name of hell, nor of a resurrection, and were punished here, shall suffer punishment there also, how much more we that have been nurtured in so many lessons of strict virtue? And how is it reasonable, asks one, that they that have never heard of hell should fall into hell? For they will say, if thou hadst threatened hell, we should have feared more, and have been sobered. To be sure, is it not so, at our rate of living now, who hear daily the sayings about hell, and give no heed at all? And besides, there is this also to be said, that he who is not restrained by the judgments in sight, much less will he be restrained by those others. For the less reasonable sort, and those of a grosser disposition, are wont to be sobered rather by things which are at hand, and straightway to happen, than by such as will come to pass a long time after. But over us, one may say, a greater fear is suspended, and herein were they wronged? By no means. For first, there are not the same measures set to us as to them, but much greater for us. Now they that have undertaken greater labours ought to enjoy greater help, and it is no little help that our fear has been increased. And if we have an advantage over them in knowing things to come, they have an advantage over us in that the severe punishments are presently laid upon them. But there is something else which the multitude say with respect to this also. For where, say they, is God's justice, when any one for sinning here is punished both here and there? Would ye then I should put you in mind of your own sayings, that ye may no longer give us trouble, but furnish the solution from within yourselves? I have heard many of our people, if haply they were told of a murderer cut off in a court of justice, how they had indignation, and talked in this way: This unholy and accursed wretch, having perpetrated 30 murders, or even many more, hath himself undergone one death only, and where is the justice of it? So that ye yourselves confess that one death is not sufficient for punishment. How give ye then an opposite sentence now? Because not others but yourselves are the objects of your judgment, so great a hindrance is self-love to our perceiving what is just. Because of this, when we are judging others, we search out all things with strictness, but when we are sitting in judgment on ourselves, we are blinded. Since if we were to search into these things in our own case too, as we do with regard to other men, we should give an uncorrupt sentence. For we also have sins, deserving not 2 or 3, but 10,000 deaths. And to pass over all the rest, let us recollect ourselves, as many of us as partake unworthily of the mysteries, such men being guilty of the body and blood of Christ. Wherefore, when thou art talking of the murderer, take account of thyself also. For he indeed hath murdered a man, but thou art under the guilt of slaying the Lord. And he not having partaken of mysteries, but we, while enjoying the benefit of the sacred table. And what are they that bite and devour the brethren, and pour out such abundance of venom? What is he that robs the poor of their food? For if he who imparts not of his own is such as I have said, much more he that takes the things of others. How many robbers do the covetous surpass in wickedness? How many murderers and robbers of tombs, the rapacious? And how many after spoiling men are desirous even of their blood? Nay, saith he, God forbid. Now thou sayest, God forbid. When thou hast an enemy, then say, God forbid, and call to mind what hath been said, and show forth a life full of great strictness. Lest the portion of Sodom awaits us also, lest we suffer the lot of Gomorrah, lest we undergo the ills of the Tyrians and Sidonians, or rather, lest we offend Christ, which were a thing more grievous and more to be feared than all. For though to many hell seem to be a fearful thing, yet I for my part will not cease continually to say, that this is more grievous and fearful than any hell. And you I entreat to be of the same mind. For so shall we both be delivered from hell, and enjoy the glory that is bestowed of Christ, unto which may we all attain, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 36. Homily 37, Commentary on the Gospel of St. Matthew, by St John Chrysostom, translated by Sir George Prevost. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 37, Matthew 11, 7-24. And as they departed, Jesus began to say unto the multitudes concerning John, What went ye out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken with the wind? But what went ye out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they that wear soft clothing are in kings' houses. But what went ye out for to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet. For the matter indeed of John's disciples had been ordered well, and they were gone away assured by the miracles which had just been performed. But there was need after that of remedy as regarded the people. For although they could not suspect anything of the kind of their own master, the common people might from the inquiry of John's disciples form many strange suspicions, not knowing the mind with which he sent his disciples. And it was natural for them to reason with themselves and say, He that bore such abundant witness, hath he now changed his persuasion? And doth he doubt whether this or another be he that should come? Can it be that in dissension with Jesus he saith this, that the prison hath made him more timid, that his former words were spoken vainly and at random? It being then natural for them to suspect many such things, see how he corrects their weakness, and removes these their suspicions. For, as they departed, he began to say to the multitudes, Why, as they departed? That he might not seem to be flattering the man. And in correcting the people, he doth not publish their suspicion, but adds only the solution of the thoughts that were mentally disturbing them, signifying that he knew the secrets of all men. For he saith not, as unto the Jews, Wherefore think ye evil? Because if they had it in their minds, not of wickedness did they so reason, but of ignorance on the points that had been spoken of. Wherefore neither doth he discourse unto them in the way of rebuke, but merely sets right their understanding, and defends John, and signifies that he is not fallen away from his former opinion, neither is he changed, not being at all a man easily swayed and fickle, but steadfast and sure, and far from being such as to betray the things committed unto him. And in establishing this, he employs not at first his own sentence, but their former testimony, pointing out how they bear record of his firmness, not by their words only, but also by their deeds. Wherefore he saith, What went ye out into the wilderness to see? As though he had said, Wherefore did ye leave your cities, and your houses, and come together all of you into the wilderness? To see a pitiful and flexible kind of person? Nay, this were out of all reason. This is not what is indicated by that earnestness, and the concourse of all men unto the wilderness. So much people, and so many cities, would not have poured themselves out with so great zeal towards the wilderness and the river Jordan at that time, had ye not expected to see some great and marvellous one firmer than any rock. Yea, it was not a reed surely, that ye went out to see shaken by the wind. For the flexible and such as are lightly brought round, and now say one thing, now another, and stand firm in nothing, are most like that. And see how he omits all wickedness, and mentions this, which then especially haunted them, and removes the suspicion of lightness. But what went ye out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they that wear soft clothing are in kings' houses. Now his meaning is like this. He was not of himself a waverer, and this ye yourselves showed by your earnestness. Much less could anyone say this, that he was indeed firm, but having made himself a slave to luxury, he afterwards became languid. For among men, some are such as they are of themselves, others become so. For instance, one man is passionate by nature, and another from having fallen into a long illness gets this infirmity. Again, some men are flexible and fickle by nature, while others become so by being slaves to luxury, and by living effeminately. But John, saith he, neither was such a character by nature, for neither was it a reed that ye went out to see, nor by giving himself to luxury did he lose the advantage he possessed. For that he did not make himself a slave to luxury, his garb shows, and the wilderness, and the prison. Since, had he been minded to wear soft raiment, he would not have lived in the wilderness, nor in the prison, but in the king's courts, it being in his power, merely by keeping silence, to have enjoyed honor without limit. For since Herod so reverenced him, even when he had rebuked him and was in chains, much more would he have courted him had he held his peace. You see, he had indeed given proof of his firmness and fortitude, and how could he justly incur suspicions of that kind? When therefore, as well by the place as by his garments, and by their concourse unto him, he had delineated his character, he proceeds to bring in the prophet. For having said, Why went ye out? To see a prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet. He goes on, For this is he of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare thy way before thee. Having before set down the testimony of the Jews, he then applies that of the prophets, or rather, he puts in the first place the sentence of the Jews, which must have been a very strong demonstration, the witness being borne by his enemies. Secondly, the man's life. Thirdly, his own judgment. Fourthly, the prophet, by all means stopping their mouths. Then, lest they should say, But what if at that time indeed he were such a one, but now is changed? He added also what follows, his garments, his prison, and together with these the prophecy. Then having said that he is greater than a prophet, he signifies also in what he is greater. And in what is he greater? In being near him that was come. For I send, saith he, my messenger before thy face, that is, nigh thee. For as with kings, they who ride near the chariot, these are more illustrious than the rest. Just so John also appears in his course near the advent itself. See how he signified John's excellency by this also, and not even here doth he stop, but adds afterwards his own suffrage as well, saying, Verily I say unto you, among them that are born of women, there has not arisen a greater than John the Baptist. Now what he said is like this, Woman hath not borne a greater than this man. And his very sentence is indeed sufficient. But if thou art minded to learn from facts also, consider his table, his manner of life, the height of his soul. For he so lived as though he were in heaven. And having got above the necessities of nature, he travelled as it were a new way, spending all his time in hymns and prayers, and holding intercourse with none among men, but with God alone continually. For he did not so much as see any of his fellow servants, neither was he seen by any one of them. He fed not on milk. He enjoyed not the comfort of bed, or roof, or market, or any other of the things of men. And yet he was at once mild and earnest. Hear, for example, how considerately he reasons with his own disciples, courageously with the people of the Jews, how openly with the king. For this cause he said also, There hath not arisen among them that are born of women a greater than John the Baptist. But lest the exceeding greatness of his praises should produce a sort of extravagant feeling, the Jews honoring John above Christ, mark how he corrects this also. For as the things which edified his own disciples did harm to the multitudes, they supposing him an easy kind of person, so again the remedies employed for the multitudes might have proved more mischievous, they deriving from Christ's words a more reverential opinion of John than of himself. Wherefore this also, in an unsuspected way, he corrects by saying, He that is less, in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. Less in age, and according to the opinion of the multitude, since they even called him a gluttonous man and a wine-bibber, and is not this the carpenter's son? And on every occasion they used to make light of him. What then, it may be said, is it by comparison that he is greater than John? Far from it. For neither when John saith, He is mightier than I, doth he say it as comparing them. Nor Paul, when remembering Moses, he writes, For this man was counted worthy of more glory than Moses, doth he so write by way of comparison. And he himself too, in saying, Behold, a greater than Solomon is here, speaks not as making a comparison. Or if we should even grant that this was said by him in the way of comparison, this was done in condescension, because of the weakness of the hearers. For the men really had their gaze very much fixed upon John. And then he was rendered the more illustrious both by his imprisonment and by the plainness of his speech to the king. And it was a great point for the present that even so much should be received among the multitude. And so too the Old Testament uses in the same way to correct the souls of the erring, by putting together in a way of comparison things that cannot be compared, as when it saith, Among the gods there is none like unto thee, O Lord. And again, there is no God like our God. Now some affirm that Christ said this of the apostles, others again of angels. Thus when any have turned aside from the truth, they are wont to wander many ways. For what sort of connection hath it to speak either of angels or of apostles? And besides, if he were speaking of the apostles, what hindered his bringing them forward by name? Whereas, When he is speaking of himself, he naturally conceals his person, because of the still prevailing suspicion, and that he may not seem to say anything great of himself, yea, and we often find him doing so. But what is in the kingdom of heaven? Among spiritual beings, and all them that are in heaven. And moreover his saying, There hath not risen among them that are born of women a greater than John, suited one contrasting John with himself, and thus tacitly accepting himself. For though he too were born of a woman, yet not as John, for he was not a mere man, neither was he born in like manner as a man, but by a strange and wondrous kind of birth. And from the days of John the Baptist, saith he, until now, the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. And what sort of connection may this have with what was said before? Much assuredly, and in full accordance therewith. Yea, by this topic also, he proceeds to urge and press them into the faith of himself. And at the same time likewise, he is speaking in agreement with what had been before said by John. For if all things are fulfilled even down to John, I am he that should come. For all the prophets, saith he, and the law prophesied until John. For the prophets would not have ceased, unless I were come. Expect therefore nothing further, neither wait for any one else. For that I am he is manifest both from the prophets ceasing, and from those that every day take by force the faith that is in me. For so manifest is it and certain, that many even take it by force. Why, who hath so taken it? Tell me. All who approach it with earnestness of mind. Then he states also another infallible sign, saying, If ye will receive it, he is Elias, which was for to come. For I will send you, it is said, Elias the Tishbite, who shall turn the heart of the father to the children. This man then is Elias, if ye attend exactly, saith he. For I will send, saith he, my messenger before thy face. And well hath he said, if ye will receive it, to show the absence of force. For I do not constrain, saith he. And this he said, as requiring a candid mind, and showing that John is Elias, and Elias John. For both of them received one ministry, and both of them became forerunners. Wherefore neither did he simply say, This is Elias, but, if ye are willing to receive it, this is he. That is, if with a candid mind ye give heed to what is going on. And he did not stop even at this, but to the words, This is Elias, which was for to come. He added, to show that understanding is needed, He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Now he used so many dark sayings to stir them up to inquiry. And if not even so were they awakened, much more had all been plain and clear. For this surely no man could say, that they dared not ask him, or that he was difficult of approach. For they that were asking him questions, and tempting him about common matters, and whose mouths were stopped 1,000 times, yet they did not withdraw from him. How should they but have inquired of him, and besought him touching the indispensable things, had they indeed been desirous to learn? For if concerning the matters of the law they asked, which is the first commandment, and all such questions, although there was of course no need of his telling them that, how should they but ask the meaning of what he himself said, for which also he was bound to give account in his answers? And especially when it was he himself that was encouraging and drawing them on to do this. For by saying, the violent take it by force, he stirs them up to earnestness of mind, and by saying, he that hath ears to hear, let him hear, he doth just the same thing. But whereunto shall I liken this generation, saith he? It is like unto children sitting in the marketplace, and saying, We have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. We have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. This again seems to be unconnected with what came before, but it is the most natural consequence thereof. Yea, he still keeps to the same point, the showing that John is acting in harmony with himself, although the results were opposite, as indeed with respect to his inquiry also. And he implies that there was nothing that ought to have been done for their salvation, and was omitted, which thing the prophet saith of the vineyard, What ought I to have done to this vineyard, and have not done it? And whereunto, saith he, shall I liken this generation? It is like unto children sitting in the market, and saying, We have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. We have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say he hath a devil. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold, a man gluttonous and a winebibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. Now what he saith is like this. We have come each of us an opposite way, I and John, and we have done just as if it were some hunters with a wild beast that was hard to catch, and which might by two ways fall into the toils, as if each of the two were to cut it off his several way, and drive it, taking his stand opposite to the other, so that it must needs fall into one of the two snares. Mark, for instance, the whole race of man, how it is astonished at the wonder of men's fasting, and at this hard and self-denying life. For this reason it hath been so ordered, that John should be thus brought up from his earliest youth, so that hereby, among other things, his sayings might obtain credit. But wherefore, it may be asked, did not he himself choose that way? In the first place, he did also himself proceed by it, when he fasted the 40 days, and went about teaching, and not having where to lay his head. Nevertheless, he did also in another mode accomplish the same object, and provide for the advantage thence accruing. For to be testified of by him that came this way was the same thing, or even a much greater thing than to have come this way himself. And besides, John indeed exhibited no more than his life and conversation. For John, it is said, did no sign. But he himself had the testimony also from signs and from miracles. Leaving therefore John to be illustrious by his fasting, he himself came the opposite way, both coming unto publicans' tables, and eating and drinking. Let us ask the Jews then, is fasting a good thing, and to be admired? You should then have obeyed John, and received him, and believed his sayings. For so would those sayings have led you towards Jesus. Is fasting, on the other hand, a thing grievous and burdensome? Then should you have obeyed Jesus, and have believed in him that came the opposite way. Thus either way ye would have found yourselves in the kingdom. But like an intractable wild beast, they were speaking evil of both. The fault is not then theirs who were not believed, but they are to be blamed who did not believe. For no man would ever choose to speak evil of opposite things, any more than he would on the other hand commend them. I mean thus, he that approves the cheerful and free character will not approve him that is sad and grave. He that commends the man of a sad countenance will not commend the cheerful man. For it is a thing impossible to give your vote both ways at once. Therefore also he saith, We have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. That is, I have exhibited the freer kind of life, and ye obeyed not. And we have mourned, and ye have not lamented. That is, John followed the rugged and grave life, and ye took no heed. And he saith not, He this, I that, but the purpose of both being one, although their modes of life are opposite, for this cause he speaks of their doings as common. Yea, for even their coming by opposite ways arose out of a most exact accordance, such as continued looking to one and the same end. What sort of excuse, then, can ye have after all this? Wherefore he subjoined, and wisdom is justified of her children. That is, though ye be not persuaded, yet with me after this ye cannot find fault. As the prophet saith touching the Father, that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings. For God, though he should effect nothing more by his care over us, fulfils all his part, so as to leave to them that will be shameless not so much as a shadow of excuse for uncandid doubt. And if the similitudes be mean, and of an ill sound, marvel not, for he was discoursing with a view to the weakness of his hearers, since Ezekiel too mentions many similitudes like them, and unworthy of God's majesty. But this too especially becomes his tender care. And mark them, how in another respect also they carried about into contradictory opinions. For whereas they had said of John, he hath a devil, they stopped not at this, but said the very same again concerning him, taking as he did the opposite course. Thus were they for ever carried about into conflicting opinions. But Luke herewith sets down also another and a heavier charge against them, saying, For the publicans justified God, having received the baptism of John. Then he proceeds to upbraid the cities, now that wisdom hath been justified, now that he hath shown all to be fully performed. That is, having failed to persuade them, he now doth but lament over them, which is more than terrifying. For he had exhibited both his teaching by his words, and his wonder-working power by his signs. But forasmuch as they abode in their own unbelief, he now does but upbraid. For then, it is said, Jesus began to upbraid the cities wherein most of his mighty works were done, because they repented not, saying, Woe unto thee, Chorazin! Woe unto thee, Bethsaida! Then, to show thee that they are not such by nature, he states also the name of the city out of which proceeded 5 apostles. For both Philip and those 2 pairs of the chief apostles were from thence. For if, saith he, the mighty works which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented in sackcloth and ashes. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon at the day of judgment than for you. And thou, Capernaum, which art exalted unto heaven, shalt be brought down to hell. For if the mighty works which had been done in thee had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment than for thee. And he adds not Sodom with the others for naught, but to aggravate the charge against them. Yea, for it is a very great proof of wickedness, when not only of them that are now, but even of all those that ever were wicked, none are found so bad as they. Thus elsewhere also he makes a comparison, condemning them by the Ninevites and by the queen of the south. There, however, it was by them that did right. Here, even by them that sinned, a thing far more grievous. With this law of condemnation Ezekiel too was acquainted, wherefore also he said to Jerusalem, Thou hast justified thy sisters in all thy sins. Thus everywhere he is wont to linger in the Old Testament, as in a favoured place. And not even at this doth he stay his speech, but makes their fears yet more intense, by saying, that they should suffer things more grievous than Sodomites and Tyrians, so as by every means to gather them in, both by bewailing and by alarming them. To these same things let us also listen, since not for the unbelievers only, but for us also hath he appointed a punishment more grievous than that of the Sodomites, if we will not receive the strangers that come in unto us. I mean, when he commanded to shake off the very dust, and very fitly. For as to the Sodomites, although they committed a great transgression, yet it was before the law and grace. But we, after so much care shown towards us, of what indulgence should we be worthy, showing so much inhospitality? and shutting our doors against them that are in need, and before our doors our ears? Or rather not against the poor only, but against the apostles themselves. For therefore we do it to the poor, because we do it to the very apostles. For whereas Paul is read, and thou attendest not, whereas John preaches, and thou hearest not, when wilt thou receive a poor man, who will not receive an apostle? In order then that both our houses may be continually open to the one, and our ears to the others, let us purge away the filth from the ears of our soul. For as filth and mud close up the ears of our flesh, so do the harlot songs, and worldly news, and debts, and the business of usury and loans, close up the ears of the mind, worse than any filth. Nay, rather, they do not close it up only, but also make it unclean. They are putting dung in your ears who tell you of these things. And that which the barbarian threatened, saying, Ye shall eat your own dung, and what follows, this do these men also make you undergo, not in word, but in deeds, or rather somewhat even much worse. For truly those songs are more loathsome even than all this. And what is yet worse, so far from feeling annoyance when you hear them, you rather laugh, when you ought to abominate them and fly. But if they be not abominable, go down unto the stage, imitate that which thou praisest. Or rather, do thou merely take a walk with him that is exciting that laugh. Nay, thou couldest not bear it. Why then bestow on him so great honor? Yea, while the laws that are enacted by the Gentiles would have them to be dishonored, thou receivest them with thy whole city, like ambassadors and generals, and dost convoke all men, to receive dung in their ears. And thy servant, if he say anything filthy in thy hearing, will receive stripes in abundance. And be it a son, a wife, whoever it may, that doth as I have said, that calleth the act an affront. But if worthless fellows that deserve the scourge should invite thee to hear filthy words, not only art thou not indignant, thou dost even rejoice and applaud. And what could be equal to this folly? But dost thou thyself never utter these base words? Why, what is the profit? Or rather, this very fact, whence is it manifest? For if thou didst not utter these things, neither wouldest thou at all laugh at hearing them, nor wouldest thou run with such zeal to the voice that makes thee ashamed. For tell me, art thou pleased at hearing men blaspheme? Dost thou not rather shudder and stop thine ears? Surely I think thou dost. Why so? Because thou blasphemest not thyself. Just so do thou act with respect to filthy talking also. And if thou wouldst show us clearly that thou hast no pleasure in filthy speaking, endure not so much as to hear them. For when wilt thou be able to become good, bred up as thou art with such sounds in thine ears? When wilt thou venture to undergo such labours as chastity requires, now that thou art falling gradually away through this laughter, these songs, and filthy words? Yea, it is a great thing for a soul that keeps itself pure from all this, to be able to become grave and chaste. How much more for one that is nourished up in such hearings? Know ye not that we are of the two more inclined to evil? While then we make it even an art and a business, when shall we escape that furnace? Heardest thou not what Paul saith? Rejoice in the Lord. He said not in the devil. When then wilt thou be able to hear Paul? When to gain a sense of thy wrong actions, drunken as thou art, ever and incessantly, with the spectacle I was speaking of? For thy having come here is nothing wonderful nor great, or rather it is wonderful. For here thou comest anyhow, and so is just to satisfy a scruple. But there with diligence and speed and great readiness, and it is evident from what thou bringest home, on returning thence. For even all the mire that is there poured out for you, by the speeches, by the songs, by the laughter, ye collect and take every man to his home, or rather not to his home only, but every man even into his own mind. And from things not worthy of abhorrence thou turnest away, while others which are to be abhorred, so far from hating, thou dost even court. Many, for instance, on coming back from tombs, are used to wash themselves, but on returning from theatres they have never groaned, nor poured forth any fountains of tears. Yet surely the dead man is no unclean thing, whereas sin induces such a blot, that not even with 10,000 fountains could one purge it away, but with tears only, and with confessions. But no one hath any sense of this blot. Thus, because we fear not what we ought, therefore we shrink from what we ought not. And what again is the applause? What the tumult, and the satanical cries, and the devilish gestures? For first one, being a young man, wears his hair long behind, in changing his nature into that of a woman, is striving both in aspect, and in gesture, and in garments, and generally in all ways, to pass into the likeness of a tender damsel. Then another who is grown old in the opposite way to this, having his hair shaven, and his loins girt about, his shame cut off before his hair, stands ready to be smitten with the rod, prepared both to say and do anything. The women again, their heads uncovered, stand without a blush, discoursing with the whole people, so complete is their practice in shamelessness, and thus pour forth all effrontery and impurity into the souls of their hearers. And their one study is to pluck up all chastity from the foundations, to disgrace our nature, to satiate the desire of the wicked demon. Yea, and there are both foul sayings and gestures yet fouler, and the dressing of the hair tends that way, and the gait and apparel and voice and flexure of the limbs, and there are turnings of the eyes and flutes and pipes and dramas and plots, and all things, in short, full of the most extreme impurity. When then wilt thou be sober again, I pray thee, now that the devil is pouring out for thee so much of the strong wine of whoredom, mingling so many cups of unchastity? For indeed both adulteries and stolen marriages are there, and there are women playing the harlot, men prostituting, youths corrupting themselves. All there is iniquity to the full, all sorcery, all shame. Wherefore they that sit by should not laugh at these things, but weep and groan bitterly. What then? Are we to shut up the stage, it will be said? And are all things to be turned upside down at thy word? Nay, but as it is, all things are turned upside down. For whence are they, tell me, that plot against our marriages? Is it not from this theatre? Whence are they that dig through into chambers? Is it not from that stage? Comes it not of this, when husbands are insupportable to their wives? Of this, when wives are contemptible to their husbands? Of this, that the more part are adulterers? So that the subverter of all things is he that goes to the theatre. It is he that brings in a grievous tyranny. Nay, thou wilt say, this is appointed by the good order of the laws. Why, to tear away men's wives, and to insult young boys, and to overthrow houses, is proper to those who have seized on citadels. And what adulterer, wilt thou say, hath been made such by these spectacles? Nay, who hath not been made an adulterer? And if one might but mention them now by name, I could point out how many husbands those harlots have severed from their wives, how many they have taken captive, drawing some even from the marriage bed itself, not suffering others so much as to live at all in marriage. What then, I pray thee, are we to overthrow all the laws? Nay, but it is overthrowing lawlessness if we do away with these spectacles. For hence are they that make havoc in our cities. Hence, for example, are seditions and tumults. For they that are maintained by the dancers, and to sell their own voice to the belly, whose work it is to shout and to practice everything that is monstrous. These especially are the men that stir up the populace, that make the tumults in our cities. For youth, when it hath joined hands with idleness, and is brought up in so great evils, becomes fiercer than any wild beast. The necromancers too, I pray thee, whence are they? Is it not from hence, that in order to excite the people who are idling without object, and make the dancing men have the benefit of much and loud applause, and fortify the harlot women against the chaste, they proceed so far in sorcery, as not even to shrink from disturbing the bones of the dead? Comes it not hence, when men are forced to spend without limit on that wicked choir of the devil? The lasciviousness, whence is that, and its innumerable mischiefs? Thou seest, it is thou who art subverting our life, by drawing men to these things, while I am recruiting it by putting them down. Let us then pull down the stage, say they. Would that it were possible to pull it down, or rather, if ye be willing, as far as regards us, it is pulled down and digged up. Nevertheless, I enjoin no such thing. Standing as these places are, I bid you make them of no effect, which thing were a greater praise than pulling them down. Imitate at least the barbarians, if no one else, for they verily are altogether clean from seeking such sights. What excuse then can we have after all this, we, the citizens of heaven, and partners in the choirs of the cherubim, and in fellowship with the angels, making ourselves in this respect worse even than the barbarians, and this when innumerable other pleasures, better than these, are within our reach? Why, if thou desirest that thy soul may find delight, go to the pleasure grounds, to a river flowing by, and to lakes. Take notice of gardens, listen to grasshoppers as they sing. Be continually by the coffins of martyrs, where is health of body and benefit of soul, and no hurt, no remorse after the pleasure, as there is here. Thou hast a wife, thou hast children. What is equal to this pleasure? Thou hast a house, thou hast friends. These are the true delights. Besides their purity, great is the advantage they bestow. For what, I pray thee, is sweeter than children? What sweeter than a wife, to him that will be chaste in mind? To this purpose we are told that the barbarians uttered on some occasion a saying full of wise severity. I mean, that having heard of these wicked spectacles and the unseasonable delight of them, why the Romans, say they, have devised these pleasures as though they had not wives and children, implying that nothing is sweeter than children and wife, if thou art willing to live honestly. What then, one may say, if I point to some who are nothing hurt by their pastime in that place? In the first place, even this is a hurt, to spend one's time without object or fruit, and to become an offense to others. For even if thou shouldest not be hurt, thou makest some other more eager herein. And how canst thou but be thyself hurt, giving occasion to what goes on? Yea, both the fortune-teller, and the prostitute boy, and the harlot woman, and all those choirs of the devil, cast upon thy head the blame of their proceedings. For as surely as if there were no spectators, there would be none to follow these employments. So since there are, they too have their share of the fire due to such deeds. So that even if in chastity thou wert quite unhurt, a thing impossible, yet for others' ruin thou wilt render a grievous account, both the spectators and that of those who assemble them. And in chastity too thou wouldest profit more didst thou refrain from going thither. For if even now thou art chaste, thou wouldest have become chaster by avoiding such sights. Let us not then delight in useless argument, nor devise unprofitable apologies, there being but one apology, to flee from the Babylonian furnace, to keep far from the Egyptian harlot, though one must escape her hands naked. For so shall we both enjoy much delight, our conscience not accusing us, and we shall live this present life with chastity, and attain unto the good things to come, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom be glory and might, now and ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 37.